Okay, good morning, everyone, and welcome to day 2 of the Realty 2.0 conference. We have some really you today. So to begin, we will change track from yesterday's topics to focus on the homes of the future. The topic is Moving into Tomorrow, Designing Tomorrow's Home. To speak on this subject, we have with us today Gloria Cloder, founder and CEO of Glow Architects. Please welcome her with a round of applause.
Hello, everyone. Good morning. I'm just waiting for the clicker real quick. Yes. Thanks so much. You're good. Right, how is everyone today? Good. You got a good rest last night? You got your coffee this morning? Raise your hand. Yes. So some of you. So you're going to be the cheerleaders for me today. My name is Gloria. Thank you so much for being here. And thank you for the Realty 2.0 conference for having me too and giving me this opportunity to present for you guys. So we are going to be talking about designing tomorrow's home. I am an architect. Let me go a little bit on the presentation. This is some of the topics to expect today is why design matters. This is something I want to explain because I am probably the only one in the room that is a designer or architect. Raise your hand if you are a realtor, if you're in mortgage, if you are in anything related to design. Oh, there you go. I have a couple of you. That's great. Hi, guys. So I am an architect, and I wanted to cover this topic because I think it really brings value to the conference and what we're seeing here just in general throughout the 3 days. I want to talk about why design matters, how COVID impacted the way we think of design, color trends, multitasking homes, high-tech kitchens, the need of outdoor areas, and bringing nature inside from the outdoors and designing for mental health. This is just a little bit about me. I am the owner and CEO of Glow Architects, which is an architectural firm based in Tampa. I am also an advocate for foreign architects like myself because I am from the Dominican Republic originally, came here in 2015, and here I am speaking in front of this amazing crowd. How that is, isn't that awesome? I'm the founder of the Women in Architecture Committee in Tampa Bay. This is a group under the American Institute of Architects in Tampa. I'm also a founder of the Foreign Architects Private Community in Facebook. And I am the AIA Florida, American Institute of Architects of Florida, licensing advisor for the NCARB. Those who knows about architecture and design know that NCARB is the ones who regulates our licensing process for architects. I am a keynote speaker on other conferences. Some of them have been the Young Architect Conference, NCARB's ELL Summit, Young Architect, sorry, can't stop looking at you. Young Architect conferences for summer and winter series, and some other ones too. One thing I wanted to say is I am a recipient of one of the awards that was yesterday, and I just wanted to say real quick that I forgot to mention first to say thank you to God and to my husband who is standing right there, and family and friends and my daughter, because I wouldn't be here without them and their support. So with that being said, let's get into business. Why design matters. Here's the thing. We as designers have the power to make an impact on people's life. Either it's positive or negative, we make an impact on those who are inhabiting these spaces, right? And I think for those who work with us, sometimes people don't understand the value that we bring to the table as designers. A lot of people who are in real estate and are investors especially, I work a lot with investors, don't understand the value that the designer and the architect brings and why you guys should use us as a tool on your process, trying to bring the best for your clients. If we go back, and this point is going to be explained better as I go through the presentation, but if we really try to think of how COVID affected the way we think and design homes moving forward, this will also bring the explanation of why it's important to use us and keep us always in the conversation whenever you're trying to make changes. There's ways to get around having an architect in the process, especially when you're remodeling. Those who are investors know there's sometimes you will go directly to a engineer and structural engineer to do things for you. And that's totally fine because it depends on the situation. I get it. But I think the way we think is always trying to bring that value and doing the best for the end user, right? So when you think about how COVID affected the way we design and use our homes, the main thing to think about is that isolation part. There's so many things that, affected the way we design, but I think the main one was the part of the isolation, because it brought some of the points that you can see here, which is, everything was being done from home at that point. I know we're back to being in person. We're back to be, around people again. This is a proof we're here in person, right? But there is still that merge that is still there for a lot of us, where we are still doing a lot of meetings online. We're still working from home. We're still doing things from home because we realize that we can do it. It's easy. It's effective. It's just, it works. Even so, we're still kind of like, going back in person for some stuff. So more of the things that I can think of is, the productivity needs when you're working from home, the privacy needs when you just need space to think and be productive, the stimulation needs when you have, your kids studying from home and focusing, mind and body balance, thinking of, if you're just at home and you need to do exercises and you don't have the time anymore because you're already programmed to do things from home, that type of things is the things we're going to be touching base right now. This is just a little bit, I just want to touch base on this. This was a study. There's many other data out there on how being isolated affected people in their mental health. I just wanted to point out that in the United States, you can see that it says, where is the clicker? It says that 33%, and this was a study from 2020, people reported to have considerably elevated adverse mental health. I think that's pretty serious, and that's why I think that we need to take very seriously how we think of the way we use home and the way we design it. Because again, what we do as designers matters and can make an impact on people. So how can we help? Me as an architect, you as the interior designer, and other people who are doing investments and renovating homes, and you're constantly, flipping those houses, right? How can we help? How can we do better? One is thinking about colors. It sounds pretty basic, like, oh yeah, colors, that's just like such a simple thing, but there's so much psychology behind colors. The Pantone Color Institute came out with this new color. Let me go back. It's the Berry Perry is the name. And the reason why they selected this color is because they said, we're getting out of this isolation period, and these colors comes with this mix of blues and purples, and it's just kind of a way of saying we are going out of like a very dark phase to going back to the new merge between technology, everything being online, to going back in person, and it's not completely one and it's not completely the other. It's just this thing in the middle. This was the Pantone colors for 2021. It was the first time in history that why I pointed this out, even though it's from 2021, is to for you guys to understand how these type of trends affect our industry, not only in the architectural and construction side, but also it affects trends on fashion, furniture, and other in other industry. Everything you saw probably around retail stores on furniture was with this color. they couldn't sell it just one color because they realized with what was happening, we couldn't do this alone. We needed help, right? So they merged two colors. I thought that was pretty interesting, but it's again that way of thinking, how can we make an impact through design? And this is a great example of it. One of the things to think of when we're talking about how to improve the usability and the adaptability of homes is how to use a space or make a space that is multifunctional, or multitasking. This is a good example, is an they have, and I'm going to use the clicker for this. They have a good example of a home where in the day mode, they make the space of the living room pretty big. It's the more usable space, but at the nighttime, this space gets reduced and then the bedroom gets bigger. And then there is a play mode, which you can see that modified to make enough room for social activities, kids to play, and all that. So if I go back, you can see how some of the other areas are constant because you're always going to use the restrooms the same way and kitchen. But some of those social areas, they use. We have seen this in the past. This is not new for COVID. I just want to clarify that. But this is now a trend on design that I'm seeing with way more force than before because we realize in these 2 years of pandemic how important it is for people that don't have the real estate, the square footage, to have bigger spaces to survive under an isolation period, to be able to modify the spaces enough to make them comfortable to use them in different ways without having to have a big space or going somewhere else. So that is kind of the point of it. The other part is the need of, privacy for productivity. This is kind of like an ideal dream design, but I thought it was a perfect way to exemplify what the intention behind on creating privacy for people who are working from home. So maybe you don't want to, when you're working from home and especially if you're a parent, raise your hand if you're a parent, have kids, yes, so you get it. Sometimes we really need that separation, and if we're working from home, it can be hard. So how to create that space that is private, that allows us to still be there, but have that separation to focus on what we're doing. And yeah, maybe you will want something like this where you can just go under earth and hide, but maybe if it's not that, it's just the mindset of knowing that moving forward, every home should have, keep into account that space for people to work and be separated physically from the rest of the house. High-tech kitchens, technology. This is big. This has been around our industry for a while. Same, it's not new, but there's so many focus on this technology on designing homes now. And I have clients that actually have asked me for some of those, and they don't care of the pricing and how much more it will imply adding some of these features to their house, just because of this is what you need now. You need efficiency, you need to get things done fast, you need everything to be connected to your phone. We have some examples on, everything with the kitchen hubs, this little thing here. If you don't have one at home, they are awesome. Ergonomic flooring, have you heard of that? Now you're thinking about if you're staying in the house all day, you need ergonomic flooring, and that's pretty much a flooring that is has kind of like some sort of a cushion. So if you're like just walking all day in your own house, your feet are able to rest as you are in the house, which was not really taken into account before because everybody was just thinking having the nice style, right? Smart ovens, instant pots, even the lighting design, that's another thing. Now a lot of the lighting reps and manufacturers are coming out with this way of you not only dimming the lighting, but also changing the functionality from going to warm to being really bright, kind of bluish colors. So when you're being productive and working, you get the the blue one, and then like you go warmer if you're kind of already going out of the work mode, relaxing, et cetera, all in one space. And all that is really just here with us now. Biophilia, who is familiar with this term? Raise your hand. Oh, that's interesting. So biophilia, it's a term that came from Edward Wilson is his name. He says, he made a study on how we as human beings have a need to be in direct relation with nature, and how not being around nature affects our psyches and how it affects us mentally too. There's a lot of studies about it, and the crazy part is with this pandemic, this term came out really big. Again, it's not new, but people start saying, okay, if I'm gonna be at home longer than normal, because now I'm working from home longer than it was before, even if it's not full time, how can you integrate nature with your design? So one is keeping into account that when you're finding a home or designing a home or modifying a home, you want to think of how can you create a private space where people can go out and still be private. It's still their space, but it's private. Areas where they can, practice some workouts, yoga, whatever it is, but just like that space that is outside, that is still private. Not everybody has that. It's the same thing, like you're talking about. It's very easy if you have a big lot and you can make a big jar. That's pretty simple. You might be like, duh, like obviously. But think about those who live in an apartment. Apartment areas, like how can you create that space for them? And this is one of the things, maybe you don't have the way to be out completely, but maybe you can bring that nature outside, keeping into account, with efficiency, because some of us don't have the luxury of living on really nice weather, like in California, where you can have this nice, beautiful, big storefronts and not being affected so much with the heat like us in Florida. But if you still keep in mind that efficiency part and bring that nature in, is how can you not only have the big storefronts, bigger windows, but also creating maybe some sort of garden or a view to those areas that you're creating as visuals for it, for the person to be working or just sitting and still kind of being looking at that, because again, it's this psychosis on psychology behind on how that creates peace and mental peace for people, just being in contact with nature. One good thing is bringing greens around the space. Let's say, for example, you can bring plants, you can create little gardens, you can create, this is maybe a little bit more subtle, but still like the use of wood in the flooring. It's so simple, it has been there forever, but it also has an impact because it keeps you kind of connected and grounded with that. And yes, those floorings are not real wood most of the time, but someone once told me that faux nature is better than no nature. So even if you just have to have a fake plant that is just green and bringing green, it's better than having none, if that makes sense. Any natural materials, anything that you can incorporate, stone, all that works. It's just really great. Makes a difference. I wanted to show you a couple of examples. We have, me and my husband, we have other companies, and it's just the architectural part. And this is one project that they went to visit in Tulum for one of his investment companies that he has. And I think it's brilliant what they're doing, because they're really integrating that nature in the design itself, using a lot of curve and natural shapes, local materials. It's just that design for the experience mentality. Maybe this is a little bit too extreme. Those who work in design architecture in the States know that we don't always have the freedom of doing things like these because of the building codes and how they govern us, but it's just something to keep in mind. How can we get as close as possible to something like this? This is still under construction, so that's why the pictures are unfinished. And just to kind of give a quick summary of what I just went over, you are thinking of tomorrow's home. You're thinking of how to make the space better. You're thinking of how can I help my end user or final, like the client who is buying that home or the client that is going to be buying that home that you're renovating. Prioritize natural light, and when you don't have so much natural light, think of that artificial lighting that can be modified from being warm to cold to warm, and being able to dim those lights too, the temperature of it. Blend the interiors with the outdoor, same thing, bigger windows, bigger storefronts, still keeping in mind how that glass is working with your mechanical units and your energy calculations, integrating the flexibility and adaptability that we talk in that apartment scene. How can you make, if the space is too small, how can you make a space multifunctional? How can you use one space in two different functions or more, even better? Separating the sociability with the privacy, the need of being able to work from home and being separated mentally so you can physically, so you can mentally be focused on what you're doing, and considering the smart technology and how it really helps to make things just faster and easier and more productive for everyone. So this is the little part of the Q&A. Here are all of my contact info. It's just my name and last name. Not too clever, but it's just easy, so you can find me on Instagram, Twitter, Facebook, LinkedIn. Here is my website, and my company's website is Glow Architects. So that's it. Thank you so much for having me. Yeah, if anybody has a question, please go ahead.
Okay. Hi, Gloria. I work for Power Design. We're in St. Petersburg, Florida, and we are a multi-trade contractor, and we're actually getting a lot into smart spaces. We have a whole department that designs smart spaces for these new houses that we're doing. It's all multifamily residential, but that's the wave of the future. Everybody's going to smart spaces now.
Mm-hmm. We need to connect.
Absolutely, absolutely. Yeah, we're close by.
How do you feel? I know the question was supposed to be for me, but how can you share how you feel that increase has maybe improved the industry? Can you tell a little bit, because you're working specifically with that technology? So
yeah, we have a whole separate department to work with that technology. Not only is it just with lighting controls, but it's also with electrical panels and metering the breakers to show how much energy you're using in each part of your house. So the technology is just improving every day on a daily basis.
And now I want to add to what you're saying, because I didn't mention this, but you have a good point. I'm talking about designing tomorrow's home here, but I used to work a lot with healthcare and designing hospitals before I had my company, my previous job, and the way the technology with lighting is used to heal, for health, healing people in the hospitals. There's so much data and information about the type of lighting that we were specifying could make a change in that process. It's insane. So to me, bringing that all the way down to your house, it's just amazing. I'm so glad it's happening.
Yeah, it really does. Mental health has a lot to do. The old days of fluorescent lighting was not very good for a person. The whole lighting usage has changed.
Some of you might be familiar with this information, but let me go over that part. You know what melatonin? I'm probably mispronouncing that word.
Melatonin.
Melatonin is. Raise your hand. You probably know. Yes, right. It's that hormone that we need to sleep, right? And when we are all the time under cold lighting, our body is not able to produce it. It makes your body to be all the time alert and just kind of like in a different state of relaxing. And the problem with that is this is great when you're working and when you're in the office. You need to be alert. You're studying. You're in school. You need to be alert. You need those cold lighting to a certain point. But there is a point that you need to switch. You need the warm lighting. And It's because your body, through the warm lighting, is able to produce that melatonin. And this is why it is important, because if you are, again, me coming from having a background with healthcare too, understanding that if you have the wrong lighting, you're actually not helping the person to produce something that they need to heal. It's as simple as that. But when you go home and you need to sleep, you need rest and recover from the day. And if you're sick, you need to recover from being sick, even if you're not in a hospital. And you have the wrong lighting, like your lighting at home is all the time cold. You're just making a disservice to yourself. So that's kind of where the science behind comes from. Someone else have a question back there?
My question is, what do you think about container homes and, what do you think about container homes and the health, or different types of structures like yurts or circular homes?
I haven't personally worked on container homes yet. I do want to. Me and my husband keep talking about it. I do know people that, architects that have worked with. My personal opinion on it, even so I haven't have experience directly on designing one, is that they are a great option for especially housing, kind of more affordable housing. I will say it's a great option for it. There is some projects so that can be way more expensive if you go too crazy with it, right? Than even just a normal home. So just keep that in mind. It doesn't mean that because it's a container, it's going to be way more economical. That's not true. Whatever you're specifying in the process, and whoever is your design team, construction team, makes a difference. We just met someone yesterday that told us a personal story on how they were building a house and it got really out of hand just because they had their own GC on it. So that's really, the money part. There's too many parts to play, but I do think they're great. They're a great option for a more affordable space, and especially when you think about, you can combine a couple of them, so it doesn't have to be just one. And if you're thinking of that kind of like tiny home mindset on designing, and going back to that example of having that multifunctional spaces, it's great because you can still transform the space, putting away the bed and having then a small office. And, again, there's going to be areas that you can change, like the bathrooms or, laundry area, etc., kitchen. But the rest, those social areas, you can modify it. And I think it's a great option for that type of market and need too. Anybody else?
Hey, Gloria. My name is Jesse Sells. We have a multifamily investing company. So we're looking actually to retrofit some older buildings with smart home technology to kind of keep on the same topic. In your experience, have you seen, I'm trying to find a way to quantify this, hey, is there more desire for smart home technology? What does that mean for the value of the home or unit? Does that raise rents? Have you seen anything, any kind of trend analysis on your side?
Yes and no. So I think the main thing with this type of changes and new technologies is that it usually starts with a group of individuals, one that are, willing to listen to what you and I have to say and educate them on why it's better for them, and then they being willing to pay for it because they understand, they're educated from you and me on why it is better for them. So there's a part of the educational part, because you kind of need to understand, if you're gonna, anybody that is making any investment, especially with a home, there's so many financial but also emotions involved, right? And you kind of have to explain to them what is the value that this will make if you add it. Yes, but I feel that, how this is the best way I can explain it. When I was younger, and I'm not that young, believe me on this one, I remember my dad is a doctor back in the Dominican, that's where I'm from, hence my strong accent. I'm from the Dominican Republic, and my dad he is orthopedic doctor. And I remember when I was younger that he got one of those pagers, and then he was one of the first people in the country, because again, I wasn't in the United States, we were back in the DR, that got a cell phone. And to have a cell phone in that point was like such a luxury. It was just like, oh my gosh, doctors has it, da. And anybody trying to get one was kind of hard, wasn't this new scene. And now it's like, you can live without it. You do everything with a cell phone. Why? Because that group of individuals that have a specific need and were able to afford it, they start using it, they bring it to the market, and then everybody wants it because they were the ones saying, this makes my life so much easier. This is awesome. This is something everybody needs. I think this is what's going to happen with this technology. A group will start, you and me, and those more educated and people that can afford the technology. And the more people use it, I think it's the same with the cell phones. It used to be so expensive. Not everybody could have access to it, but now everybody has access to it. That's what I think is going to happen, 5-10 years from now. That's what I think. Did that help? Absolutely. Okay. Anybody else?
I'm Rich. Back to the container, I'm building for years, and it's a great way to purchase square footage. Not only the concept of it, but they're done easier, faster, and yesterday we were talking about new trends and ways to build community-friendly properties for the lack of properties that we're seeing today. And, to me, I've been doing this business for many years, and that container home situation is really cool.
Yeah.
Faster, not only for residential, also for commercial properties.
Yeah, time frame on getting it, flipping them in a way and getting it to use is so much lower than a regular, traditional construction. That's for sure. I have a friend who is an architect in the DR who got involved with a project with containers when we had the big earthquake in Haiti.
Right.
And they did a whole community just with containers because of the time saving on that part. So thank you for pointing that out because I did totally forget it. Anybody else, or are we good?
One quick thing I want to ask about, I don't know if you can answer this or not. One of the
technology.
One of the concerns that people have with smart home technology is privacy. Is there a way that you're addressing that with your designs, or are we just kind of at the mercy of the companies that provide?
It's hard to answer that one. That's a pretty good question because yes, like in my case, I can give you a perfect example. We have a baby. She's 21 month old now. And we have a camera to be able to see when she's in the, in the nursery, making sure that she's sleeping, making sure when she wakes up without me having to peek, It's a very simple need that I'm explaining that we directly have as a family. But I am concerned personally every time of like, what if anybody hacks this camera and have access to see, this is private information, but sometimes she wakes up in the morning and I don't necessarily have to have all my clothes on. I just walk into the room and pick her up. So if somebody is watching it, like it's kind of exposing me and my family, right? So I totally get it. But I do think that it comes down to being very selective with the company and making sure which one is the company that you are going with to be, we use Nest in our house, for example, for like security stuff. And it's because we just went over who has the best ratings on that part of not being hacked. And I think that's kind of like the best we can do so far, because there's always going to be people trying to do it at like, I don't think there's a good answer is what I'm trying to say. The best we can do so far is making sure that we just kind of go with the company that is like the strongest in a way until like things are better, I guess. I don't know if that was helpful, but all right. Anybody else?
So basically, smart home technology is about running on a network. So an important thing is to use blockchain or something like that type of smart technology, because it would reduce the security issue. So do a search on smart home blockchain technology and look at companies that are going forward in that. The issue now is that technology is changing so quick. This next 3 years, what the products that folks are putting out are going to look different. So just if you look at the underlying technology that the companies will be using over the next few years, that will punch you in a better direction.
I think that's a good point, like paying attention, because there's so much going on with technology right now, and I feel like when you feel like you already catch up, something else is already developing. So it's like we just need to kind of keep our eyes on the trends and just talking. I think think about it. If we wouldn't be here right now in person trying to educate ourselves and network, this information that she brought to the table, like we probably wouldn't have known it. And this is most of the time how we learn the most, just kind of being involved and try to stay, on track and just getting involved with our community. So I think, do we have time for more, or are we good? Anybody has any other question? No? Okay. Well, thank you so much for having me.
Thank you, Gloria. That was a really eye-opening session. Okay, now, construction specialists. This session was designed specifically for you. It asks the question, can digital innovations secure the foundations of construction? To explore answers to this question, we have with us today Ed Page, who is the CEO and Chief Engineer at Twofold Doors. Please put your hands together to welcome him on stage.
Can you hear me now? Good. Just try looking at this clicker thing that everyone seems to have trouble with. These buttons are not marked very nicely. So, all right, now I can see them. I didn't even have to put my glasses on. I am Ed Page. The corporate name for our company is Mullions LLC. We manufacture windows and doors. We have a DBA of Twofold Doors. And we also, the Twofold Doors manufactures a product called Open Up Windows. And let me give you a little bit of the history. I'm an engineer by education. I've been in construction since 1967, before most of you were born. 55 years. My father ran a building materials company with partners, and he also ran a company that's sold and installed garage doors, storm doors, and screens to building contractors, small building contractors, tract builders in the day in the 60s, where people would just clear cut land and put up 100 houses and keep going, and they wanted that service. So we did it. He lost his installer the summer between my junior and senior year in high school and said, Ed, you're a smart kid. Tossed me the keys, said, figure out how to drive this stick shift pickup truck and learn how to put together and install garage doors, and I did for 3 months. So that was my introduction to garage doors. I went to engineering school and have been manufacturing, selling, and designing window and door systems all over the world. So mullions, by the way, a mullion, if you don't know, is a architectural term, and it has two ways of looking at it. It's what joins two windows together. And that's one perspective of looking at it. And if it's a large opening, it divides a large opening into smaller window groupings. So mullions has actually got a tagline that says, it's a matter of perspective. The mullion either divides or it joins. If you're looking at it from the window, it joins. If you're looking at it from the perspective of the opening, it divides. So everything is a matter of perspective, and if you don't have the context and the perspective right, then you don't really know what the other person is talking about. You don't know what's really going on. So down to the conversation, you know a little bit about me. I'm a small operator. I'm going to talk about some of the topics that were discussed yesterday from people that ran companies that had apparently, I think it was 3 billion employees and did gazillion dollars worth of business. And we are very small operators. I've always been a small operator. I've never had more than 80 people work for me. I'm looking at construction from a guerrilla perspective, not from somebody handing me millions of dollars and saying, go out and conquer this thing. Discover a need in the market and then try to figure out some unique way of exploiting it, and then go around with not enough money to do what you're doing, but doing it anyway because you believe that there was a market need for it. So, digital innovation, I actually won a science fair in the 60s, earlier in the 60s in my construction introduction for building a computer back when people didn't have computers. I learned computers in the 60s in college when there were no such things as handheld computers. I went to North Carolina State in Raleigh, North Carolina, and there was a research triangle which is formed between North Carolina State, the University of North Carolina at Chapel Hill, and Duke, where they had a massive computer system, a mainframe, IBM 370, and of course we had to do it with punch cards. There were no keyed terminals. Graduate students in computer sciences walked around with these giant card boxes stacked, and the trick was you could get one to trip and watch all the cards, because these cards had to be in the exact order of the lines that it represented. So if the card, if for some reason he were to spill the box, he'd have to go through and make sure he got all of them back in order, or else his whole life was destroyed and he'd never get his stuff. 2 o'clock in the morning to be able to get enough computer time that you could get output without having to wait 4 hours to get your little program to run. So I've been through the gamut of what I was FedExing and then earlier mailing large architectural drawings, which don't exist anymore as far as I can tell. Everything's PDF now, but we would actually mail them to the factory to price a job, and then we learned how to cut them up and send them on a fax machine, which was like, I thought I died and went to heaven because I could get them up there instantly and get my proposal back pretty quickly. So digital innovations are something that have been with me my whole career, and I'm going to show you digital innovations not from the top looking down, but from a historical perspective of the bottom looking up, and from a small guy's perspective of how you can do some of these things without having to be a billionaire, because there's a lot of resources out there. The foundation for any company in construction, and I do agree with Gloria's comments about, I'm sorry, it wasn't Gloria, it was somebody else I talked to this morning about construction, and that remodelers, plumbers, electricians, material suppliers, we are all in the construction business. If you sell a material, we have to sell windows in a lot of cases on an installed basis. I'm a contractor. At one point when I opened an office in California, had a salesman out there, I had to fly out there over a weekend and learn how to get my California contractor's license, which I did. So we are contractors. I had to get a specialty C-17 license in California, which is a glazing you could not put in a piece of glass in California, probably still can't, without a C-17 license. So I got one. It was very simple. You show me an obstacle, and I'll figure out a way to get around that obstacle. So you have to start with the foundations, and the foundations is going to be how you organize information. The contractor is the middleman. He is the guy in between the client and the architect. The process usually starts with the client talking to an architect and designing a concept of a home, and the architect will a lot of times involve people like me who had specialty windows and doors, and we would sort of design them into it. Then the contractor would try to not use our expensive windows because he would try to get his brother-in-law to do the same thing, exactly the same thing as a steel and a coil would in vinyl, because he could do it less expensively. And then, so during the process of the evolution of the project, the primary relationship went from the owner and the architect to the owner and the contractor, because the contractor was presenting change orders to the owner that represented cost increases, and at the same time, it's all because the architect had over-designed and over-specified things, and he's saying, I'm the salvation that's going to keep you from spending too much money. So the middleman, the client looks to you, the architect, and the contractor is the guy who actually gets things done. Of course, in the modern age of contracting, the general contractors, they have no employees. They don't do anything other than have a project manager who tries to beat up subcontractors and material men and try to make the client accept whatever it is that didn't quite work out, because they may or may not have been paying attention. But the contractor it's a different world now than it was. It used to be a small contractor would have 2 helpers and he'd build the house and he'd do his own, maybe not the framing, but he probably was on site and physically did it. Today it's an information business. It is an information business, because you have specialty people who can do these things better, faster, and cheaper, and you've got to coordinate them. You better keep your facts straight, because there's a lot of information, and contracting is about controlling information. How do you run a construction business in the modern age? Used to be that you'd grab a 2x4 and a carpenter's pencil and you just start jotting things and writing notes down as to what you need to do. Now, because you've got to get that information not only in your head and remember it, but you've got to get it to other people who are actually going to execute it and do it. And you need to have a record of what has transpired, because there are always going to be conflicts between what everyone thinks was said, what was actually said, and what the other party thinks was said. Let's assume that you're not building to spec. Let's assume that you're building something that is custom, being built for a customer, and that's your business. That's your, whether you are a general contractor, specialty contractor, or anything else, you have to get the word out that you are somebody who is very good at doing what you do. There's marketing. There's the whole idea of CRM, which is customer relationships management. That's your database system of every interaction that you've ever had with a customer. Every email, every telephone call, every note that you've written down, tied to the project, tied to the client, tied to the projects that you did with the client a year ago. All of this information is extremely valuable and has to be organized. I've used 5 different CRM systems, and I don't particularly like any of them, but I keep using them. And I keep believing that the next one that I use will be the absolute nirvana, the perfect solution. It will have everything organized the way I want to have it organized. Doesn't exist. I actually built my own CRM system that had its own accounting system in it, and I ran an $8 million company on that system. It was torture. But it really had things organized in a way that no other product in its day would do it. But I gave it up because it took somebody to work with me who was a database expert to take my vision and try to, and it was a constant battle to make it work. Then it was a battle to get the accountants to actually understand how I was accounting for this data, because it wasn't in something that they were familiar with. So marketing is about CRM. That's your information with your clients, your vendors, and everyone that you do business with. There's paper things which may or may not exist, although this seminar, this meeting that we're having has the best written and digital data that I've ever seen. This catalog for this convention is absolutely phenomenal. I use it and I'm writing notes in it because, well, I'm moments away from being 72. I may be the oldest person here, and I'm actually in what I would consider an upstart business. So I'm just starting my 6th or 7th career, and I'm happy to be doing it. But I can't remember things. So I'm actually, now it has all these pictures and names and tied together, and as somebody does a presentation, I'm writing down the name of who did the presentation, because 5 minutes from now I won't remember them. I sort of remember the names for a few minutes, and I said I'm going to write a list before I come up here so I can say, and yesterday Steve said blah, blah, blah. No. I'm going to say, well, let's see, the Australian fast-talking auctioneer said, I can put it into something that will stick in an adult mind. CRM helps that. Brochures, newspapers, magazines. I was in business with my father in the 70s, and the big thing was to get an ad in the yellow pages. I don't even know whether they still make yellow pages, but a display ad, and we ran ads in the local newspaper. Storm windows, 1995 installed. Now we have websites. You can't be in business without a website. A website is at least the contact information. It used to be people would try to get vanity 800 numbers. Why would you want an 800 number? Nobody's going to call you. They're going to find you on the internet, and they're going to send you a text, or they're going to send you an email. I get very few phone calls unless somebody is really in trouble on something, or I have gotten myself in trouble on something, then they call. We have websites, we have social media, we have Instagram, Facebook, LinkedIn. These are all platforms where we can show a history of what we have done. Pretty pictures, designs, information, brochures. It's organized, it's cataloged, it's searchable. Google can figure out where it is. Google can figure out whether you have something relevant to say about something that the marketplace wants to hear about. So they match things that are often searched for with people and pages and websites and pages on Instagram and anything else that have relevance, and they rate you relative to then they rate you as to how the website or the page that you have on that subject is perceived by customers. So there's a lot of ways that this information is how you get your name out there. Word of mouth is still terrific. I count on it, but I get attracted by people who never would have heard of me because I've never made a mainline product. I've always made an expensive variant that has extremely unique features that are very desirable to a small percentage of the people who have the interest and money to pay for something that is better than just a $200 window. How do you design the job? Used to be, I grew up learning how to draw on a drafting table with T-squares. A drafting table with T-squares and triangles. You had a 45 triangle and a 60-90 triangle, and that meant you could make every 15-degree increment from 0 to 360 degrees. I went to engineering school with no computer, slide rule. Everything was a slide rule. I had a slide rule in my desk, and I had some younger employees, this is still about 20 years, 30 years ago, and they said, "Why, Ed, why do you have an abacus in your drawer?" I said, "That is not an abacus. Abacus adds numbers and does mathematical things. This is how you do logarithms, square roots, squaring numbers, but nothing is to more than 3-place accuracy. If you make believe that you can do anything better than 3-place accuracy, you're lying. If you give an answer on a test in engineering school with more than 3-place accuracy, they would probably mark you wrong because you are overstating what you think you know to be the answer. And usually you don't need to know unless you're doing rocket science and you're sending ships to the moon and designing O-rings for rocket engines. Then you need that kind of accuracy because you need to understand those things very precisely. But if you're building a house, if you're designing even an elevator, 3-place accuracy is plenty. You need order of magnitude, because then what engineers do, and engineers love to do, is they say, we need a 50% safety factor. So you figure it to 16-place accuracy. Pi, 3.141596. No, it's 3.14. That's plenty good enough. And then they multiply it by 1.5 and say that's what you have to design to. We have window testing, which you set a design pressure of 30 pounds per square foot, which represents about 105 miles an hour, 108 miles an hour, something like that. And then they say, but you have to test your product to 50% over the rated value to make sure that, at least for a short period of time, it won't explode if it is created relative to that. We design in AutoCAD now. I design in Vectorworks. I hate AutoCAD. AutoCAD has a mentality of being, I call them stick people. Everything is a stick. And Vectorworks and SolidWorks, everything is a polygon with shapes and sizes that form a surface. And a two-dimensional surface extends to a three-dimensional. And AutoCAD's origins are like DOS. They are the primitive origins of all these things. They are the pioneers, but they are stick people. They still fundamentally have that product designed around sticks. SketchUp. People can use easily, not with all of the bells and whistles that Vectorworks and ArchiCAD and all the other great programs out there can do for building a house. Budgeting, okay? You have to break the job down. You have the major areas, you have walls, you have roofing, you have flooring, you have this and that, and then that information has to get borne down or driven down or drilled down into detail. And you got to be able to look at the project both at the granular level, every screw nut bolt, and then you have to look at it by segment, and then ultimately your mission is to build a house. You don't need a wall, you need a house that has a wall within it. So don't over-focus on the detail, but don't forget about the details that you need to do to be able to have the vision accomplished. The data has to be collapsible. Then you have to try to go to contract, okay? So you have to have a detailed proposal. You have to have a drawing that represents the vision of what it is. That drawing throughs, flyovers, that can help people gain a fuller understanding of what it is that they're about to buy. You have to manage a job. There's purchasing, scheduling, quality control, job costing, change order management. I alluded to it earlier. In New York City, there are plenty of contractors that will take what they think their cost is and bid their cost to the client to get the job, assuming that they can change order this product. Oh, the architect didn't specifically say they wanted nails in that wall, so I think I'm going to probably have to charge you extra to actually put it together. I could just stand the boards up and they would represent what the architect did. I'm exaggerating, but there is this mentality that I can justify because I hire people that are skilled in the lawyerly art of convincing you that black is actually red. And they do that. And they beat up subcontractors, and then they bid, they take the job based on this bid. I don't mean to belittle them, but there is a game of getting the job, and then there's a game of executing it. Not everybody is straightforward ethical. Many of us are. But it's a war, and you have to act as though it is a war. You never want to go into a lawsuit, but you have to prepare your documentation as though you're going to have to defend it in a lawsuit. Hope for the best, prepare for the worst. Change orders, in the honest way of doing it, is this is what I bid. I didn't understand this. You now want it to change from this to that, and you don't wait until the end of the job and go through and take all those 2x4s you wrote notes on and say, well, I have a change order on this $400,000 house of $200,000. You have to do them with the immediacy of how they are done, how they are created, how they are requested, and then you have to get them written, documented, signed, and approved before you execute the change order. then everyone understands, and then you just add those things up, and that is now the value. You send that information to the client, they understand what they have signed up for, or they said, I don't really want it that bad. Oh, okay, now that you see what it's really going to cost, you don't want it that bad. Option selections, do you want the green tile or the blue tile? And some of this stuff is now being handled by tile shops and carpet shops and plumbing suppliers, and then you've got to get their information has to coordinate to your information, then the right information has to go to the subs. This is an information management business. That's what construction is in today's day and age. Field reporting, what happens in the field, what you ran into in renovations especially. In New York City, all new construction just about, unless you're building skyscrapers, which is not my field, but I'm mostly high-end residences, and it's basically taking some property and changing it to some other property. Field reporting and getting that data back is very important. Getting paid. It used to be paper checks, now it's wire transfers, ACH, Stripe for credit card payments and QuickBooks payments. We sell, our open up window is actually a kitchen pass-through window, and they've become extremely popular. I'm thinking about ditching all the other products that I manufacture because the demand for these things, windows between 3 feet and 10 feet in width, and usually around 4 feet, give or take a foot in height, that open as one piece of glass, open 90 degrees to create a countertop that goes from the kitchen out to the outdoor space, joining the inside to the outside. It turns it into an indoor-outdoor bar. We've done restaurants where a long bar, we did one on Fire Island where a long interior bar had 4 windows put on the backside, so now in the nice weather, they've doubled their bar space to the outdoor space, making it easier for the bartender to communicate directly with the patrons and waitresses or whatever, wait persons who are working in the outdoor space. Those windows are being sold direct to consumers, small contractors, architects, designers, 1 by 1 by 1 by 1, or occasionally 3 or 4 to 1. In any case, we handle those transactions. The paperwork is all electronic. The proposals go out in Panda Docs out of my CRM system, so it's all connected. They sign the contract electronically. They're given by Panda Docs an invoice that they pay in Stripe or QuickBooks. They can either pay by credit card, which is automatically handled for me without doing anything, or they send it by way of ACH. The money is in my bank. The written contract comes to me after they sign it, and I've never met this person. I've never talked to this person. We're setting up a online store that's going to be on our website. We're rebuilding it all now so that there will be lots of these transactions happening one by one. We build the unit because of the way we've designed it, and custom in size, color, and everything else. We build them in 4 to 6 weeks, ship them. We put it in a crate. We put it in a motor freight carrier. We actually now have had 3 of them lost by motor freight carriers. Motor freight carriers are kind of funny. I'm selling a $3,000 or $4,000 window in a crate, and they pay me $2 a pound for anything that they lose or break. That's the maximum they will pay, is $2 a pound. So I have a 200-pound window, $4,000 window. They'll give me $400 if they decide that they didn't care enough to keep track of it. So we now pay $50 a unit to have electronic trackers that use special chips inside of them that are read by Wi-Fi and GPS, and we know exactly where every unit is, how many times it bounced on the road. We get alerts if it hit a bouncy road. Any of those things, I know exactly where it is. It gets reported to me every couple of hours because I want to know. Sometimes we had one that we rebuilt. A month later, the motor freight carrier said, I'm not going to give you your $400 because we found it. I said, why do I need it? I already had to rebuild. What am I going to do? Have the customer out there angry? No, I immediately rebuilt it. You said you lost it. Fortunately, it's a size that I'll be able to resell. They sent it back to me. and wanted to charge me to ship it back to me. Client communications, snail mail, personal meetings, phone, email, SMS, text messages. And I'm going to try to explain some of these terms because as much as people, real estate people, every industry has their terms. There's an SRK that is, you don't have to worry about, and then there's the BSG 56 law that many of us, if we're not specifically in that end of the transactions, have no idea what you're talking about. And when it comes to social media, if you're old like me and have learned it as you go, you're okay. But if you're just getting into this, imagine you're starting a contracting firm now and you hadn't been involved in any of this since you used to do it back in the arc ages when stone men were building things, cavemen, not stone men. Client portals, I will touch on that because I want to get back to that in a moment. Client portals, a lot of this software, ERP software, enterprise resource planning software, which is an integration of accounting, inventory, and all these other things, is kind of like accounting on steroids. These systems like to create client portals where you don't communicate directly to the client. It sends them an email saying, your document is now stored on our portal. Go to your portal and you'll see it. And you have vendor portals and you have client portals. In my experience, customers and vendors don't like to use them, don't use them, won't use them, and you end up having to send the thing directly to them anyway. If you're dealing with repeat people all the time, that's fine. If you're dealing with individuals or people that are electronic adverse, as many of my brethren of equal hairiness approach the universe, you're kind of uncomfortable. What is Instagram? Subcontractor communications, exact same things. Now we have pictures. We can take a picture of the thing, send it to them. We don't have to wait around for a meeting on site. I haven't been or seen most of the building sites, even if I'm doing installation. I've never been there, never met the contractor. It's all handled electronically. Plans and specifications, paper, renderings, PDF, everything now is PDF. I won't accept anyone saying, can I send you a set of plans only if they're PDF? I will not accept paper plans. I'll burn them. I don't want anything to do with it. If that's what you're doing, I'd rather not be involved. Searchable specifications so that it's in something that actually has a searchable index so you don't have to read all 800 pages of boilerplate information that doesn't necessarily reflect the job that is being written as a tight specification. Most of the custom design houses do not have strict specifications, unlike commercial and public jobs that have to. Building the project. We talked yesterday about the innovations in electronic, in pneumatic nailers and all these other kinds of things. Great, but there's 3D printing. They're now going to, we talked about containers. There's 3D printed houses, CNC manufacturing. My windows are not built from extrusions, except for my new open up window. They're built from sheet goods that I laser cut that has all of the holes for every piece of hardware built into the program that we spent a few $100,000 developing, and every window product that we manufacture is built in a 3D model complete with glass and working hardware. I see that window and I operate that window before that window is actually manufactured. I use sheet goods and I don't have inventory that I have to worry about. If my steel components, you wanted them in stainless steel, I say, okay, I'll have the laser cutter buy a piece of stainless steel and cut it. It costs a little bit more, but the engineering and design cost is not a new product anymore. Information integration. This is relatively new. Bigger contractors have done it for a long time, but there are some nifty programs for trades, specialty trades, and general contractors. My favorite is probably JobTread, and then there's JobTread, and there's a billion variants to it. Procore and co-construction are used by larger contractors, and they house drawings, specifications, and things like that so that all of the updates are there. User buy-in. Workers have to buy into whatever system that they're going to be reporting to. if all your people are not buying into it and using it, you're gathering gibberish. You're not gathering analyzable data. Some workers worry about Big Brother because these programs that I just like JobTread, BuilderTrend, these jobs actually they track your workers' phones. So they know that your worker went out to McDonald's for lunch and he's not on the job site when he said that he was on the job site. And they worry about that whole sense of Big Brotherism. Subs, they don't want to use the portal, so you better still create these documents, but you better send it to them in an email and get a response to it. Clients hate using portals because I'm paying you and you're asking me to now participate and do some of the work. And I really don't like doing it. So just present me the bill and then I'll hound you for all the backup stuff that I need, and I'll keep asking you questions, and you'll know that I'm happy when you actually get the payment. All right, that's what I have to say. There's been 55 years of innovation. There have been a lot of changes in technologies. It's now about information management, and you better have all of your facts straight. Any questions? No, you are completely boring. Yes, there are. A microphone to this side of the room,
Yes,
please.
sorry.
Oh, I always wanted to do those boxing things. Are you ready to rumble? My voice scares small children, by the way.
Number 7? Number 7.
Over at table 3, table number 7.
Are you ready to rumble?
With the fries, yes, I'm sorry.
Ready to rumble. All right. So I work for a tech startup, and we use drones, 360-degree cameras. We have artificial intelligence, visual intelligence algorithms. We automate your land surveys, automate everything that you spoke about, construction progress, asset management, etc. Why I gave this much of description is because I want to know from you that the technology and advancements in technology, it always keeps getting accused of stealing away human jobs. And at the same time, you see, we cannot go back. Technology helps being efficient, being more precise, a faster growth of economy, etc. So how do you think about it? How do we balance this?
Okay. Yeah, this is something. I have to confess that as an industrial engineer, my goal in life was to have a company that made me a lot of money and had 0 employees, because employees are nothing but a pain in the ass. They cause trouble. They are valuable to you until they decide to go out into business for themselves and figure that they can do what you did and keep most of that huge amount of money. I've been through bankruptcy 3 times. So all of that money that I theoretically have made, sometimes it doesn't work out. I got caught in 9/11. With a lot of projects in New York City that cost me $750,000 in 6 months. I survived only to the impact of it. 2008, I ended up having some problems. Earlier problems back in the oil embargo. Employees are a problem. Employees get you into trouble. Valuable employees are valuable, and you have to have them. Does technology, is in the evildoers like me, is in the back of their mind that I can get rid of people? Not entirely, but I can help keep people from making human mistakes. The technology should help keep them from being able to make the mistake that humans are likely to make. When humans have to do something repeatedly, their mind wanders. Automobile manufacturers use robots not as much to fight with the UAE as it is to get those repeatable functions. Robots do not get carpal tunnel. So yes, it augments. It is an augment, and the jobs that it's getting rid of is the areas of jobs that can be better handled by something that is driven by a microchip. So it forces people to have different training, and people have to be retrained, and people have to be moved into things. A short COVID story. We actually, the first 2 months of COVID, early 2020, we were scared to death. We were terrified, and we had a lot of business. We had business that either slowed down, disappeared, or didn't come in. And I had a small crew, and they were smart. They were smart, capable cookies, and I taught them website design. All you web designers out there, with WordPress and Elementor. Any idiot with a little bit of brains can design something that's passable. Was it great? No. Did I later hire people? But I taught them how to do marketing, how to take pictures that we had created from job sites and actually post them onto Instagram, Facebook, and to make videos. One of them actually went to school, although he was building windows for me and installing them. He went to school as a videographer. So we took videos. They weren't perfect. I prefer videos. He had a big camera, but I preferred ones that you got on an iPhone or whatever, because they're contemporaneous. They occur by the installers as they're installing it, and people don't just want to see finished photos and finished videos. They want to really watch the sausage being built. They like to see those things. They enjoy understanding what goes into it. So we cross-purposed those people for a couple of months. Nobody lost $1's worth of wages, and we did something that built value so that when we came out 60 days into it, number one, we got PPP money, which was important to us. We got EIDL money from disaster relief, and that carried us through. And this marketing stuff that our installers and factory workers were creating for us created a momentum that blew us out the back end of it 60 days into it. And we're still living off of what they generated during that time, because they were cross-purposed, they were retrained, and they were made useful when their original job had a lapse. So if you're smart and you care about the people, sorry, I'm digressing once again. I'm running like 60 minutes over. Am I getting the hook yet?
Yeah, unfortunately, we are out of time.
Okay.
Yeah. But I want to thank you for your presentation.
Corner me sometime. I'll tell you lots of stories.
Yeah, but I'm with you too. When I got a fax machine in my apartment in New York City, I thought we had hit the pinnacle of technology. We're never going any further than this, and here we are today. But thank you for that trip down memory lane. Appreciate your talk.
Thank you.
All right, thank you again, Ed. Here at the Realty 2.0 conference, we believe in giving credit when it's due. Please join us in honoring the brilliant work of leading individuals and organizations in real estate and construction. Now we will begin the Realty 2.0 Conference Awards and Recognition Program. I don't know if we have our presenter. Do we have Lady Didi Wong in attendance? All right, we'd like to welcome her on stage. All right, these are Outstanding Leadership Awards. The first award goes to Darren Kittleson. And we'd love for you to say a few words when you get on stage.
Thank you. This is an industry I got into when I was 24 years old. It's been 32 years, and it's been an incredible one. And so it's and I love hearing what's happening from a technology perspective. So I'm always innovating and trying to stay ahead of the game that way. So thank you.
Congratulations.
Congratulations.
Okay, Dwayne Lewis.
First off, I want to say thank you to the organization for having us here. My company, we are a building company out of Arizona. We specialize in interior build-outs, and we've been able to hit the ground running very quickly within 5 years to become a multi-million-dollar company. We've expanded into 4 states. We contract with NASA. We're in the NFL. We do a lot of sporting events, and it's been a pleasure to receive some of the technology that has been advancing throughout the community and being able to implement that in our company. Thank you.
Scott Crone.
Thank you. This is an individual award, but it's really a company award. So on behalf of our company, I'd like to thank Realty 2.0 for this and the opportunity to be here. Thank you very much.
Thomas Serenina.
I'm Thomas Seriana. I'm one of the co-founders of Precision Crane Company, a Native American-owned 8A company. Do a lot of federal contract work and joint venture work. So we offer a service, but we're also an asset too. So I want to thank you to Realty 2.0 for this opportunity and great honor. Thank you.
Thank you.
Paul Nyson.
Thank you, all of you. Realty 2.0 is a great time here to meet all these other people here who have these great opportunities, and love to talk further with you guys. Thanks.
Nilkanth Sardesai.
Good morning, everyone. I think I'm the only person from India or the Asia here. Thank you very much, Realty Plus, for acknowledging my efforts. This will go to, I dedicate this to my wife, my teachers, and my family who suffered with me to reach to this level being in the construction industry. I'm basically a civil engineer from India, and it's very difficult for an engineer to manage the work-life balance. It is all in the books, and when you work, you really don't know what time you are going home or what time you are going to be in the office. So thank you very much, Realty 2, And I can't forget my current employer who has sent me here right from India to attend this conference. Thanks a lot.
Congratulations. Yes, congratulations. Max Taxer.
Hello everyone, I really appreciate and I was very pleased to participate in this event. Also as a speaker, I really wanted to thank you all this organized guys who organized this actually event for us. Thank you.
Timothy Lockhart.
Thank you. I'm very grateful to be here, to be in this conference, and to be amongst such great colleagues. We pride ourselves in bringing increase to our local community through real estate, investing, and home ownership. And so that's what we're about. Thank you.
And the Best Companies Award goes to Stonecrest Resorts, LLC.
Well, thank you once again for having such a wonderful conference and event. I want to thank Realty 2.0 for constructing an opportunity to really just celebrate all of the wonderful work that's happening here in the United States and in communities. As far as what we do at Stonecrest Resorts, I mentioned briefly yesterday about my personal journey, but what Stonecrest Resorts is doing is we are in the midst of redeveloping a regional shopping center just outside of Atlanta. And so we've acquired a 143,000 square foot former Sears building, and we're doing an adaptive reuse to convert it into a family lifestyle entertainment center. So the first phase of that included our team working together to build and construct an aquarium for our community called Sequest. We're in the midst of the second phase now, and at the conclusion of that project, we will have created more than 500 new jobs for our community and having an economic impact of over $60 million for our community from the project, from that adaptive reuse. So that just goes to show you real estate can create a true public-private partnership that helps the community, the neighborhoods, that helps government implement and have an impact, but also really fuels the economy. So thank you for recognizing the work and the effort of my team and the impact that we're having on the community. Thank you once again.
On behalf of the entire conference team, congratulations to all the awardees. Now it's time to disperse for a short coffee break. Don't forget to use our official conference hashtag, Realty2Conf, and we'll see you in about 30 minutes. Okay, welcome back, everyone. It's time to invite our guest of honor, Lady Didi Wong, the CEO of the Yes Academy, who will be sharing her success secrets and marketing knowledge with the real estate community. She's an international award-winning speaker, Hollywood film and TV producer and financier, speaking coach, angel investor, and a UN Goodwill ambassador. Let's give her a round of applause.
Thank you. Where is the clicker? This one. Okay, good morning, still morning. I am going to command the room by please asking for your attention, because I would love to be able to share some knowledge with you. Real estate is not usually my path. I am an angel investor, I am a philanthropist and a speaking coach, and I'm here mostly to support my clients next door in the Marketing 2.0, but they asked the guest of honor, which is me, to come and give you some joy, some goodness, and I'm like, why not? Because I am a real estate investor. And so my presentation today is probably going to be quite different to the other speakers, because I'm not in it like in construction, or I am in it in a sense that I am an investor. And I thought I would bring some fun to the room, because I love fun. And I said, and as one of my friends said next door, Tracy, who's actually here, you know, if you don't have fun in your life, then there's no point living your life. So I always say, I want to bring fun, I want to bring some joy to the room. And real estate actually can be really fun. I actually own an interior design company as a hobby, kind of, with my husband, because we've discovered that we're actually quite good designers from doing our own home. So my story, well, actually, you know, I'm going to go into why am I the guest of honor, and why was I up here giving you guys awards, because I think it's important for you, like, who is this chick who's giving me an award? I do get my title as lady from the Royal Order of Constantine the Great in St. Helen, which is the oldest royal order in the world, and they're from Spain. So my husband and I were knighted a couple months ago. And I'm mainly, thank you very much, thank you. I'm mainly focusing my time on philanthropy and a lot of fundraising, because I call myself a financier. I have a huge network where I can draw investments into. So if you are in real estate and you need capital, you know, depending on the project, I would be a good person for you to contact, because I have the people who have the money, who want to be involved in real estate and invest, including myself. So that's another reason why I could be the guest of honor. And also, I've really helped this whole conference by bringing in a lot of great people. And you know, it's important for conferences to happen, live events, because it's the energy that you get from each other when you connect to advance whatever you want to advance in life. So to have conferences like this, live events, you get to come together and be celebrated as well, because a lot of you are awardees, right? And you're coming up on stage to actually accept the recognition. So I encourage you to actually really live in the joy of someone recognizing you as well in your real estate avenue. So today I want to talk about interior design ideas for flipping properties. I don't know how many of you are interested in this topic, but I thought, hey, it's actually more personal as well. Even to your own home, it is something for you to think about, because I am actually an expert in feng shui, which, because I'm Chinese and I really loved it as I growing up, and I'm a little bit suspicious. So I'm going to give you some tips on feng shui as well. So you don't, this session doesn't always have to be about business, about you helping, you know, your clients. Sometimes it's good to learn for your own good. And I encourage you, when you, after this session, you might want to go home and think about the placements of your furniture, the placements of objects, and the placements of things that can really unblock the energy flow, right, of your home. This way your life can free up. You can free up space, unclutter your space, so that you can invite goodness into your life. So that's what I'm here for, something different, right? So let's start off by Questions to ask yourself, if you are an investor or if you're going to be an investor or have somebody, what do you do? What do you want to get into? Why do you want to get into real estate? Why are you doing this? It's always good to get back to the why. Every year when we turn the clock to a new year, you always should ask yourself, why am I doing what I'm doing? And do I like what I'm doing? And if you're not, then you should really pivot and start to think about doing something else, because it is important to be happy, because your joy brings other people joy, and that's when business happens. Have you always loved seeing open houses, been curious about seeing people's insides of the homes, townhomes, condos, and apartments? If you actually have just natural passion towards the structure or architectural or the aesthetics of inside and outside of home, of land, then you are in the right place. So if you have that in you, I definitely want you to think about that. Do you have patience? Because obviously, as most of us know, in construction, in real estate, the actual making of the deal, it is also important to know that things will go wrong. In advance, tell yourself, and if it goes wrong, it's okay, I can take a deep breath and keep moving on. So do you have patience? Do you have a certain talent in this industry? Meaning that, like I discovered, without knowing, my husband and I bought a house. We have 4 children who are all, by the way, in the house here with me. And we discovered by doing our own house that we actually are quite good, and we actually really enjoy designing. We never argued once, because, by the way, the number 1 cause of divorce is construction. I don't know if you knew that. But we never argued. We really enjoyed it, and we were like, wow, we actually complement each other on design ideas, and we had great conversations. So I found my knack in design and real estate by doing that. So hopefully you can think about that for yourself. What experience do you have in real estate? Of course, experience comes with doing. So don't think so much, but do. People take tons of real estate courses, myself included. We've got on boots on the ground, walked with people, talked on the phone, mentors, and then we found ourselves just getting the knowledge. A lot of people fall into this trap. You learn the knowledge, you learn, but then you don't apply. So I encourage you, when you learn about real estate, just be aware that you're just learning, but you need to apply. That's when you really get the experience. You're going to have to fail. Everybody fails. You might have to lose a little bit of money, but in losing, that is your education. That is your experience to move and do another project and make money out of it. Are you willing to gamble? That is important. As an investor in any field, you should be willing to gamble and know that there is that time that you may lose some money. What type of flip can you imagine yourself doing? So, of course, my talk today is really more about flips, and I want you not to be cookie cutter flippers. So, that's a good name for a TV show, cookie cutter flippers, because I'm in TV and movie producing, and so for me it's about the marketing, the words that I use to entice someone to an idea, and then once you actually further go on to have a conversation, that's when you get into the real juice part of the deal. Okay, so 5 tips for a successful flip. I'm going to read it from here, it's easier. Make smart and cost-effective choices to increase value of investment. Of course, this is easy. This is basically math 101. If you buy a house for $100 and you sell it for $500, you make $400. If you buy a house for $100 and put in $100, so it's $200 that you really spent, and you sell it for $500. I'm doing easy math because my children are here. Are you listening, children? Then you make $300. So basically, don't overpay for a property, and then you have to put money in, and then you end up making very little money or no money. Of course, as you are starting out flipping, it is good to learn on the job, like I said before. And if you make a mistake, you happen to buy a property that's a little bit overpriced, then you go into the things that I'm going to tell you about. What kind of tile you pick, what kind of floors you pick, what kind of lighting. All of that comes into play to really adjust your budget in order to increase your profit. Familiarize yourself with the area, prices, and styles of surrounding houses. Where did you decide to buy? Like, look around the houses around you, and like, are they mostly Mediterranean? Are they rinky-dinky, really old-looking houses that are still in the neighborhood? Are there the McMansions? You do not want to buy a house and make it the McMansion, because you don't want to be the most expensive house on the street. You want to be kind of medium to higher, but so that's a very important thing for you to know if you want to become a flipper. You want to buy and then make it look nice, but not be the McMansion, because that sets up the bar to be the highest grossing house. But then it's good for the neighbors. The neighbors will want you to make a McMansion, because then their prices will go up. And actually, in my neighborhood right now, I live in Encino in California. And it's an area called Amastor Estates. When we first bought 11 years ago, houses were nice, but they were not the McMansions. And so the developers started coming in, and so let the developers do that. Make the McMansions, raise the price of the neighborhood. Then you can start buying the really old rinky-dink ones, and then you can start investing, and that you can sell at a higher price. And then number 3 is choose neutral color classic color palettes throughout, which I will show you in the next few slides. Floors, very, very important. Most important, though, is the kitchen and bathrooms. I'm pretty sure I don't have to tell you guys that, because you are showing up at a real estate conference, so I know you know that. But hey, it's always good to remind yourself to have that foundation and have a repetitive thought in your mind that, you know what, kitchen and floors, maybe I will put more money into that rather than this, so that you can sell your property better. And the bonus is the feng shui. So I'm going to go right into the cookie cutter flipper. You don't want to be one. Okay, so interior design and a cookie cutter in the interior design business is marked by lack of originality or distinction. So that means if you are an investor, if you are a developer or a construction guy or a designer, you don't want people to walk in and be like, oh, I could have got that from IKEA, or that color is kind of ugly. In fact, the back of this wall is kind of the ugly color that I'm talking about. Those ugly beiges. Beige can be nice, but these are ugly beiges. So I kind of picked 3 pictures to show you what I mean by cookie cutter. This is the kitchen, and right in the middle, that's very cookie cutter, white and beige, with that ugly kind of brown marble countertop, right? And of course, you can see the sink and the faucet. It's just very, very cheap. And then on the right, you have the TV. Obviously, this is, if you were to stage your home, don't stage it like this, is what I'm trying to say, right? Very cookie cutter like, with that screen and the beige couch, the beige carpet, and the brown floors. And then you got the left, this is the kind of like a very dorm room, like our college room, like room. So, these are the things you should not be doing, and there's many, many more. Obviously, the blue is okay. The blue wall is actually okay if they had chosen a different floor and a different bed sheet, and all of that comes into play when you walk into a house. It's a feeling that you want to get, and you want to have people open their eyes and feel good when they walk into that space. So now I'm going to choose some nicer looking slides to show you. So the left is, like you can see, is a much warmer look with the black accents. Obviously, you always have black because of electronics being that way. Wood floors that are nice wood. Now, I don't know if some of you know, the wider the plank of the wood, the more expensive your house looks. So, and also when you go into these places where you pick the tiles and pick the floors, there are wider planks that you can pick that are, same price as the smaller ones, depending on what the material is. Like, I just did a 4,000 square foot house in the neighborhood I was telling you about, and I actually chose to do laminate floors. which is a huge no-no in a very high-end home, right? But because I don't like to follow the rules, I told my contractor, you know what, this is a wide plank, it's beautiful gray, and I really feel like this house is going to benefit from this floor because I know the kind of family who wants to move in will have children, and children spill all the time. My husband is all about, oh my God, don't spill on the floor because the wood floors and it's going to expand if the liquid stays on the floor. But laminate floors nowadays are actually very much used. Engineered laminate floors are very much used even in higher-end homes because people don't want to have to deal with the redoing of the real wood floors. But of course you do have that traditional real wood floors that are really, really beautiful too. And this one is one of them. So I want to have you really look at the picture of all the colors, the palettes, because it really is a kind of talent that you have to acquire to really understand what colors go with what. And sometimes when you see it on a piece of paper versus seeing it in the room, it's also different. So this one on the left, on the general, if I were to just to verbally say, okay, I'm gonna mix a navy blue with some brown, with some black, with some gray, you're like, those are just too many colors in that room. But actually, if you look at the picture, the navy blue are the seats, the gray are the curtains, the kind of beige would be the floors. They mixed it really well. So it really depends on how you stage your property to sell. On the right, I picked this on purpose because I actually read in one of the top magazines, I can't remember what, top housekeeping or real estate magazines in England, where actually blush is the new classic color. So on the left is very masculine, you can see. On the right is more feminine. But blush is actually coming up to be one of the classic colors that you can use and not be afraid to use, even if you are a man. And I love men wearing pink shirts, by the way. So you can actually see on the right that really brings out the aesthetics, the blush of it, right? You never think to color your walls that color, but actually it's very nice. So, floors. So, I wanted to pick 3 pictures to really show you what kind of floors can really help you elevate your investment property to flip in a higher price, right? So, as I said earlier, the gray floors on the top left, that is actually the room that the house that I renovated, and that is the floor that I picked for the whole house. In the picture, you can't see that it's wider, but you kind of can. So you can see that gray I picked throughout my whole house. Whenever you use the same flooring throughout the whole house, it actually makes the house look bigger. And that's just, for your eyes to, when you walk in, you're like, wow, this is so big because you're using the same flooring. You're not cutting it up into different parts of the house. And then on the right, I picked a marble floor because as you do more flipping, you want to do higher ends because you can make more money. These are actually really great ideas. So I know when I was flipping in England, my mom used to always use marble floors. It just gives you that grand feeling, that shiny marble floor. And then I also picked a different kind of flooring on the herringbone on the bottom left, which also is very nice. It's like a countryside feel, more homey, down to earth, like warm feeling. Don't be afraid to use that as well. Okay, kitchens. Just to give you an idea, this was one of the kitchens I remodeled. As you can see on the left, it was very old looking. It was stuck in the 1960s. And you see they have carpeting in the living room, ugly colors. When I walked in this house, I was like, oh my God, it's so dark. It's so gloomy. And again, it's the feeling that I got. I was like, wow, what's going on in this house? But then I stripped everything. I made it so much lighter, as you can tell on the right, and I made it into a contemporary transitional style. And in just 4 years, I bought this at 1.5. I put in 500K, so it brought it up to 2 mil, and I just sold it for 2.75, and that was in four years' time. Yeah, so it's fun. I made some good money doing what I love. Have pictures to show for it, and I went a little higher end on my pickings of tiles, and my husband will laugh at me because him and I always, he would pick a $4 tile and I'll pick a $14 tile, and I always win that conversation, like, to persuade him, let's stick to the $14 tile. I know it's $14, but oh my God, this will make and break the sale. So I know when I will apply that expensive piece and when I should. So just like this one, you would never think my floors are laminate floors. $8,000 for a 4,000 square foot house. I only paid $8,000 for my floors, which is brilliant, by the way, pat to myself. And by the way, the kitchen is an IKEA kitchen. Would you ever think that it was an IKEA kitchen? Not because of you will know obviously when you open stuff, but what I do is I add in the expensive tile. I add in the expensive waterfall countertop, so that you can really see, wow, you would never know. Now, granted, I sold it to a family who did recognize that it was laminate floors, who did recognize that, actually they never said anything about the kitchen, but they did recognize the laminate floors, and they did say, oh, but these are not laminate floors, so we'll have to change out the floors. Good, fine, you can change it out to however you want, but I still got a really good sale out of it. So it's really the feeling you want to give them, right? And of course, if you're selling to people who just want to turnkey and don't want to do any work, they're probably going to be okay with this until the floor cracks and then they change it. But I'm just teaching you that it's okay. It's like, I remember one time in the Oscars, Sharon Stone was wearing like a Oscar de la Renta skirt with a Gap t-shirt. It's the same kind of idea. You don't have to spend all your money on everything, you can mix and match, and it's actually smarter to do it that way. And that's who I am in my authenticity anyway in my life. I can be really frugal in my parking and valet. I hate have to pay that, but I would be very lenient on, buying a pair of shoes. So work with your personality, show that in your designs. A lot more before and after pictures for you to really see. Really try to stay away from those browns. Those are what I'm talking about, the cookie cutter. If you really want to stick out and be unique in the flipping market, you want to have your house not basically be brown. So if you are thinking about even your own home, if you have brown cupboards in the kitchen, think about changing those out because it really will change the aesthetic of your home. So you can see everything lighter is always better, right? Because it looks bigger. So on the right here, you see the browns, taken out to make it much more black and white, which is very, very stylish. Of course, this is all down to your taste as well. Beauty is in the eye of the beholder. So if modern and contemporary is not your style, then of course, go with your style. But I'm just generally giving you the idea. Again, the left is the same thing. Take out that brown, ugly countertop and fix in some white. White and grays are really good to go. And actually, recently, now I've been looking at open houses, people add in a slight tint of gold as well. You might find some nice homes that have gray and white themes, but they actually add in a touch of gold, which is just to add that little spice to it. Bathrooms. I wanted to show you the bathroom that I was very proud that I designed. On the left, this was really the best room in the house, and every time I walk into it, I was just like, this is my joy. I love my tile guy. Let me just tell you, the tile guy who did this, I've worked with him a few times, and he works very high-end home, multi-million-dollar homes. So when he came in, and I gave him the tile, and I said, Vic, I want this tile on the walls, and this is the marble I want on the. He's like, Dee, please don't do dark tile. Just don't do it. This is not going to be good. He literally completely told me to say no to it, right? I'm like, no, Vic, just trust me. I know myself. I know my designs. And I was like, just trust me, please. So he did it, And he's like, Didi, this is the best bathroom I've ever done in my 30 years of doing work. So as I said, I like to not follow the rules, and I like to encourage people to think outside the box. So if I didn't encourage him to see that, he may not ever in his lifetime enjoy the work that he could do to make a bathroom like this. So I was really happy that I changed his mind. And then of course you have to balance the dark with the light, which I did over there. And then skylight is really nice from the top. And then I did a just very simple his and hers vanity, because you can add the accents with the tissue box or the things that you hold your toothbrush to make it look good. Okay, so more bathrooms that look beautiful. I wanted this session to have you look at beautiful things. Because I always say when you have beautiful things to look at, it just makes you live a happier life. Even if it's on pictures or online, when you're researching, you want to look at beautiful things, because as you look at more beautiful things, it influences your style. It influences what your aesthetics are. And as you do that for yourself, you become a better designer. And then, so there's different types of beautiful, right? There's left, more like a shabby chic type of style, where you have pattern floors in the bathroom matching the tub. But you see, you got the browns and the gold and the black and the white. So even if you have mixture of all these colors, it can still look beautiful. I do encourage you to put in glass shower rather than using curtains. Nowadays, really, that's actually really good. I mean, of course, you have to have the budget, and make sure you put that in, because people do care about that stuff. The middle one, I thought it was nice to put this one in, because, just adding a little bit of curtain in the bathroom, that doesn't take any money. Like, that would make it look aesthetically pleasing. It's a very simple thing that you can add to make it look more private, to make it look more luxury. That's why I put that one in there. And then, of course, on the right, when you have marble from the wall to the floor into your toilet, bathroom, and up, that just makes the room look very big and very inviting. A lot of high-end hotels do that nowadays. Even though the classic marble is boring, it is, I would call it cookie cutter. It is the highest end of cookie cutter pickings, because marble is still, Carrara marble is still very, very much accepted and loved. So this is the page where, you probably would want to take a picture of it if you wanted to just revisit it. I'm going to go through it very quickly, so I only have 3.5 minutes left. Because feng shui is important, and these are all the tips I have for you that will really help you in your own home. If you start with your own home to just change up a little things, you're going to feel better. When you go out there to do your construction, your contracts, and your investing, and your designing, you're going to feel better because your own home is feeling better. So take all these ideas into effect in your own home. Are you sleeping the way where the exit? So in Chinese superstition and feng shui, you never sleep. So let's say this is my bedroom. That's just to give you an idea. You never sleep in the way where your feet are facing the front door, because we believe when you die, that's how people will carry you out, right? So for example, in this room, if I sleep on a bed that's right on the stage, face like this, that is very bad, because the exit is right there, right? So perhaps the best way would be for me to put the bed that way and sleep this way, with my feet this way, right? And then the TV or paintings over there. Do not put storage under your bed, because we believe clutter is really bad for energy flow. So the whole idea of feng shui is energy flow. You want as if water is going into your home. Water, by the way, is a sign of wealth and health and also money. So if you imagine in your home right now, what if I were to put a hose in there and water was flowing? Is there something that's going to be blocking the flow of the water? Right? You don't want to put your furniture right where the entrance is. Like, you don't want to walk into an entrance and then a sofa is right there, because you're blocking the flow of the energy. And that's very important in feng shui. Don't put mirrors in your bedroom. It invites infidelity. Place mirrors where the mirror reflects beautiful things. So think about where you have placements of mirrors right now in your own home. Are you putting it where the reflection, when you're not standing in front of it, is reflecting your bathroom? Is it reflecting just a plain wall? You might want to, if that is the case, then put a beautiful painting. You know, you can always do things to kind of make the feng shui better, right? So think about your placement of the mirrors. Make sure it looks beautiful. Keep the entrance of your home clutter-free. So for me, like I have children. They walk in, they come from the school, they put their backpacks on the floor, they just take their shoes off. So I've been training them to do not do that, babies. You know, put your shoes nicely underneath the bench in front and put your backpacks back into the closet every single day, because when you have an entrance that is free-flowing, again, your energy is not blocked, and so good things will come your way, okay? Have some water element at the entrance if you can. We bought just a standing waterfall to put in the front entrance. Any type of water element to add to your entrance is a really good thing to invite wealth into your life. Make sure you have something representing the 5 elements. All of this, I'm going to let you read because I know I'm running out of time. Place objects in your house that make you feel good. Always, and if you know Marie Kondo, she goes into the closet to talk about your clothes. What makes you feel good? What you haven't worn versus what you've worn. And when you pull it out of the hanging rack, does it make you feel good? If it doesn't make you feel good, donate it. Same kind of thing. What objects in your house make you feel good versus no good? And then all objects have energy. Make sure you really think about that. And then the very last slide, if you guys want to take a picture of this really helped me when it came to wanting to have babies. I focused on my east wall, the family wall, where I would put baby pictures of the visualization of what my baby would look like when I went back 11 years ago, right? And if you want to get better at any of these things, let's say you're single and you're thinking about this year, I really want to find a partner and have a relationship, then focus on Southwest. Southwest is where you might want to put red roses. You might want to put something that's more romantic. That will really bring out that part of your life. And of course, abundance, all of that. If you, like your word that you got today, right? You should actually put it in the fame and reputation south wall. You should actually hang it in your south wall. Of course, you need to have your compass and know which wall is what. But that's the kind of stuff that I want you to really think about. It adds joy to your life. It adds something good to your life that will make you feel good first. When you feel good, you're going to go out to the world and make other people feel good, and then the deals and the money will come through. So hopefully I gave you, I've never done a talk in real estate, so I just thought this was going to be fun, and I hope you got some goodness out of it. Thank you so much. And if you want to connect, I'm just at didi@didiwong.com, DIDI@DIDIWONG.com. I usually teach people how to speak and do elevator pitches, and I'm a business and speaking coach and also investor. So yeah, please connect with me. I would love to make a friend of you. Thank you so much.
Okay, thank you so much, Didi. I know I loved all those beautiful images, so thank you. We are witnessing increased female participation and women in decision-making roles in the construction and real estate industry, both traditionally male-dominated arenas. A group of leading experts will now share their experiences and success secrets in this panel discussion titled, "The Future is Female: How Women Industry Chiefs Are Managing Growth and Success." Please join me in welcoming the moderator, Samina Chowdhury, luxury home real estate agent and partner of Keller Williams Lucido Agency and Lucido Global, who will be brainstorming with other panelists on this subject.
Hello, everyone. Good afternoon. So we are here to discuss about the power of women in real estate, and I have 4 top power women who will discuss what makes them powerful in real estate. So first we'll introduce ourselves. I'm Samina Chaudhry from Maryland, and I work with Keller Williams Lucido Agency. We are Lucido Global in 16 states in US, 2 in Canada, and growing to other states as well.
Hello, my name is Sunday McElwain. I'm from Washington, D.C. I'm the founder and CEO of Black Girls Buy Houses. We concentrate on helping homeowners who are going through foreclosure, tax liens, any distress in their property where they need to sell quickly, rebuy, and also work with investors in order for them to acquire acquisitions.
Candy Bowen with Real Brokerage in Arizona. I am a associate broker. We were supposed to talk about production and stuff, right? So I've sold over $130 million in real estate, and I created an automated system to systemize the transaction so any agent can do 70 deals by themselves and over 150 with one TC. I created a moving truck company, a staging company, a contractor company, and I am a joint venture in a home warranty company and an insurance company. So I've really created a all-in-one stop shop where we drive business to our business, and it's really benefited through relationships. And my leadership roles, I have 5 chair positions in various boards on state and local associations, and I definitely am a heavy hitter on the fundraising side. So,
thank you, Candy. Crystal?
Hi, I am, oh, that's a little loud. My name is Crystal Dyson. I am president of Roarco outside of Houston, Texas. We have 40 agents, and we have an office in Beaumont and Houston, and we will be opening up an office in Austin at the end of the year.
Hi, everyone. I'm Ronnie White from New York City.
Ronnie, you want to speak up a little bit?
Hi, everyone. I'm Ronnie White from New York City, and I am the CSO for helping them RWD, specializing in ESG advisory, investments, green construction, and everything real estate.
Well, awesome. Let's start with the questions. Now, this is a question for Candy, Crystal, and Ronnie, all 3 of you, since all 3 of you have teams that you manage. So what advice do you have for women looking to grow either their own business or within the company they work for?
So I read this question earlier, and I'm sorry, I was supposed to say, I manage a team of 7, so. Yeah. There you go. So I would say to any woman getting into real estate or any business to just believe in yourself and believe you can do it. You're going to have the passion towards the goal, and the goal has to be making your life better. They start small and then your goals get bigger. So if your first goal is to be able to just make enough money to feel comfortable and financially secure, get there and keep going after that goal. So take little steps towards big success and you'll get there. Just keep focused.
Crystal?
Yeah, my advice would be know your strengths, know your downfalls, know where you're going. If you haven't read StrengthsFinder, that's a huge, massive benefit to your business because you can't grow if you don't know where your downfalls are. It takes a team, and it's not just an individual thing. If I don't have certain strengths in certain areas, I have to depend on my leadership team to help support those goals.
Ronnie, any tips?
Yes, make sure that you speak up and communicate clearly with those on your teams. I have various teams of various sizes depending on a project and scope of work, and communicate clearly and effectively the outcomes that are expected, and be available to help make sure that everyone is on the same page. And also share your knowledge and don't shy away from that. Make sure that you are being the leader, that make sure that you have that outcome. That's why you are trying to be the leader and opening up your own practice or your own firm.
Thank you. Yes.
I forgot to say one thing because this is important. I wanted to put it in. Get involved in your local associations. If you're getting into real estate, the best place that you can go get examples of what to do and what to be and which path you want to be on is getting inside of the association. Check out the Young Professionals, Women's Council, Veterans Council. I mean, there's all kind of councils. So just get in there. That's what I did within a month of real estate. And they were so excited they had a new one. They put me everywhere, and that built me into leader.
That's a great idea, Candy, because I also feel that if you don't have your own database for people to start your business, that is the best way to start your own database, especially for agents who are moving from one state to another and you're new to that state. This is the best way to do that. So that's a great idea. Candy, I'm going to start
Actually,
with you.
I just wanted to add,
Yeah.
add to that point because it is so important and crucial. It's a key takeaway. And use that to help encourage and to educate wherever you are to get involved. Myself, I'm the chair of Health and Hospitals Corporation Bellevue, one of the biggest and historic hospitals in the United States. It's where the nursing school was first invented, the first ambulance, just the first all the way around the board, first anesthesia care, the first to just take anyone and everyone into a hospital 200 years ago. If everyone just couldn't go to the hospital. It's also where Ebola was stopped dead in its tracks before it could spread across the country. And with my knowledge base and my experience in construction and built commercial interiors, I help them make sure that the environment is safe and is as best as it can be. It's a level 1 trauma center, and in Manhattan, if something were to happen, it's where like the president would go. It's where all the people from the UN would go to get care. So I help, spread that knowledge and share that, and it encourages and educates others, and it's important to share that knowledge. Also working locally with redesign of certain areas. We're redesigning parts of Park Avenue and a lot of other areas, so making sure that there's public art and sculptures. That helps as well, understanding the building codes and also putting that impact in to make sure that the codes are fortified and strengthen the local base. So it is important to incorporate your giving back to your community in a leadership manner into dovetailing it into your practice.
Thank you. Candy, I'm going to start with you the next, Sunday. Sunday, your next question is, what advice would you give to your 25-year-old self?
Honestly, that has not been that long ago, but
Yeah.
I would tell my 25-year-old self to continue doing what I was doing at 25, pushing myself, network, go outside the bubble. Don't be afraid to do things that people aren't doing in real estate. There's so many mentors and influencers online, especially being a millennial, that whatever I saw them doing, I was like, okay, well, how can I make that better? Or what do I see that they need to make improvements on that I can put in my personal business? So I would definitely tell myself to continue to be fearless, just go for it.
Would you do anything different if you knew, like what you know today, if you knew earlier? What would you do?
What I knew today, I mean, business would be like,
Yeah.
I'll probably be on Candy's level. But, you know, if I knew what I knew today at 25, I may not have been ready just because of the maturity side of it, but I definitely would have used my youth more. I mean, just being younger, just putting younger people on teams or hiring younger people, you have that new vision of what's needed in innovation. So I would just bring what I have today into my younger self.
How have you built confidence and resiliency over the course of your career?
Myself?
Yeah.
Okay.
I'll start with you and then we'll go down.
Okay. I've built resilience throughout real estate as far as just hitting the pavement hard. Like I said, doing things that people are afraid to do. You know, going back to before the internet, using old ways of doing things, which a lot of people don't use in real estate, as far as using postcards, calling people, you know, online. They say those things are dead, but no, my demographic that I reach is baby boomers and Generation X. So those people are still using postcards, letters, text messages, emails, all those ways to reach them. They're not necessarily on Instagram, LinkedIn all the time. But what other ways which other ways can I reach them? You know, and to, you know, get them to sell their house. So the resilience of just, you know, taking the no's, missing out on sales, you know, those things build character, and, you know, you just keep going forward, and then you'll get a sale, and it continues, get referrals, and just moves on from there. So.
Candy?
So, should I talk about 25-year-old self?
Yes.
Okay. All right. So I believe that you don't think about changing anything of your past, because maybe every single thing you had to go through in life was what got you the strength to get to be where you're at. So to my 25-year-old self, I would say, be you. Don't let anybody capture you. You know, like if somebody tells you, I'll tell you, I'm actually wearing this outfit today. I bought this outfit for a futuristic party. And my ex-husband, now ex, wonder why, he told me I couldn't wear it because it looked like Elvis. You know what? I kept this thing for freaking 5 years. And when I saw I was coming to Vegas, I was like, boom, I'm gonna wear it. So believe in yourself. You know, I wanted to share a quick story. A stranger came up to me on a day I was wearing a shirt, underestimate me, that'll be fun, right? My mom got it for me because I was going through a hard time. This lady's like, I like your shirt. I was like, awesome. My mom got it for me and needed the strength today. She gave me my coffee. I came over. She goes, how are you doing? And I was like, I'm going through some stuff, right? She took this ring off her finger, and she says, I think you need this more than me. And it says, I am enough. I've never taken this off. Believe in yourself. That's what I would say to my 25-year-old self. And every other age group, you can start believing in yourself at any moment. Any moment.
Yeah, that was
Crystal?
good. Yeah, I would say to my 25-year-old self, start now. You are more capable than you even know. You're stronger than you think, and you can handle more than you even think is possible. So start now. Care about your mental health. Start healthy habits. Get there quicker, because you can.
Yeah. How did you build confidence and resiliency, do you think?
I'm still working on it, right? So honestly, I built confidence and resilience by failing many times, and pushing myself and making sure that I showed up every single time, and showing up for myself and reminding myself that it's okay. You're never going to learn anything unless if you fell and you fall. So be okay with that and talk to yourself. Your speech to yourself is the most important thing. Nothing else matters but that. So, yeah.
So I didn't
Yeah,
the confidence
go
and
ahead.
resilience.
Go ahead, Candy. Go ahead, Candy.
I'm sorry, I forgot about confidence and resilience, and whoa, how did I get so much, right? So I did the same. I believed in myself and failed, you know what I mean? And the thing is that when you don't believe in yourself, you think you're going to do it. You think you can do it. You don't pick it up and say, maybe I will. You say, I'm going to do this. So that way, no matter how many times you fail, you go.
And also, I mean, to add to that, every transaction you get through, I mean, in real estate, I would say there's never a dull day in real estate.
Literally, no.
It's every transaction is different, and with every transaction that you finish and achieve, you've learned a little more, and you're a little more confident.
That's what I talked about yesterday with the checklist. I fell through fire to make that checklist.
Yes.
To make sure that nobody had to be at their house at 9 o'clock at night and didn't turn the electric bill on because I didn't tell them. You know, like you build confidence by figuring stuff out, making mistakes, trying new things, and succeeding. It's not all about failure. Holy shit, when you succeed, you're like, wow, I did that.
Yeah.
I sold that. I sold 50 houses my first year in real estate.
There you go.
It's crazy. I sold 50 houses my first year in real estate, single agent, solo agent. It was nuts. I got 5 designations. I had a 6-month-old baby when I started. I went through real estate school pumping milk during the breaks. So there are ways you get confidence. You're like, I did that. That was me. You know, nobody else. So that's how you build confidence.
Ronnie, so 2 questions. Your 25-year-old self, what would you, what advice would you give to your 25-year-old self? And how did you build confidence and resiliency?
25-year-old me, I would say follow and listen to that inner voice that, got you to go down the path, and just don't be afraid to fail and speak up, be engaged, learn, and share that, and take that and move it forward. And it's always going to be a progress that to go toward to try to better yourself and to build upon what you are trying to build. And the only constant is change. So don't be afraid of that. Do not be afraid. And at 25, don't hesitate. I would say, just do it now. Don't listen to the negativity. Be confident in the strengths and build upon that and make the improvements where it's needed. And the second part is, what is it?
Confidence and resiliency. How did you build that?
Again, it can be a little bit difficult, and so you just have to rely and find that strength and use that to be positive and be a positive outcome. Again, engage and communicate, reach out, collaborate, learn from your mistakes, and work to make the outcomes better by different processes, something to distinguish yourself, and of course, giving back. I mentioned being the chair of the Hospital Corporation, and it's a network of, and this year, as part of a network of 13 safety net hospitals, I am now the chair of the capital budgets for all 3 to make sure that, it's going to be better going forward. When lockdown of COVID first began, I know I was very fortunate in that I was able to use that strength that I had developed from my skills and the passions that I had for helping people, and was able to maintain a lot of my company contracts and obligations by reconfiguring the offices of many clients down on Wall Street and Midtown, so that they were COVID safe, and just being having the passion as a evangelist, if you will, about materials and design. It helped them be future ready and ready to bring everyone back into the office. So, always look forward and grow and, be that advocate to make the outcomes better in your community and for change.
Thank you. Crystal and Candy, this question I have particularly for both of you, given your background. You both manage a team, so my question to you both is, what motivated you to step up and become a leader in the organization? So, Crystal, I'll start with you.
Honestly, it's the leader that I have. My broker saw something in me when I was a stay-at-home mom for 9 years. I knew I had the capability. I knew that I could do more, but I didn't have someone that believed in me and saw that. So aligning with him is absolutely what pushed me there and got me where I need to be. So, yeah, I would say just having a guide in your life, having a coach, and having somebody to support you is what made me want that. Knowing that you could have a leader in your life that didn't beat you down and actually built you up was exactly what I needed to see and what I wanted to give back. I wanted to be that. I want to do that for people, and so that's what I'm doing.
Great. Candy?
Excuse me. So talking about team and managing a team and being a leader there, I actually was kind of forced into that. I was pregnant with my second son, and I had, placenta previa, so I had to get bed rest, and so I had to create a team. Once I created that team where I was doing the transaction work and I flip-flopped it, I didn't grow a team for a long time. I just kept it as a TC and me and a showing assistant every once in a while. Then I finally came up with my system, and I knew that I could apply it to somebody else. So I knew I could bring value, because I never joined a team to begin with, because like I said yesterday, I didn't see the value. So until I was able to say, this is my value for your portion of this, whatever it is, then that's when I grew a team, and it became natural, because in the Navy and the police, all that, I just was a good leader. So when I saw that I was helping people do good, my friend Annie, who also is my agent, she sold 6 houses the year before she worked with me, and she worked as a TC, and then she worked with me and she sold enough to make $200,000.
By TC, you mean transaction
coordinator. Yeah, she was doing the TC work, doing paperwork for others, for
processing and everything. Yes.
Yeah, and she came on my team, and you know what? She didn't even know she wanted to get into sales. I said, I think you're so great that I'm going to make a spot for you. I made her ISA, inside sales agent, meaning she took in some lead calls. And I said, if everybody's too busy and you can take it, take it. Yeah. And then it wasn't too long before she was my top agent.
And I think that's the beauty of working in a team, that everybody has their own set of work set out for them, and they excel in their own work, and it's a streamlined process that what clients don't see on the forefront, we are doing in the back end, trying to make it a streamlined process from listing a house to getting it sold. They don't realize that there is a teamwork happening with once they contact us through the website and email, the ISAs take that on, they nurture those leads and get them into the forefront with the agent. The agent then does the consult with them and then takes it to the client care coordinator and lists the house. Then comes the stager, the videographer, the photographer, all those people come into play. They're all in the background. Nobody's seeing them on the forefront. But once the house is listed, all these have passed through all this process to get it to the MLS system for the seller and the buyers to see.
Yeah, and that's honestly how you combat, do you reduce your commission? Well, look at all the value. Look at everything I do, lay it out. It's 185 things, standard checklist items that you have to do in a transaction.
Yeah, and it's a streamlined process that just happens.
I saw a need for a better leader
in real estate as somebody to
And
make
better
an
service.
example. Yeah, for my team though. Like
Yeah.
I started off giving that value to my clients, and then I saw that I could give it to other agents, because I hear all the time, this team sucks, I quit, I'm bouncing around on teams. So I found a way to make sure that they had an ISA coming in, they have a transaction coordinator coming in, they have leads that are nurtured coming in, you know, they have a podcast room, and they have me to give them branding stuff. So I just made myself the leader that I wanted to be. And now I give that to my team, because I didn't do it before because I didn't want to fail. I wasn't ready. And I just did it about 2 years ago now, and it's been going great.
And just to reiterate to both of you, like you are the leaders in the team that recognize the talent. One person could be a very good agent for buyers, and one could be a very good agent for sellers. So it's their job to find that talent and delegate accordingly as leaders, correct?
And dip their toes in leadership positions. When you say, like, if they show, you know, you don't throw them in and say, all right, you're in charge. No, you're like, okay, do these things, and then they come back and it's good and whatever it was, and then you can say, okay, now you can push them up. But you find your talent in your team if you lead them in the right way and you pay attention and care about their pocketbook as well. How? Novice. Right.
I was just wanted to make that same point. Play to the strengths of your team, the people on your team, and don't be afraid to have everyone share their knowledge base and be available, and don't and let others lead on, you know, aspects. Don't try to micromanage or hold everything in. You know, just let it go to the others, and you'll have a more effective, efficient team.
And no matter what, you know, all five of us, we are in different levels in our leadership. But you know, even though we are leaders in the industry, we are still educating ourselves in different levels to get to the next level. And the education never ends. You stop growing when you stop educating yourself. So it has to keep on continuing. It never ends.
What's the coolest thing about building a team and make sure they're good is that you get to go do other things and learn more stuff. So if you're one of those people that just is not satisfied with, okay, done that,
You're
I did
giving
that.
yourself more time to leverage
And do-
yourself to the next level.
And then that builds your team's brand and gives them the availability and the space once they're ready to then say, I need to make decisions. I might need to hire somebody. Candy, how do I do that? And then I have teams growing up under me, you know? So.
Yeah. Sandy, I'm going to start with you, the next question. So how do you combat peers or men doubting you, especially in real estate?
Well, I have gotten it for more from peers than men, but overall, I would just brush it off. Just continue to do my goals. I know the purpose and the mission and the service that I have in my heart. To be in real estate, it's been a dream of mine since I was a child to fix and flip and renovate property. So now that I'm actually living in my career and doing it, no one can take it, stop it. There's so many people who said, don't title your business Black Girls Buy Houses. You know, don't get into wholesaling. Don't get into real estate in general. You know, real estate is a part-time job. Right. No, I do it full time. I love it. I wouldn't choose anything else. So it's men. You know, if the men that I do run into that doubt my success, I just tell them I can do anything that you can do. You know, plus, you know, better because, you know, we're women, you know, pretty faces, you know, looking pretty, you know, it's more than that, and we're educated, but, you know, we just have that extra step up over them. They may have the strength, but, you know, we have the looks, so. Yeah.
And we are just as educated and confident to take on the task.
Or more, because we have to be, and we're tested all the time.
Yeah.
Or more.
Okay. So Candy.
Yeah. So I am very experienced in this in both realms, peers and men. So I'm just going to lump them into one group, haters. Okay? Don't pay attention to the haters. If you don't got haters, you're not big enough. You know, so the naysayers, the people, that comes in the belief inside of yourself
Why are you going to listen to some a-hole who's not doing nothing? Hmm? Or somebody who is doing something and would treat you that way? F the haters. Pay attention to your goal, your mission, like you said. If you have an idea, are you on Real Estate Ladies That Rock? Because I've seen the name of your company before. Okay, because Ellie Blaine's like, anyway. I just heard the name of her company, the fact I put my face on a truck, like people are all like, I have a very good education against people who try to take advantage of me, men and women, and so I have that education that some people don't have, so I use it as a shield, So whatever has been done to you, let that go, or it's going to keep you there. If you have some hate or some stuff that's going on in your life that's holding you back from getting your business going, let it go. It's going to take you down. I say the same thing about bad employees. You want to go down on the ship to save a mutineer? Nah, cut them off.
Crystal?
I would say prove them wrong. You're always going to have haters. You're always going to have people that don't believe in you and challenge you or question what you're doing. I think you just have to keep going. You know what your goal is. You know where you want to go. So focus on that and get there. And then you can say, I told you so.
Yeah, move with confidence, yes. Ronnie?
It's more like a been there, done that. It's a constant drumbeat. I think it's one of these things that people don't even think about that they're saying, or it's like an unconscious statement. So you just can't listen to it. It's like ridiculous. You remember, draw on your strengths and, know your worth, know that what you're doing has value, and that, you're going to be coming out with those outcomes that you're seeking. If you do a self-check, someone says something negative, and then you look around and you say, okay, well, I'm here, so, I must be doing something right. So, yeah, you just can't listen to it. Draw strength from that. It's just, yes, don't let people tell you who you are or what you can accomplish.
And for the young ladies, for the young ladies, it gets better. You don't care as much. You're like, so it gets better. Young people in the early 20s, it gets better. It's hard to be a woman coming up. You're figuring out your beauty. You're figuring out your place. You're in the place right now is shifting in society because there's a lot of us coming up. So
and you have your goals in mind.
Mm-hmm.
And if you're a leader and you're focused on your goals so much, all those things happen to disappear because your focus is somewhere else.
They don't have any gravity anymore.
Constantly leverage and get to the next level.
The weight is gone. It's there still,
Yeah.
but it's not heavy. Right.
Yeah. So my next question is to all three of you. I'm skipping Sunday here because she's not yet started a family, but I want to know from all three of you, how do you balance family and your career?
Okay. So I don't. There's no really such way, right? You have a business, you have a life, you have a mission, all that lumps into one. I think the best thing to do is to pay attention to the time that you do have and don't kick yourself. You're a woman, you're a business owner. We were talking about this yesterday. You have a kid, you're gonna have guilt one way or the other.
Yeah.
You're gonna have guilt for your business if you're staying home with your baby, and you're gonna have guilt for your baby if you're going out for your business. So know your goal. If you know the focus of the goal that's gonna get that baby a better life, it makes it a little easier. It's still terrible, it tears your heart out. Like, whew, don't get me crying. But just give yourself grace. Make it so you see something you can systemize or automate, do it. Boom. You finally get big enough to you can hire a transaction coordinator. I say if you're selling 30 deals a year, hire a transaction coordinator.
Yeah.
It'll save you. You go like this, right? You're like, I have 10 deals under contract, 3 deals under contract, 10, 3. So, just kind of find the ways to find time, whether it's through automation, whether it's through hiring people, earn enough money and get a cleaning lady so you're not spending an hour or 2 hours cleaning the house. You have the time with your kids when you're home. So you just have to figure out how it fits in, how it works, how you have enough time that makes you feel okay to go out and work and also be a mom.
Crystal?
I think that you have to make sure that you have balance in that area. I think that is extremely important. Family is a huge part of your life and your success.
And you're wearing so many hats. You're a mother, you're a daughter,
Yes.
you're a sister, you're a wife, and
Yes.
you're an entrepreneur.
Yeah, and you have to be able to balance that to some extent. And it's never perfect. It's kind of like marriage. It's never a 50-50, right? Like somebody's always giving more, somebody's always taking more, and that's how it is. That's how life is. But there are things you can do, and you can pick and choose. If it's not adding value to your life, you can say no, and you can choose your family and make sure that that time you spend with them is valuable. It's not sitting there on your phone. You're spending time with them because that's what matters. Whenever I got into working full-time job, it was extremely important to me, and I was very, very thankful to have a boss that allowed me to put my family first. And that's still a priority to me, although I love my job and I would work all the time if I could. I'm raising boys and I'm raising them to be men, and I have to be there to support them, so that's never been an option. I'm still a part of the PTO, I'm still there, I still am a homeroom parent, and I still show up to all of those things. And it's amazing how much of an impact that has on them, and that's part of leadership. It's leading your children, it's leading your families, and it's showing them that you can balance it and you can still be a support for them while being successful, because that's what I want them to see.
Ronnie?
You have to be flexible. There's lyrics from a song, so you have to be loose in your mind. So, don't get rid of the rigidity. There's nothing that says that you make the time to engage and be there for your family, and draw on the strength of that the love gives you. And it's so worth it. It's just like what Candy said, it gets better. And so you'll be able to, it's building memories. And if you focus on making that for your family, making this reality for your family, you have this incredible legacy upon which you're building. And that's what it is. It's in the moment that creates all of that. And so, use that, and you will, it's worth it. It's totally worth it.
I'm going to add to this. We have 5 circles. Every one of us, we have 5 circles in our life that we are constantly balancing. We're never balanced. People say that I have a balanced life. That's not true. You're constantly balancing your life. And the 5 circles that I go with is spiritual, financial, family, business, and personal. And personal meaning not just physical, but also mental. You're constantly balancing all 5 circles of your life. And unfortunately for us women, the biological clock and the career clock goes parallel to each other. And you just have to manage. Your kids are growing up, same time your career is getting built. So manage that time, manage it well to the point that, for example, I do date nights with my husband, I do date nights with my kids, and so put them in your calendar. Just like you put your doctor appointments in your calendar, just with your appointments with your clients, put your family members in the calendar. I was with my son one day, and a client called and said, can we see this house in the next 15 minutes? And I had to tell the client, I'm at an appointment currently, but I can show it to you in the next hour if that's okay. And I hung up, and my son looked at me and said, Mom, you just lied to the man. You're free. I'm like, no, you are my appointment currently. And that is how you manage. The clients won't understand your personal life, and they don't want to. They want to make sure that you're doing your job. And yes, very much so we are doing it, but we have to accommodate every aspect of our life. That's all it is, So.
For my personal
Yeah.
balance. So for myself, I schedule me time as far as just things that make me feel good, things that will heighten my femininity or just my mental health as far as to help.
Or recharging yourself.
Yes.
To give your 100%.
Yes, so that requires maybe getting, once a month going to get a massage. I go bowling multiple times a week after work because the bowling alley in DC stays open very late at night. So I can go in there, get an hour in a bowling, decompress, yoga in the morning, going to the gym, taking a walk, especially just those, in between meetings, walk around the block or up and down the street just to get some fresh air, especially now that it's getting springtime somewhere out now. And just keep me, yourself you, and especially being a part of real estate. That's why real estate became so attractive to me, so that the hours that of freedom that you can potentially have once those systems and teams are in place. You have, as far as studying or do whatever the task is that you want to do that you may have never done before. That's also something that I've done in my real estate career is, trying new things that I may have not have tried if I had a regular 9-to-5 job. So just utilizing the fact that you're a real estate entrepreneur, has so many benefits, despite the hours that's going on.
I started playing pickleball because I saw these ladies doing this, right? And we just started playing, and then these became my friends, and then they became people that tell people about me. So try new things, you never know what you might love, right?
Especially the hours too. So you're not going out, after 5 o'clock. You're doing this, maybe at 11 o'clock in the morning, and it's like that's your network that other entrepreneurs are in that network at the same time. At the gym at 11 o'clock.
Yeah.
Yes. If you hate it, don't go back. Yeah, don't go back.
Okay, one last question for all 4 of you. What do you think you have to give up having that our male counterparts do not have to?
Give up having?
What do you think you have to give up having that our male counterparts do not have to?
Let's see. P standing up? No, okay.
I don't think there's anything that has to be given up. I think that's like an old-fashioned concept from, this is the 21st century, it's not the 19th century. So I don't think, especially younger people, they don't think like that anymore. It's kind of like an obtuse question. What are you giving up? If you are using technology and your wits and your smarts and your marketing to make it happen, there's not something else that's out there that's not available to you. And, again, you have to make the path sometimes. You have to be the one out front sometimes, and that's okay. It's just that's just what it is. That's life. Again, just keep in mind the only constant is change, and you have to be flexible. You have to be that change agent. And saying, "Oh, I have to give this up," that's just like built into a self-defeatist attitude. It's like that's not something that I would even think.
So I think sometimes, like she said, I agree with that, but I go to work and I leave my baby at home, and people are like, how can you stand to do that? And if a man is a traveling business person and he goes on a business trip, what sacrifices you're making for your family? Correct? So the pressure put on us is not fair
I don't think it's giving up anything.
The fact that we are wearing multiple hats, we have to constantly think about all those factors before
Well,
we
no,
can move.
it's the judgment. The judgment is different. So I think that's what, that's what hurts the most. Like you said, we're pretty, we get in a door, but why does that have to be how I get in a door? And not because I'm brilliant. And because I'm the right person for the job specifically, and I'm the best system engineer there is in my town in real estate. Why? Why does it have to be this? But like you said, and I commented to you silently, we just have to use what they try to use against us, against them.
But Candy, like to my point, I'm just saying that, we're like all, it's not cookie cutter, because there could be a scenario where a man has a child that needs to have care, and is raising the child alone.
Correct.
That's correct. Right. So it's.
But
so
he still would not
individual.
be judged the same way that I get judged about being gone from my babies.
Well, yes, exactly.
Judgment, and I'm not giving up anything. It's just the judgment is different, because I didn't have an answer. Like, we're all silent.
Yes.
They're like, I don't give up anything.
And that's what you can't pay attention to, because otherwise you have to realize that that's always going to be there.
Well, I wanted to say it out loud to the people so that we can let people know that we actually have that and it actually happens.
Yes.
Maybe look at it and
Yes.
see if you can change your mindset on how you judge others.
That's
right?
true. That's
Right?
true.
Yeah, because there's too much judgment.
Crystal?
I would just like to say, I think your original question, I believe, was what do we have that men do not? And I actually like that question a little bit better, because we are born with this amazing ability to give birth to children, which creates this nurturing that we naturally have. It's part of who we are, and it kind of explains.
It's in our DNA.
Yeah, exactly. And it also kind of explains why the majority of real estate agents are women. We naturally know how to nurture those relationships and care for the people. That is a very stressful time in your life. Purchasing a home, it's a huge amount of money that you're putting into and hoping and praying that everything is perfect. And you have a support in your agent, you hope you do. And I think there's a reason for that. I think that what we have is that nurture, that compassion that is different. Not to say that a man can't have those things, of course they can. I just think that it's inherently strong in us, which makes us stand out. I mean, and us getting judged, like she said, I did just want to speak on that quickly. Yes, that is true, but I think it makes us stronger, and I think it makes us better. Women are just amazing creatures. We're able to wear many hats, do many things, and still put a smile on at the end of the day, and put our lipstick on, and walk out the door. So
Still come up with ways to manage.
I have to agree.
Constant
I think that's
managing.
a better question.
I was going to piggyback what Crystal was saying with the original questions that we were given. My original answer was femininity, bringing femininity to real estate in a male-dominated industry. Being in a construction site, it's just a lot of testosterone. It's like they've never seen women before when you go to a construction site. It's like far and few between when you go to a construction site. They're like, oh wow, woman during the workday, okay? So then you're able to decompress men to let's go get this job done. Can you do this? I'm not carrying it. Can you go ahead and get that, over here to whatever floor that needs to go to, and continue to, move the team along to get the project done and ran. So femininity is definitely a big point that men don't have, and they may get that from us as far as being nurturing and caring about one another in a workspace. To get the job completed.
And look at the platform we are today. We have female speakers today who are architects or owners of construction companies. They're all in a female role. So this is slowly you can see the women taking over other industries. I have recently started seeing that car dealerships where the salespeople are female, and they know just about how much the men know about the cars, and selling to other female buyers who are coming to look at a car. I've experienced that and I've seen that, absolutely.
It definitely adds to the diversity is the strength. It's the power that really is the secret formula. You know, if you, whatever the label or nomenclature is, if it's just one, then, you know, it's like the old proverb of just that's like a twig. But if you have everyone in the mix, then that's like bound together, and it's like a unbreakable bond. So it's the diversity gives you that strength, and you know you have to draw on that.
I don't have a good a memory as you. What was the original question?
It was, what do women have that men don't?
Yeah, that's exactly what I.
Okay,
that's exactly what I said. Yeah.
What?
Okay. Yeah.
What? Stop. Okay. What was what you said specifically is right. What you said specifically is right. We also bring everything else. So we are powerful. We are intelligent. We are emotional. We're empathetic.
And lead with confidence.
Caring. Yes. And you add that all together and you get somebody getting their first listing and shoveling gravel because she's worried about the lady's back. You get a woman who can do it, doing it for another woman, and look what happens. Yeah. So we care enough to create businesses that make value into our business. And you pour that into your team, and you pour that into your leadership positions, and then also to your clients. Who does it better than somebody who could be a mama, even if you're not one? You have it in you. So it's all powerful.
Just before coming here, I was meeting with one of the builders who I sell houses for. He builds the houses, and he wanted me to list 4 houses that are going to be finished soon. And he wanted me to start listing, and he wanted me to come to the construction site and look at what he was building. So I'm talking about getting down with your boots and shoes and getting through that construction site. And he's like, there's no staircase. Can you climb this ladder? And I did climb that ladder up. So women are doing just as much as men are in the industry. And the end goal is get the work done. Get it done. Yeah. 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 Whatever it takes, just get it done. Anything to add, ladies? Any final comments to add as leaders?
I have one thing to add. I know that this is a women leadership board, but I do want to acknowledge all the men that are supportive of women and push them to grow. I want to acknowledge the men that encourage that and allow space for that, because you should never have to shut up and sit down. You should always have a voice. So as advice to all women, don't lower your voice. You have a space to speak. Stand up, take up space, and don't apologize for it.
I agree with you.
And I think on that note, we are at the end of our time.
Yeah.
I want to thank you so much. I look forward to the day where we actually have an entire real estate seminar that is all women. I think that would be an amazing time as well. And I want to thank these ladies for taking the time and
thank you.
And the effort for putting this panel together. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Construction industry.
Thank you.
Industry that was male dominated for so many years. We have half of our executive committee for our company. We have 1,200 people there. There's so many more engineers.
All right, thank you so much, ladies. Now it's time to break for lunch, so just make sure that when you're posting anything, you use our hashtag, Realty2Conf, and we'll see you in 60 minutes.
Hello.
All right, yeah. So now I know obviously you'll take me up or down because I will, once I get going, probably be louder than this. Can I be loud? All right, so one of the things that I'm really excited about, that's kind of about where I'll be. Yeah, so good? Awesome. That makes a big difference for me. I appreciate it. You have no
Okay, welcome back to everyone that made it back from lunch. I hope you enjoyed it. Now we're ready to move on to the next segment, which is a speaker session on the subject, the advancements and changes we need to adapt to I think there's a issue here. Sorry, I have a typo. The advancements and changes we need to adopt in order to make us successful in real estate. Highlighting the need to constantly update one's skills and market knowledge to stay ahead in the competitive world of real estate, this speaker will share a few strategies for professionals to help them adapt and excel in the industry. Please put your hands together for our speaker, Adam Price, who is the Estates Director at Keller Williams Beverly Hills.
Hello. Hi, everybody. Oh my God, there's so many of you. Okay, so the advancements and adaptations we need to make in order to stay successful in real estate. Real estate cannot be lost or stolen, nor can it be carried away, purchased with common sense, paid for in full, managed with reasonable care. It is about the safest investment in the world. Not only do you have to have context in your digital and inbound real estate marketing strategies, but context that gets an LOL, gets read, gets noticed, shared, liked, and commented on. This is how you make a human connection in today's noisy and multi-diverse world. All right, CRMs. Anybody here use CRMs? Okay. 40% of agents are using CRMs, but 90% of top producing agents are using CRMs. See the difference? Do what top producing agents are doing. Does anybody want to tell me, sorry, I like to be intuitive and like kind of get to know people. Does anybody want to tell me, even though there's 5 of you, does anybody want to tell me any of the CRMs they're using? Okay. Infusionsoft? Okay, all right. So, CRMs are one of the cheapest forms of advertisement. Most are a monthly fee and are very productive. Remember, in any relationship, give first, ask second, and receive. I think that's really important because a lot of people expect that they're just going to dump a name into a CRM and they're just going to get back whatever they were giving out 10 years ago, and it doesn't work that way. In order to, be successful, you have to make a meaningful relationship with people. Oh, sorry, hold on, let's go back. I was supposed to talk about this. Okay, they're helpful with digital marketing, relationship development management, connecting with former clients. Life is harder, so let's make it easier. Being a real estate agent's really hard. How to make this sort of technology meaningful, a meaningful connection, as we just talked about. It's the most cost-effective form of advertisement, and that is true because most of these, some of them cost, we'll be talking about one of them, it's like $550 a month. But there's some that cost $39 a month. And it does a lot of work for you so that you don't have to constantly worry about, am I touching base? Am I doing my 15, I think what is Keller Williams makes you do like 15 calls a day of clients. So anyways. Okay. CRM's worth considering. Top producer. Anybody use top producer? That's a pretty common one. No? Zoho. Market leader. Market leader is an an NRT program. It was founded by Coldwell Banker, and it's pretty common as well. Lion Desk is pretty common. My favorite is actually, somebody had said it earlier, Buffini and Company. I know a really, really big agent, and she does mostly $1 million range, nothing not in middle America, but in normal America, a very, very normal house in California, $1 million, single family, and she does about 30 of those a year, and she uses Buffini and Company. And I also use, you can use these for a year, see what they're doing, and put them in a database on your own. You don't have to pay $550 a year. If you know enough about what these companies are doing, you can do them on your own. And I think I'm going to talk a little bit about that later, but it's not, you don't have to pay $39 a month or $550 a month for, years and years. Some people do. Okay. I think we're going to talk about advertisements, do's and don'ts. So budget wisely, don't put all your money in one company. Quality leads. There's a few companies that I think real estate agents will be familiar with, which is like Zillow, that you pay per lead or you pay for a certain area and you're guaranteed a certain amount of leads. And I think if anybody can yell out what kind of leads they give you, are they good leads? No, they're junky leads. So referrals, word of mouth will always win. And if anybody's been doing this a while, they can tell you that the most effective and cheapest form of advertisement is word of mouth. So anyways, sometimes the greatest and most expensive investment is your time. It takes time to do all of this. It takes time to connect with people. It takes time to, even using these softwares, they're simple, they make it easier, but it still takes time, and it's still an investment. It's still going to pay off in the long term. A little bit about me. I started real estate when I was 18 years old. I am now 22. Just kidding. I made my entire business off lease listings. That sounds crazy. Why would you do that? You're not going to make any money. I did it because nobody else was doing it. Nobody else wanted to work for their money. Not to quote Kim Kardashian. But it's true. Nobody wanted to make 6% off a year's lease listing. And the thing that everybody wasn't getting is that I was building relationships as I was doing that. So I had a house, things clicking, but it's fine. This is, I had a house. My first ever listing, not listing, I represented the lease. And I leased him a house. He was an interesting guy, a little difficult. I leased him a house. A week later, I got a phone call, and he said the house across the street, because he was building a huge home, a McMansion, the house across the street went for sale across from him, and he wanted to buy it. And he said, I want to put an offer in on that house. And before you know it, my first real sale was for $1.3 million in West LA. That house is now worth $1.9 million. I went on to do 5 more sales with that same client, all off one lease. So don't ever look at something and go, that's not worth it, I'm not making money, because the most important thing I gained from all of that was a connection. And at the time I didn't know that man was that wealthy, but it was a connection, and it wasn't a lost one, because I went on to make $100,000 off of him. So, okay, so I have facts here, and because I want to give you guys facts, and I think they're important. Mailers, they average about $1.50 per mailer. Most people farm 300 plus homes. How many of you use mailers? Okay. How many of you have actually can say that you've had success from mailers? Other than notoriety and being noticed in the grocery store. My whole point is that $1.50 investment times 3 was way more than you'd spend for $30 a month using a CRM. And you're going to get way more out of it. And you don't have to be, I think I was just talking with that gentleman, you don't have to be in real estate to use a CRM. You can use it for any kind of business. So if you're a contractor, you're a developer, you guys can all use CRMs. The most important thing in real estate is staying in front of somebody's face. So, okay, we talked about junk internet leads like Zillow. Has anybody actually had success on Zillow? You? How many transactions a year? Right.
160 transactions the year I left that team. So if you work, it is, but it's really expensive.
Right, and but out of that, how it's real expensive, and how many junk leads did you get? I mean, and not necessarily just junk. I mean, like maybe uneducated people calling saying, I want to buy a $400,000 piece of land and I want to get a loan. All the time, right?
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah.
Yeah.
It would be maybe like 5% of the leads, 5 to maybe 10, depending on how good you're at converting. They would be
Right.
actually legitimate leads.
Right, okay.
Yeah. It's definitely really expensive.
It's really expensive. Facebook ads, I think we had somebody here yesterday talking about geofencing and Facebook ads. And by the way, these are all things I've actually done myself and tried and spent money on. So I'm just literally trying to save you guys from spending tons of money and getting nowhere. You'll have a nice tax write-off, but that's about all you're going to walk away with that. Geofencing is popular now, extremely. If it's done well, it works, but it's also very, very expensive. It ranges depending on zip code and area and population, anywhere from 40 cents to $1 a click a lead. And half of those don't get, I mean, you'll see you paid for 300 clicks, but you've never gotten one phone call. That's $300. That's $300 you could have spent on a company like Buffini and Company, where you would have gotten something out of it. So there's dues. Let me see. I don't think, okay. There's advertisement dues. So there's active marketing versus passive marketing. Does anybody know the difference between active marketing and passive marketing? Active marketing is money you're spending every month to generate leads or to generate business, versus passive marketing is things you're doing every day that you don't even know you're doing. Talking to somebody at the grocery store about buying a new house. Maybe you put a business card in at the car wash. That's like a passive marketing thing that you would do. So yard signs, sorry, I had this written down. Yard signs are another form of passive marketing. Open house signs. When I first started in the industry to get my name out, I would actively sit any open house I could, even rentals. So I'd get rental leads. I used to do about 100 rentals a year. I would do rentals and I'd hold them open. Now, this is a catch-22 because some people do get angry because they run in there thinking it's a house for sale and it's not, it's a rental. But, you know, once you get to know them and talk to them, they're actually pretty nice, and usually they come around and they have your card. And it's, when you see, most of you that live in areas know your local realtors, right? Okay. So if they're seeing your open house signs out every single Sunday, you're getting something that you paid nothing for. That was free. And I know I'm the probably, I feel like one of the youngest people in the room here, but CRMs are great, and I highly suggest you use them, but there's also things you can do every day that make all the difference, that will build your business way faster and way cheaper than spending a bunch of money at Zillow. Bus benches are helpful. They cost money. That's not free, obviously, but usually they cost around $300 a year. And if you put them in the area you're farming, they're super helpful. Okie dokie. And like I said, sorry, this is kind of a broad topic that I'm speaking on, so I'm just basically telling you guys everything that I've ever done that I think that works. It may not work for you, but it's worked for me. Maintaining a schedule and balance. So, time management. Time management is something that either has to be learned or it's built into your personality, but most people have to learn it. And if you wake up every day and you mope around the house and it's hard to get started, blah, 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 instead of waking up every day, having a schedule, knowing who you're reaching out to, managing your CRM, going to the gym, and you have a regiment that you get into every day, you're going to be so much more successful. Using technology to help with time management. So, once again, CRMs are a great way of using technology to manage your time so that you don't maybe have to make 15 phone calls that day. Instead, you can reach out to 5 people a day, knowing that you've balanced your time well. I actually have a cute little fact for this. Sorry. Okay. Only 18% of people have a time management system. If you spend 10 to 12 minutes planning your day, you can save up to 2 hours of time you would normally waste. 2 hours a day. That's being stuck in the car, you can go, 2 hours at the gym that's really good. I mean, I don't go to the gym, but I'm assuming. Okay. So, happiness and relaxation. Happiness and relaxation. So it is, in my opinion, it's funny because I heard one of the previous speakers say, you need to, if you're not happy doing what you're doing, then you need to leave. I can personally tell you, as an agent that's been doing this for almost a decade, you're not going to be happy every day. That's not possible. It's just not, it's not going to happen. There are going to be very difficult transactions. I've been in escrow on $5-6 million homes and had them fall out, meaning I lost like $80,000. That's not going to make me happy. It's very important to realize what does make you happy, which is helping people. And that's what we're here to do. It's not always about the dollar sign, it's about the people. And this is a hard word for me, differentiating the two is super important. Now finding a healthy outlet is also super important. Friends, maybe you're on a bowling league, maybe you like to work out, maybe you, I don't know, maybe you like to go to the local bars. So anyways, and also I think a super helpful point is setting boundaries with clients. When I first started in this business, I let people run right over me, call me day and night, cuss at me, scream at me, tell me I wasn't, good enough and I was too young and I didn't know anything. That same client I talked about that bought that house from me, loved to cuss and scream at me until I literally cursed back at him, and I told him if he didn't buy the house, I'd sell it to somebody else for a better price than even he was paying, because I had agents in my office that saw the pending price and they wanted that property and they were going to buy it from me. So I literally told him to F off and hung the phone up, and he signed all the DocuSigns. So what I mean about setting boundaries is don't let people run all over you, because they will. And it's important to take a stand for yourself because you're important. Another thing I like to do is, I really believe this truly, is celebrating every deal. Whether that means going to lunch, you know, going to the beach for a day or whatever. You have to celebrate every deal because it's not an easy job to do this. It really isn't. People will sell it to you and tell you it's easy. It's not. It's stressful, it's hard, and it's important to stay in a good mindset. Am I doing okay? No? Good? Okay. Okay. So like I said, this is a broad term. So one of the things I like to talk about is threats to our industry. And one of the biggest threats we have are tech-driven, commission-cutting companies. Why is this important? I like to tell people this. Did you know one of the only industries, I say one of the only because there's a few, but one of the only industries that's never gotten a raise is a realtor? It's always been, it used to be 7% if you were really good at your job. Now if you're really good, it's 6%, and I haven't seen somebody get a 6% deal in a long time. The only thing that saved us is the housing market has continued to rise. Other than that, we'd be screwed. So I think it's super important to call out big companies like Closed Door and other companies I talk about, Red Bricks. They're long gone. That didn't last long. I also think and I've had this debate 1,000 times with people that have been in the industry for 30, 40 years. And it's the ones that have been in the industry for 30, 40 years that look at me and go, there's no way, those companies won't last, they won't be here. Maybe not in the luxury market because you don't want to leave your $1 million home just unlocked to anybody. How many of you have used digital key boxes? Almost all of you should be raising your hand because they're everywhere, yeah. It is not that outrageous to think a company can't hire 5 people in a room to manage all those key boxes and let them in and out of a property, and also check to make sure that property is secure. We have technology, we have cameras now, we have digital lock boxes. It's there, it's a threat, and we need to always, you know, I honestly, for some of these companies, I wouldn't even show their houses back in the day. I would not show a purple bricks listing, a red bricks listing. So we all need to work together. Let me see. Sorry, I have facts about this too. These companies are low-end salaried agent jobs. So there's a big other company that's still around that pays their agents a certain amount of money every year to sell homes. And I guarantee you the salary they're paying those agents is not anything what you would want to be making to sell homes. And it's working, it's been there, it's still there. It, to my knowledge, is not going away. And you know, what NAR, that's a whole nother political conversation, but what NAR is doing about it, I don't know. Because my money sure isn't being spent in lobbying these companies. The important thing to remember, though, is they don't have the money to sustain a quality product. And that is super important because you're going to give your clients way more hand-holding than any of these companies can do. So when you're on your listing appointments and somebody throws a closed-door mailer at you, be sure you tell them you're not going to get my assistance from that company. You're going to get somebody over the phone, doesn't know anything about you, doesn't know where your kids go to school, doesn't know what you do for a living or how far you have to drive. You're getting a robot. You're getting a person that's over the phone, that's paid to be there, and they're paid hardly anything. These also do tend to lead to a lot of lawsuits. I've had a lot of clients call me later and cry because they took closed doors, listing. They accepted their price, and then at the last minute to the transaction, guess what happens? They change the price. Well, how can they do that? They can do anything they want. They wrote the contract. You probably didn't read it. So I think that's super important, that we all kind of help each other. We all need to help each other and support each other and kind of help outrule these companies, because I really do think they are a threat, and like I said, I don't think they're going anywhere. Okay, do we have any questions? No? No? Oh.
Is it on? Okay, hello. So I'm your opponent. So I do, so I wouldn't, it's not a question, but more of a disagreement that it's buyer looking to versus realtors who are promising, value of the property based on the MLS. So is deep.
Okay. I understand what you're saying as far as off-market listings go. Where are you from?
DC.
Okay. That's not allowed in California anymore.
Okay.
And that's not allowed in California for that very same reason. Because now, as a real estate agent, you have a fiduciary duty to your client. But a lot of people don't realize, or at least in California, like I said, I can't speak for DC.
Yes.
You also have a fiduciary duty to the other side. So that property should be being sold at market value, meaning that, so Beverly Hills especially, years ago, we had a bunch of clients that, I don't want to show my property, blah, 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 you bring me the buyer and I'll sell it. And that was very popular for a long time. It ended up ending in a bunch of lawsuits because these people later saw what homes were selling for when they were on the market, and they were selling for, in one case, over $1 million more than what that other guy got. So CAR turned around and said, nope, you can't do that anymore. So I understand your point of view, and I understand that, yeah, you have every right to get or to try to obtain a property at a discounted rate, but you have to remember there's another party on that other side, and they have a claim, okay?
Yeah.
So that's why the 15 lawyers that run CAR basically came to the conclusion that we weren't allowed to do pocket listings anymore. And in fact, in California, we actually, if we have a property that we know we're going to sell soon, we have to put it on the coming soon. I'm not allowed to sell or lease anything without it being on the market.
And can you explain how do you work with homeowners that are in distress? And if you do, how does that work with your realty model?
When you say in distress, you mean maybe an active foreclosure?
Yes.
Or yes,
or a distressed property that
Right.
needs fixing.
I've sold those before.
Yeah.
We have companies, in fact, I think it was, I don't know, she's not here, but one of the other realtors had pointed out, and this is a very common thing, this is at Keller Williams, it's at Compass, a lot of these companies now, even my brokerage, will go ahead and lend your seller money to fix the property up, and then they'll take it out of the closing with very few fees, like $500. It's less than any interest they're going to pay. Also, most banks will pay you 5% to short sell a property. I've yet to ever see a bank, if you're representing both sides, say, no, we will not pay them 5%. It's got to be 2.5 on each side, obviously. You can't, unless you're double ending it. But I've never not had a bank tell me that they wouldn't do that. Even if it's a short sale, I mean, because they know they're still going to have to pay an agent. And if it goes to an in-house broker, the broker made a deal with the bank. Most of the times you'll see there's a very common agent in Beverly Hills named Joyce Essex, and her her husband was the president of a bank. So lo and behold, who do you think gets all the FSBOs? Or all the, not FSBOs, all the short sales, all the foreclosures? She does. But the bank is still paying her the 5%. So why not get all your money and get the client the best possible deal?
Well, as an entrepreneur and a business owner, and with my model, you don't stick to the 5% or 2.5%. My commissions are based on what I want them to be based on how much we purchased the property for. It's not a percentage. It's
right, but you still have to pay the other agent 2.5%. By the way, I have 2 minutes, so we can go all day.
Okay.
You still have to pay the other agent 2.5%. I will not show your house. I have not shown property before at 1%. I will not show it. Absolutely not. Guess what? My time is worth more than 1%. And so is yours.
Yes.
Okay?
All right. Thank you.
Does anybody else have any questions? No? No? Are we good? Okay. No. Thank you, everybody.
Is that the clicker? Okay. I'll just leave it. All right, thank you so much, Adam. Now, moving on, every realtor is always on the hunt for great tips and strategies to get new clients to stay ahead of the curve. The next panel discussion is all about finding real estate deals in a competitive marketplace. I'd like to invite Colby Bowers, founder of Sentinel Equity Group, LLC, and Veteran Pride Investment Group, LLC, to initiate this panel discussion. Please welcome him with a round of applause.
Good afternoon. It's good to see we have a packed crowd in here tonight. My name's Colby Bowers, just like Amber was mentioning, Sentinel Equity Group and Veteran Pride Investments. Want to invite my panel up, Santino, Macy, and John. Come on up. And Tim. Yeah, wherever you guys want to sit. All right, a little bit about our panel today. We're going to be discussing the success secrets of finding real estate deals in a competitive marketplace. All right, so we all know, everybody's buying, whether it's single-family homes, commercial, people paying over ask. How do we find deals? How do we get these properties? How do we find properties for our clients? So we're going to spend a little bit of time today discussing that. And we'll do a little introduction, and I'll start off real quick. Again, my name is Colby Bowers. I am commercial real estate investor and syndicator and fund manager, and operate in 5 different states, specifically focusing on multifamily, mobile home parks, and storage units. And I'm still finding deals, so knock on wood. Santino.
Yeah, hi. My name is Santino. I am a principal broker and owner of 2 real estate brokerages in Oregon, Washington. I also am an investor. I own 2 construction companies as well, and we do some wholesaling and multifamily investments as well.
Hi, I'm Macy Villegas, and I'm out in the Houston, Texas area, and in the suburbs of Houston. And I am the director of engagement for our small boutique brokerage in Houston, and I also run a team of 7, Connect to Realty Group, and residential.
Hello, my name's John Rodriguez. I'm from Austin, Texas, and I'm a general contractor. I own 2 construction companies, and I'm a rookie investor in real estate.
Hi, my name is Tim Lockhart. I am in Wichita Falls, Texas, which is about 2 hours north of Dallas-Fort Worth. And we really want to bring increase to our local community through real estate investing. I am a realtor and an investor, and have a real estate investment club meeting that meets once a month.
Awesome. Thank you. First question we're going to ask the panel is, how are you finding your deals with all the competition out there? Are you guys using virtual assistants, cold callers, mailers, voodoo dolls? What do you guys got going on?
Well, I can go first. So I feel like my business is competition proof, and the reason why is because I stay connected to my database. I'm very connected in the community, HOA, churches. I'm at all my children's events. I feel like connection is key in this business. I also use a lot of social media platforms to market to people. I have like a group of agents that I work with in California and across the nation that we, refer back and forth to. So it's an easy system if you're staying connected with people.
Good to know.
Hi, the way that I find deals, I have 2 construction companies and I have a network of other contractors that work together with me. We help each other out. And so the way we're getting them is people are calling us to renovate their homes. And when they call us for a second or third time, we ask them, we ask the question, what are you trying to do? Are you trying to sell the house? Are you trying to keep it for, and a lot of the times they're trying to sell the house. And so we get first shot at it before it even goes in the market.
Outstanding. Can I get your contact information? Tim. You.
Yeah, so we use a multi-pronged approach to finding deals. When I'm teaching other people how to invest in real estate, there are a lot of ways to find deals. What I tell people is to look at all the different ways and find 1 or 2 that really resonates with you, that is a good fit to your personality, and focus on those. So we can get lists from multiple different sources and mail postcards and letters to people. Those are still effective if the message matches the correct market, right? And something else is a ringless voicemail out to a list. And again, the message has to match the market, so you got to be tailor the message to the type of seller that you're looking for.
Oh, thank you. I'll take from the commercial perspective. I'm doing a lot of the same things. Cold calling, using VAs, virtual assistants, mailers, seance boards, flying out to my markets, actually meeting property owners and brokers and property managers and taking them out to lunch, taking them out to coffee, just getting in their network and being top of mind. And so, it's one thing. Yes, you want to add to it?
Yeah. So when we talk about off-market deals, there's so many different ways and it depends on what kind of off-market deals you're looking for. Because you have the residential side, you have the commercial side. As a principal broker of 40 plus agents now in 2 states, my job is to teach our agents of all calibers, commercial and residential, on how to find these deals, especially with inventory being low, right? So there are so many different avenues, but just to give you some practical ones, I don't know which field you guys are all from, but if you're from real estate or if you're from construction, but if you're from real estate, there's programs out there like Remind.com, which helps basically establish like a sell score. It shows if they're absentee owners. There's all sorts of things, and that's Remind, REMINE.com. And then there's also CoStar if you're into, CoStar is amazing. They give you every bit of information. You can look up properties that have leases upcoming that are about to end within the next 6 months. So you can actually plan ahead of time, and it gives you the direct seller's phone number, right? So you can contact them and say, hey, this lease is coming up. Are you interested in selling? Are you looking to release? And again, if you're in commercial, you could even hit the listing side of the lease. There's also, if you're just, an investor, right? Pair up with some brokers, because if you have money and you're willing to invest and brokers know that, they're gonna send you deals, right? And wholesalers. yes, wholesalers kind of get a bad rap. I'll be honest with you, you know, some of them are kind of sketchy, but if you find a good wholesaler, and they know that, and they're willing to like tell you what they're adding on top, right? And you're like, hey, listen, I want you to make money. You know, I just want to know what we're dealing with here as far as margins go. And they'll send you deals as well. And oftentimes those are great deals. But let's not, you know, also forget the MLS has great deals as well. Like your regular MLS, like you off market, on market, you can still find good deals. But you know, you have to be proactive. And then last but not least, as far as good deals is, like he said, construction, having all these different B2B businesses. Like our construction company feeds our real estate brokerage, and like if we have clients that want to list, we say, hey, well listen, we can give you cash, we can help you fix your home, collect it at closing. So there's all sorts of different ways to get your foot in the door. And then you have the traditional ones, cold calling, buying leads, all sorts of stuff like that.
Great information. We'll move on to the next question here is, we talked about a little bit of how you're finding those deals in the market, but what are 1 to 2 key action items that you guys are putting in place to keep the deal flow going and being successful in your markets? You talked enough. We'll start with Macy.
Yeah.
I mean, staying connected, being creative, and swallowing your pride, I would say are the 3 that come top of mind for me. So I'm going to keep it simple.
Well, word of mouth is still great. I mean, maintaining, just sending postcards for someone's birthday or Christmas or something, but just maintaining that relationship, because a lot of times we sell, you know, someone's mom's house and then her daughter wants to sell her house, and so we get first call. A lot of the deals that we get is deals that never go to the market. We catch them ahead of time, so.
Well, we focus on bringing increase to everybody in the community. So as we can serve other people and help contractors to get business, you know, help sellers to solve their problems, and help make those connections. And then that helps to then build those referrals.
Yeah, I'd like to piggyback a little bit more off of what John was saying, you know, talking about with the mailers and postcards and stuff. One of the things for our KPIs we're tracking is conversions and how many touches. And it's important to stay consistent. I think that's one of the processes that we keep in place, because it's taken 7 to 10 touches over a period of 4 to 6 months, at least on the commercial side, to get sometimes just a call back. So a one and done, a single mailer or a single round of calling isn't going to be enough. So it's timing and consistency. You know, you have to time it and with consistency. So being consistent and reaching out to them, because they may not be ready to sell today, but in 3, 4, 5, 12, 18 months, they may. And so you want to be that first person that they reach out to. So thanks for bringing that up, and I think that's a really, really good piece. So.
Yeah, I'll try to keep this one short. Two other programs, just if you're writing stuff down, is Batch Leads and Batch Dialer for acquiring leads. They do skip tracing, which is amazing. And then also, as far as continuing to facilitate that deal flow, I think it's important as you start to scale is implementing people like ISAs, inside sales agents, that can geo-target. We also, yesterday, I forgot the gentleman's name, but he was up here on the commercial panel, and he talked about target marketing through social media. Huge, and he nailed a lot of things that we do. And so keeping that deal flow going is putting people like that in place in order that you have continual business coming in. And branding is huge.
Let's see, going to the next question here. This one I think is going to be my favorite question. In what ways are you bringing creativity into the fold to set yourself apart in your market? We'll kind of reverse this. Tim, you want to take the lead on this?
Well, when I first started wanting to get into real estate, I wanted to be a full-time investor. And then I got my license and became a realtor in order to have access to the MLS, to be able to have the licensing credentials for the industry that I was wanting to be in. And then I really got kind of sidetracked into that and started doing only retail sales as a realtor, and lost kind of the direction of where I was originally wanting to go. And so now I've rebranded as a real estate entrepreneur, and I'm leading with investing and then getting listings off of deals that I personally do, fix and flip. Then I can list my own properties, as well as when I train students on how to become investors and have the real estate investment club meetings once a month. Then it's positioning me in the marketplace through investing, and so I'm coming to the retail side through investing in real estate, and so that's kind of setting me apart and giving me a different message to bring.
Well, the way that I'm doing it is because I have the construction company. I have a lot of enclosed trailers and flatbed trailers and all of that. So one of the things that I offer is I help people move. I provide them with a free trailer, and then if they need help, I get them some workers at cost. So I let them use whatever equipment we have to help them move, and that has spiraled into another business. Now we have a packing company. So now, because we help them move, now we're actually packing everything for them and moving it to the new house. So now there's some people that started doing that, but I think we were one of the first ones to implement that, and it worked out well.
Nice. That's very creative, for sure.
I think it's interesting because we've all had to learn to be a little bit extra creative, especially through the pandemic and other, like where I'm from, we had Hurricane Harvey and different things that have come up. So bringing humor into marketing, more authenticity when you're marketing yourself on social media. And again, I'm always going to be about connection. I'll say that word 10 times at least. And when you do have events and stuff, making sure that you're always adding a +1 is super important. Maximizing the event so that you're not just having the event, but you're adding extra touches, being creative that way. I think it's really fun, and our team is very, very, very much focused on that and setting ourselves apart in that way.
Awesome. Santino?
Yeah. By the way, I gave you a shout out before you walked in on your digital marketing. You missed it. So some of the ways that our brokerage gets creative, and obviously, like she said, and all these guys, same exact thing. We're doing all these same things, being that we have sister companies in construction, we have sister companies in wholesaling. When we approach a deal, we give the client so many different options, that they can sell their house directly to us. We can help them fix it to get it on the market. We can, sell it, at a fire sale and generate multiple. There's all sorts of different things, but one of the main things I think that sets us apart in our industry and where we're at is our message, and it's putting people over profit. And I think a lot of times real estate brokers and people in the industry kind of get a bad rap as like used car salesmen. Dime a dozen. You're the 24th person to call me today. Stop calling me, right? And so one of the things that we do is we make sure that we put people over profit. And what we do, we start with our agents. So we champion our agents. So we keep their overhead low. And then we also allow them to go out and be able to acquire deals at a better rate or a high rate, but give them the freedom to do so. And that's what I notice is that when you empower other people, such as people around you, you're going to get a lot further reach for acquiring deals or being successful and separating yourself apart, because you can brand yourself on social media, but when you have 20 mini yous or 20 other yous, right, branding themselves on social media just as much and just as hard, it's going to hit a lot more eyes in a lot faster time.
Piggyback what all these guys are saying, I'll take from the commercial perspective. being in multiple markets and stuff, you have to be pretty creative. 'Cause I personally own a little over 600 doors in multifamily, and I'm a partner in about 1,700 total. And I don't necessarily think it's creativity, but I think flexibility and patience has really been key to my team's success. What I mean by that is basically everything everyone up here has mentioned, I think we all do. But the biggest thing I think when we're especially going direct to seller is trying to solve their problems. I can't tell you how many deals, I could probably count them on both hands, that I wasn't the highest and best offer, but I solved their problem. I actually got a deal for $200,000, $300,000, $500,000. My best one was I got $500,000 under their highest ask, but I was flexible. I could close in 120 days because they were trying to do a 1031, which is a tax exchange, and they needed more time. So having that flexibility and finding out what are their pain points is key. Another thing too is think outside the box. And this kind of segue into our last question is, how do what do you tell folks that come to you and say, hey, I can't find houses, I can't find properties, is do what other folks aren't doing. If everybody's doing mailers, we'll do cold calling. If everyone's doing that, reach out to different folks. I found a 40-unit apartment complex on Craigslist and closed on it. They had no idea what they were doing and sold it. I've talked to code enforcement in my towns and saying, hey, if you come across any properties that are looking run down, unkempt, you're giving them you're giving them tickets, let me know. Give me their contact information. So there's other ways. I drive for dollars. I go to my markets. They're in all different signs. My partner's in the back. Rob, we just got done on a 4-state tour earlier this month, and we got the rental car and put hundreds of miles, and we're driving around our neighborhoods. And every place we sound, we're like, you know what, that looks like a good place to add to our portfolio. We just start dialing, cold calling. Hey, I'm here on your property. You looking to sell? You want to talk about it? What do you have? Hey, this one's not for sale. What else is in your portfolio? So, there's multiple different things. So creativity is just think outside the box and do what others aren't. So if you want to.
Yeah, no, 100%. You nailed it. I think that's exactly right. Creativity and all those, the pain point thing is absolutely key, because the best agents are not just people who can sell houses or the best investors or whatever the construction. It's the people that can solve problems. Problem solving is like, it nowadays seems to be like a very, not used thing, right? I mean, people are really black and white and they're following lists just like they would in school. But problem solving is key. If you can do that, think outside the box, get creative on deals, find ways, to work with lenders, stuff like that, you're gonna win.
Good job.
I totally agree. I feel like we are problem solvers, and if you're a good agent, you're definitely a problem solver. I feel like too, just using the tools that you have, like you don't have to make it so hard. Like for example, someone on our team, brand new agent, maybe 3 months, just contracted a $1.6 million list on the buy side of things by looking in the withdrawals. You just have to think what other tools do I have to make these things happen and find these deals for our clients. Like you have to go the extra effort, especially in this market right now. It's not so easy anymore, but it's also sharpening our skills and actually making us put in more work and time and effort, which I really like. So.
Yeah, I think just engaging with your clients. I mean, just finding out what they need. You have a network of a lot of people. I mean, bankers and construction guys and moving companies. So, just finding out what they need and just being willing to help. I think that's.
Yeah. People tell me all the time that they can't find houses to buy. Especially and they're only looking on the MLS and there's no houses to buy. It's like, how can I buy a house as an investor when everybody else is paying above asking price in a week? And so my answer is always, especially as an investor, if you're trying to buy houses, then that's your first problem, because we don't buy houses. We solve problems that happen to be related to a house or a piece of real estate, right? So, we're looking for either somebody has a personal problem, or somebody that has a financial problem or a property problem. You know, so and it doesn't always have to be a bad problem. Maybe they want to move to be closer to grandkids. Maybe they are getting a new job or a raise and they have to move, and they have to sell their house or they can't move, and their house needs to be fixed up in order to get the highest price on the MLS, right? Or maybe they just have to move quicker than they're able to do. And so if we can talk to them and maybe go like 3 layers deep, right? Everybody always wants all cash for the highest price. It's like, why wouldn't that not be their starting point, right? But talk about what they need and get 3 layers deep in the conversation, so that if you can find what that underlying problem is and solve that problem, and then you might be able to pick up the house, and if their problem is bigger than the equity that they are leaving behind in the house, then you can pick up a house with equity, and have creative acquisition strategies, as also have creative exit strategies. And so if you're able to put all that together, and then it's not just buying a house.
No, great, thank you. We've kind of answered kind of our prepared questions. We wanted to leave some time to see if any of you folks in the audience had maybe some questions for us. Thank you. We just didn't want it to be crickets. Appreciate it.
No problem. You guys did a great job explaining you all's marketing techniques, but can you explain how your marketing has changed since COVID, and what you're doing virtually to attract clients to want to sell and buy?
Who wants to take it?
I can start. I love talking. COVID actually for us, and I think most people in the real estate industry, we didn't see a slowdown during COVID. We surged. Our numbers went up dramatically during COVID, and I think that was partially due to low interest rates. But as far as marketing goes, since COVID, I mean, you're starting to see the same principles still ring true, and I think, digital content marketing is the key right now, as far as like being in front of people, and that's the biggest thing. You're gonna have like the largest reach in some of that stuff. YouTube and putting out content of yourself, and don't just put out like, you next to a Lamborghini, or like you next to like $1 million listing, because listen, nobody really cares. Like, to be honest with you, if you do that, I'm sorry, but they don't care. It does not get you more deals. The key is, are you providing value in the content that you're putting out? And when you do that, people are going to naturally, grow towards you. I get DMs all the time, people asking me, hey, I want to be an agent. Hey, do you have any deals? Hey, right? So like that kind of stuff is great.
Yeah, and I add to that. So my marketing strategy and finding deal strategy changed drastically. Pre-COVID and right up to the first part of COVID, I was building a lot of commercial broker relations, getting deal flow and stuff through them. And obviously when COVID hit, at least on the commercial side and my markets, we saw a lot of the lenders start tightening up some of their requirements, as rightly they should have, just in anticipation of the unknowns. So that's when my team and I were like, all right, we're getting deals, we're getting property sent to us, but we're not seeing deals. And that's when we made a drastic shift to going, you know what, this, for us to stay ahead, what is everybody else not doing? And that's when we shifted and went direct to seller, found the VA, went through the trials and tribulations of A/B, trying to figure out what script works best, who to hire, and we haven't looked back. We still, I still garner or build those relationships and keep those relationships, but it's more of a secondary, and I'm still using it this day, and it's been less. It's worked out great.
Are you are you using CoStar or Auto Dialer or geo-prospecting? How are you said you have VAs and
Yep.
you're going direct, so how are you doing that?
I love CoStar.
Yeah, okay.
So CoStar, at least from the commercial side of thing, it's about 80-85% accurate when it comes to numbers, emails, things of that nature, at least for my markets and what I'm finding out. I'm not on LoopNet or Crexi because, and not to say that's where deals go to die, and you'll hear in the commercial world, because I found a really good deal on LoopNet that sat there for 3 years. But, again, not looking for the fancy stuff. But yeah, we'll pull CoStar reports. I can't afford CoStar. I'll be upfront, it is pricey. So I pay with bourbon to folks that I know that has it. So again, doing what others can't, bribe, steal, beg, borrow. I get a CoStar report for my market, give them my criteria, take that information, throw it into, we use an auto dialer with our VA. I can't remember it off the top of my head. And they just plug it in and they'll call, multiple times. Yes, ma'am.
Yeah, I have a question about the finding the list or assessing the list, the list of properties. Is there a place where I can, like, I know there's a lot of different websites where you can go find wholesale properties, residential versus commercial. What's the best ones? How do we rate them? Does anybody up there have a list? And also, one more question around that. As far as commercial versus real estate, when one is wanting to decide which market they want to get to, is it more about their experience within the market or their financial capacity, capability?
I can talk to the commercial side of things. So when the list, CoStar is probably one of the better ones on the commercial side. Reonomy is another one. It's a little bit cheaper. They're not as up to date. And again, it's certain markets are a little bit better than others. There's probably some other sites. What my team does is, even with CoStar, is we'll do a batch skip trace. So that'll help verify. So a lot of times if we know that there's some gaps, or the VA does a round of calls and like, hey, these are disconnected numbers, we'll pull those out and we'll do a batch skip trace, see if we can find them. And a lot of times too is what's great with CoStar is you can reach back out to them and be like, hey, there's no information on this property, and they go do the research for you and find it. So that's one benefit. But nationwide CoStar, I was quoted at like $39,000 a year. So, I'm good, but I ain't that good yet. To go back to your other question about, the residential versus commercial, I cut my teeth in residential. When I was active duty, I bought single family homes. That's all I knew. I was like, oh, I can do this. This is only, 1 comma, with six numbers. All right, this is cool. And the fear of jumping into the commercial side, with an extra set of zeros and stuff, not only is it a little harder to get into, but that screw up is a little bit bigger as well. But what I found out is it's mindset. And if you have, and what I like about commercial versus residential, commercial is all about the numbers. You analyze it and you underwrite it. If the numbers don't work, move on. There is no emotional attachment to it. I'm not selling my home that my kids grew up in or trying to buy somebody's property that they want top dollar, 150 over ask or whatever. Don't get me wrong, there's some greedy ass sellers out there. They want some money. But you stick to your criteria. And I had a conversation, I can't remember who the other day, or at lunch yesterday. But what's counterintuitive on the commercial side versus residential, it's easier for anybody in this room, myself included, to get a $10 million loan to buy a 100-unit apartment complex than it is to get a $1 million loan to buy a 20-unit apartment complex. And it's counterintuitive. Problem is, what you need to look at is, a bank looks at it as your economies of scale, and that you are diversifying your risk or spreading your risk out over 100 individual units versus a smaller amount. So even though they're giving you more money, which is, I'm like, do you want to give me a loan for $72 million? I'm like, you know, I have a high school education, and yeah, and I joined the military, so I wasn't that bright, but and they do it. So I was Air Force. I worked a lot with the Army. My partner's a Marine. He likes yellow crayons. But so my long-winded question is I sold all of my residential off right at the start of the pandemic. I own no single families currently. I'm all in on the commercial side. That being said, if we have another 08 or 09, I'm going to be jumping into the residential market and picking them up as I can. So hopefully my answers. Anyone else want to add?
Well, she also touched on one thing that she said there's a bunch of lists out there, and she asked, what are some of the different ways to differentiate, like who's more likely to buy or sell. I think Remind.com does a great job at that. They literally will show you how much equity a house has, and then you can show if it's absentee owner, if it's being ran as an Airbnb, how long they've owned it for, how much. So, and it gives a sell score, and it'll have like 3, least likely, most likely, very likely, right? And you can literally have a map, and it'll show the sell score. So it's a really great tool as far as trying to differentiate between lists. And yeah, as far as residential and commercial, we have both in our office. And honestly, some brokerages do not allow residential realtors to do commercial, which I always found to be super weird. I think liability, but if you can do a residential deal, you can do a commercial deal. There is a little bit more nuances, but you still have a purchase price, a buyer, a seller, escrow, stuff like that. You can do both.
It's the same amount of work to close on a duplex and a 20 unit as it is to close on a 300 unit property. Just let that sink in. Timeline's about the same. There is probably a little bit more work, but it's not much more. So it goes back to economies of scale. If I have a choice between a 20 unit that's at a great price or a 300 unit that's at a good price, I'll go for the 300 unit any day.
Last thing for me, if you get into retail and like industrial and stuff like that, and keeping track of inventory and all that stuff, it gets a little bit more complicated. But yeah.
Any other questions? All right, we have finished this. We have 46 seconds to spare. Yay!
Awesome.
Thank you all.
Okay, thank you to all the panelists. Now, moving along and keeping the learning streak going, let's quickly start the next speaker session. Creating culture that leads to profitability. What separates the highest performing organizations from the rest? It's a culture that focuses on engaging employees and keeping them motivated. The speaker in this session will talk about how companies can make this possible. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome on stage Randy Olive, who is a broker and the owner of Verrigo LLC.
Thank you. I appreciate it. All right, I have not used this yet, so if I mess it up, it is what it is. I'm going to move this around because I don't like how it's arranged. This is kind of how I roll. While I'm getting things set up, guys, our tech crew that's been out here working, y'all need to give them a round of applause because it has been really wonderful to have people like them helping us out. If you've never done this before, you won't know the difference, but these guys are absolutely brilliant. They've been so kind, and gosh, some really great hosts. So again, thank you guys for what you guys are doing. So I'm real big on talking about culture, man. It is, to me, one of the most important things that you could ever do inside of this world is that you create a culture that gives people the opportunities for them to become the best versions of themselves, okay? My favorite quote, well, one of my favorite quotes, I got a bunch of quotes that I love, is change the way you look at things and the things you look at change. You know, obviously, perspective matters inside of this space. One of our challenges, however, inside of that is that we end up here's the thing, we have our own strengths, right, that power our abilities. What happens, though, is that we often will take our abilities and we'll adapt them to the way people expect us to live. I'm going to say that one more time. A lot of times we'll take our abilities, and instead of living inside of our strengths, we adapt those abilities to the way people are expecting us to live. And that's how we kind of go on with the way that we do things. And we get into this like cliche rhetoric. And I'm just telling you, one of our challenges that we have as leaders is that we have to adjust the way that we're thinking about things and changing the way we're thinking about things. Profitability is really interesting to me once I got inside of the business world, because everybody tends to go into profitability and they start getting into their spreadsheets and they start looking at the things that have nothing to do with people and everything to do with like the numbers, the black and white side of it. And yet I have found that everything that I've ever done inside of culture has actually led to the opportunity to find profitability. Once you enjoy and love what you do, you're going to contribute so much to your company. And so that's what we're going to talk about a little bit today. So I want to share with you an example of kind of changing that way you think about things. So this is a straight line, right? That's what you say, right? Okay, perfect, good. Okay, so this is a straight line. This is how we want our businesses to look. If you ask any agent that you've ever gotten a chance to work with, I've gotten a chance to coach a ton of agents. It's been really brilliant. They all want their businesses to look like this, that straight line, that consistency, 2 deals a month, 3 deals a month, 20 deals a month, whatever it is, they just want that consistency inside of their world. Well, we as leaders, we step in and we say, okay, cool, well, I get this. I can help you understand how to take your conversion ratios, look at the market, and adjust everything you need to do to be able to get to that straight line. And then we take our intellectual prowess, because we're really pretentious and we think we're awesome and people should listen to us talk, and we put in the second line, which is the line of the curve, right? It's the market curve. Inside of our market in Houston, Texas, this is our seasonality. It looks like the bell curves. In some of our tropical areas like Florida, it'll look a little bit different because of the way that the market seasonality works, because of the way people travel. This is what it looks like in Houston. So I can take everything that I told you to do here and put it onto this line right here, and I can adjust it. So if you are in the downside of the market, well then just do a little bit more. Leverage your time to get to the space that your activities are really going to help you to produce the results. And obviously when it's going on the upside of things, well then just stay consistent and do what you're doing, and you'll find the ability to straighten that curve and get to that straight line. Here's the challenge. Most of us stop here and we go, cool, you got this, and we like slap them on the butt, send them out into the world, and like do a great job. We've got to do more than that though. So this is something that I talk about all the time, and I lay in this third line. This third line is the chaos of our own lives. This is the human element side of things. This is a line that I like to call capacity. See, I have a challenge with real estate leaders who get people excited about getting into this world of real estate, and they go, oh, the sky's the limit, man, you're going to enjoy this, it's going to be so good. The reality is that sky isn't the limit, and I'm here to tell you, I'll argue with you all day long, the sky is not the limit inside of real estate, because we all have capacity. And we will beg, steal, and borrow from other areas of our lives to make sure that our businesses are becoming successful. So the sky is not the limit. You've got to be able to have a mental connection to what your capacity is. Once I have that mental capacity, I can then get back to this space and go back again to try and straighten out that curve. But the beautiful thing about it is once I start straightening out that curve, everything else changes. Because if I don't have the capacity, because I love my family and I want to spend all my time that I can with them, it doesn't matter if I got to that second deal this month, because I got to my kid's soccer game. You see, we've got to be able to start changing the way we talk to our people, helping them to understand that inside of all of this, man, you can have life satisfaction doing this business and not just going crazy. And I love to talk about these things with my agents so that then they have this different understanding and this different scope about what their opportunities are inside of this world. And so for me, I want to talk about culture, and I want to get you guys into this mentality that like culture and your people is what produces the profitability inside of your businesses. Some of you in this room are like, okay, I already get this, I'm going to enjoy this, because you're just going to hit me with some amens. Some of you are going to disagree with me, and that's great. I'll stick around and have conversations with anybody because I love having these conversations about this stuff. So this is what we're going to be talking about today. We look at our businesses, a lot of times we're taught that we got to look through this magnifying glass, and I want to get you to change and think more about looking inside of your business like a kaleidoscope, which is what this slide is supposed to look like. Because it's that kaleidoscope kind of mentality that there is this ever-changing, chaotic movement that we get to invest our lives in. And that chaotic movement is the people that have entrusted us to be their leader, right? And so we're going to look inside of this today. So I got a chance to run a little bit of this experiment when I was in 2017. I got to take over a struggling franchisee's brokerage inside of a prominent name brand. And it was really, for me, I didn't know what I was doing as far as becoming a guy that comes in and changes a brokerage. I had no idea. I had never gone into leadership inside of real estate. I was a good agent. I was a producing agent. Given the opportunity to go in and be a leader was like, I have no idea what I'm doing. But I believe that people are the opportunity for change. And so I focused primarily almost 100% on culture. Now that's not to say that I didn't do, you know, this stuff where you got to watch your numbers, right? I'm not an idiot. I've got to spend money, so I need to pay attention to the numbers, but nothing I did had anything to do with that regular things that we do when we take over a struggling business, right? We start doing this like Six Sigma stuff. We start looking at all these spreadsheets. We start doing all the things that we think we should in that cliche rhetoric that business world tells us to do. I kind of put all that to a side, and I just focused on doing one thing and one thing only, which was creating culture. Now, I was actually given the opportunity to do this because neither I nor the owner really had ever had the opportunity to do any of this. And so when I took over for that brokerage, there was like, probably 86 agents. It was just a nominal amount of agents. It had dropped down pretty low. Their profitability was just very low. It wasn't really there. They had no big teams. They had 11 people who were contributing to their full capacity of their company dollar. And the leadership was so, just disconnected and compartmentalized that like nobody really trusted each other. They didn't talk to each other. They were just like separate. And so when I came in and focused and got the opportunity to focus only on these things, it was really so beautiful because in 2.5 years, what we were able to do, we changed everything. The agent count grew by 358%. We were able to turn the profitability around by 200%. I had 48 agents that were contributing to the company dollar now at that point. Not only had our leadership become really cohesive, but I had them now going out into the world. They become national treasures for the brokerage, for the franchisee brand. Because they were taking what they knew, what they learned, and they were taking it out into the world and going to these other franchisees and helping them help their position players become the best versions of themselves. And so it just became a really cool, cohesive thing. I believe that there's something magical about what I am sharing today. And my hope is that like once you kind of pick up on a few of these things, that you can implement them immediately into your businesses and see some of these things change and hopefully obviously get your businesses to thrive. So looking at a culture that builds profitability. When I look at the idea of culture, it is absolutely always going to be an investment in people. But there is a topic that we have to bring up that I think is becoming a dead topic, unfortunately, and that is the topic of mission, vision, and values. I believe that we have become so lost in this space of creating a mission, vision, and values that means something. Most of us end up going into, business dictionaries and start kind of pulling out our mission, vision, and values. We don't ever really dig into it and understand what is it that just boils up inside of me that I'm trying to get to produce so that then my world can become the same as this business world and I can have that life satisfaction in it. A lot of times what we end up doing is we see these companies like Coca-Cola, Chick-fil-A, Apple, Google, HubSpot, and we see how amazing they are at creating these really awesome cultures. The challenge is what we end up doing is we go, okay, so they have this really cool way when somebody comes in, they're going to greet them really nicely. Let's take that element and we're just going to transplant it into our business. You walk into an Apple store and it's really clean and cool and they're always like so hip. Let's just take that element and just transplant it into our business. The issue with that is when you take those little elements and you put them into your business, it's never really going to work unless you have built a foundation for why they're there. These companies, they did the very first thing, which was the most important thing, and they established their mission, vision, and values. See, we think, I'll take those tactics and I'll just transplant them. But these companies didn't become these companies because the tactics made them. The tactics became the tactics because they followed the foundation of their mission, vision, and values. And so we've got the cart before the horse if we're not looking at and building our foundation inside of this idea of mission, vision, and values. So let's talk about mission. Mission, to me, is fuel for the daily. My mission statement should give me fuel for the daily, okay? When I look at mission and I look at that fuel, it's not really even for the everyday as much as it is for the hard days. See, our mission statement should be able to keep us connected, and they should be able to keep us motivated, especially when those emotional days happen. Well, I know that we don't like to talk about emotions a lot of time inside of business, and yet we usually show up at our worst when our emotions are at our worst. We need that mission statement that gives us that grind to help us to keep moving. When I look at this idea, okay, of this mission statement, one of the main things that you've got to be able to see is that if I am not giving my people something bigger to work towards, if I'm not giving them that fuel, they're going to become just disappointed really in working for our companies. They're going to become curious about other opportunities that they have, and our retention is going to bottom out. That's just true. If I am not inspiring people, they're going to leave me. Our retention probably has a line connected directly to this mission statement. Unfortunately, most of us have created mission statements that want to conquer these number one positions. I want to be the best this, or I want to be the number one that. Like, that is just uninspiring, and I hate it if your mission statement is that, and that stung a little bit. However, that's just true. If my mission statement is only ever to conquer something and to really think about arbitrarily conquer something, because that is such a subjective thing to become a number one in anything. Like a number one by whose standard, by whose data? It's just uninspiring. Our mission statement should always be creating this opportunity to captivate people. Our best days of our company and profitability comes on the other side of people who are passionate about working for us. Your mission statement is going to be the fuel that keeps them engaged into that space. Starbucks says this: to inspire and to nurture the human spirit, one person, one cup, and one neighborhood at a time. Now, they have this idea to be number one, right? That's in the back of their rhetoric. However, their public-facing version of who they are and how they train and keep their employees is absolutely by that. Think about all the initiatives that they've ever taken to make their employees feel like they're actually the number one motive for what they're doing. When I look at this next thing, so we got to get into this idea of vision, right? So vision is probably one of the more difficult elements for us to really captivate. And the reason being, I think about it in two spaces. So there's two things that really have stunted our ability to understand vision. The very first thing is we're in an instant gratification world. Everything is like instant gratification. There's nothing that we can't get at the drop of a hat. Second thing is we have strayed away from a storytelling culture. Now, I know that we all have this idea of storytelling, right, because it seems to be the thing on all social media, and yet, I'm going to be honest with you, we all actually really suck at storytelling. We have strayed away so far from having a storytelling culture, and that means using your voice to speak story into existence. And so when you look at the first thing I said, having that instant gratification, I think delayed gratification, right, the absence of that has created we don't have to think anymore. We don't have to contemplate anything. All of our answers can be at the click of a button. I can order something and have it immediately. So how in the world, if I have been trained to think instantaneous, will I ever be able to use my brain to wrap my head around what vision looks like for the future? You are training yourselves to stop thinking about the future. You're training yourselves to stop contemplating the challenges that you have in your world. We've got to be able to slow down and understand what it looks like to actually envelop delayed gratification into our world. It changes everything. And so I think instant gratification has it's just put us out of practice, if you will. Storytelling, really think about this, the idea of storytelling. I am taking my dreams and I am putting them into words. Storytelling is our thoughts becoming reality. If I am supposed to be in the practice of creating this opportunity for myself and I can picture it in my head, but I can't articulate it, well then how's it ever going to come true? See, we're out of practice in these spaces. We've got to be able to get back to this moment of being able to do these things, to delay gratification, to get into storytelling. I want to help you with this vision thing, because when I teach this, this tends to be the hardest one this seems to be the one that people struggle with the most, okay? So if you're taking notes with me, you can do this, or you can take a picture of it. I want you to write year 1, 3, 5, 10, 15, and 20 down one side. And the next column, I want you to put, what did I do? And the next column is going to be a question, how did it feel? And then you're going to find the third one is going to be a little bit different. It says, what did they gain? So let me break these questions down for you. The first one's pretty easy, right? What did I do? So if I go back and I look in year 1 at the best version of myself, what would I have been able to accomplish, right? So year 1, here I am, nailing it. What was I able to accomplish? Okay? The second question is a little bit different because we don't like to talk about feelings. I know I sure don't. I am struggling with that and going to therapy for it right now. But when you look at this idea of how did I feel, we have to open these doors and understand what it means to feel when I accomplish things. I have to be able to get my emotional attachment inside of the space for the things that I have done, the things that I've created should stir some sort of emotions. Now, here's the deal. You can't just write good. So like I was able to accomplish blah, blah, blah. And how'd that make you feel? It made me feel good. That's not efficient. It's not sufficient. Better word. Here's the thing. If you do need a little bit of practice, just because, again, we're out of practice, write the word because after that. So I feel good because when I was able to do this, it showed that my business had worth. Well, that's a good feeling, okay? The last question is the one that most everybody struggles with, and it's actually my favorite question, it's my favorite part of the exercise to do, is to go through that idea of what did I gain. You see, this is the whole reason why we're doing anything that we're doing, is to really answer this question, what did they gain? So the people who were around me, what did they gain? My family, my friends, my community, the charities I love. When I became successful in the things that I was doing in my business, what were they able to gain from my success? In the first year, it might be really simple that, like, you know, I had a bunch of people working for me. They just got to have the same luxury of time that I did. And man, did that not make me feel like I was a leader that was able to give them back to their families. And so that idea of building that idea of what did they gain, you go to year 20 and you might go, well, I was able to retire and I'm done and I'm feeling really good about my life. And now here I am. When you are able to really stop and not just think about where's the direction of my company going in that idea of future, but what are all the people who are going to be around me gaining from my success, that changes the way we motivate ourselves to keep moving. I do this every time I ever start, there we go. Every time I start a new leg of a company that I'm working through, I do this. It's so important for me to just really stop, to slow down, and to build a foundation for what I'm doing, and to understand that, like, if I have clarity on my mission, vision, and values, I now have all of the pieces that I need to move forward without having any hesitation for the filters that I need to become successful inside of that space. When I started the coaching leg of my business, this is my vision statement that popped out of, like, my just wrestling with the idea of it. And it's to engineer a platform that disciples a better together mindset. This is absolutely what I want to do. That idea of disciple is so important to me. It's a really important word because when I look at what I'm doing, I hope that you grab this, pull it out, rip it off, go back, teach it, love it, and share it with the world who's around you. Because me just standing on stage is pointless. Me giving you something that you can go and change the world with makes a massive difference for everything that we get to connect to. And so when I look at this, it's really important that we all come to this space to understand that when we think about vision, we're more than likely just out of practice. It's not that you're not good at creating vision, you're just out of practice. And we look at creating these mission statements, it's not that we're not bad at creating mission statements, it's just that we haven't really thought more about that. We haven't gone deep enough to understand what it is that drives me internally. Your company should be a direct reflection of who you are. And that picture should then be the things that people are attached to and they love and they want to be a part of. Using a dictionary to define your company sounds pretty ridiculous when you think about the fact that your passion is what brought that company into existence. So why would we stray from those things? So one of my favorite things to do in this is that if you want to light a fire under your butt, go ahead and write your age next to the year. So when you're doing that vision, because it changes things a little bit. When you think about 20 years and how old you're going to be, one of my favorite times ever, I was teaching this class and there was an 85-year-old woman sitting in the seat, and she goes, well, Randy, I'm going to be dead in 20 years. And I just simply looked at her and said, yeah, that's probably true, but your legacy won't be dead. So what are you going to do to make sure that what you're building right now is going to carry the legacy of who you are into the future? It changes everything when we begin to think about things just a little bit differently. This isn't rocket science. It's you taking who you are and putting inside of your company, because that's what people love. Value. This right here is the thing that I start every single class with. So I'm going in a different order when I teach it on the stage, but when I teach a class, I start with values because it's the easiest entry point to help you understand why you're doing what you're doing. You see, people don't get to be with me unless they share my values. I want you to think about values kind of like a vehicle. You don't get to go with me unless you can get inside of my vehicle. It's like the old-timey movies. I say old-timey movies. You get into the train guy comes and he's punching tickets. The way somebody gets a ticket to your company is whether or not their stack, their list of values, is matching your list of values. And the beautiful thing is once those things match and they are connected, your retention will be off the charts. And the people who are around you will love to be around you, and they'll love to work for you because they match your values. I can almost guarantee the thorn in your side in your company right now, because all of us have one, is probably the person who doesn't match your values, and you let it go anyways. The only way you can get inside of my world is that you match the values that I've set forth. Here's the second challenge with that. We go back to, again, this like business rhetoric, and we go, okay, so what are all the cool business terms that I want to have value? And yet we are not in a business book in any of our businesses. We are in a relationship economy. And I think every single one of you would agree. We just listened to a whole panel of people talk about relationships. And so if we're in a relationship economy, why is a dictionary defining our value statement? Why isn't our value statement being defined by the things that make me enter into a relationship with you? Why can't I have the word love inside of my value statement? It may sound weird to be in your business, but by God, if it's something that is of value to you and it has to be inside of your space, then why wouldn't it? We've just lost this idea and this practice of being who we are. The thing that has created passion inside of you has obviously been birthed into this business that you're good at. Otherwise, you wouldn't be here in Vegas. You wouldn't have spent the money that you needed to spend to come here and be better at what you're doing. And if that is true, then why wouldn't we stop and we slow down a little bit and we get into this relationship talk instead of this business talk? See, I don't think our value statement should ever be like built by boardrooms or spreadsheets or any of the things that makes us feel as if we're smarter than everybody else in the room because our words are cool. I would much rather be the person that sounds and looks ridiculous, and yet everybody who's with me is with me and they will be with me to the end because I've built something that's sustainable. Does this make sense? It's just different. Again, you change the way you look at things, and the things you look at change. So let's talk about this idea of creating culture, because once we have this foundation built, right, we have this thing, we've got, okay, here's my mission, vision, and values. The reality is that we still have to create space for culture, and that has to be done on purpose. Culture is actually a cultivated thing. Now, that's something that we have to be very specific and very tenacious about making it happen. So here are the things that I look at when I'm looking at making culture or creating culture and having it put into place. The very first thing is you got to be able to brand it. See, it has to have an identity inside of your organization. If you think about some of these great companies that you love or that you have tried to emulate in the past, I guarantee you their brand is very evident as far as what their mission, vision, and values looks like. And so you've got to be able to brand it. So a lot of us, we've talked about marketing. We had some folks having some conversations about marketing. When you start marketing, you create an avatar, right? And for those of you who don't know, an avatar is going to be that kind of that idea that you build to answer the question who, what, when, and where for your product so that it can reach the masses at its most efficient level, right? So we create these marketing avatars. Why can't we take that same concept, pull it back into our business, and help our culture to become an identity so that now it has its own ability to run and to be something that people are just absolutely attracted to And when we look at these other ones that we want to emulate their tactics, we now become the people that people want to emulate because we've given it its own identity. We've helped it to be able to thrive inside of that space. And so again, the very first thing that you got to do is to be able to brand it. Give your culture an identity. Make sure it's there. One of the things that I found is that if you give it a mantra, that helps out a lot to be able to have some sort of saying that wraps around your culture. So when I took over that brokerage, one of the things that I did, that better together mindset, was absolutely what I brought into that space. And so I branded everything better together. And so our leadership, our agents, our vendor partners, everyone knew that when you walked into our space, it just wasn't about being together. It was about being better together. You couldn't miss it. It was written on everything. I wanted people to make sure that when they were in my space, that they were full of the culture that I was creating because it was so obvious. So we've got to be able to brand it. We've got to make it obvious. Your behavior is the culture. Okay, this is something to really understand. Your behavior is the culture. It can't move without the leadership. And so when you are in your world and you're doing your thing and you are living your leadership role, your defined business role, however you do that, if it is contrary to your culture, you're living a fallacy and your world doesn't believe you and it will fall apart. Your behavior is absolutely what will be the premise for your culture. So you've got to be able to start acting like it. When you start acting like it, what's going to be really interesting is that your people will begin to emulate it. And if they begin to emulate it, then now you have this opportunity to begin to reward it. Once you begin to reward it, you really create a very cool opportunity to be able to make sure it's institutionalized, right? So when we get into this moment where we've branded our culture, we've given it an identity, we've started to be able to have it a mantra around it, we then have to start teaching it, right? We have to begin to start teaching this idea. Now, most of us do have a bit of a challenge inside of that teaching it space because when we look at culture, we haven't really been trained or we haven't really thought about it enough to be able to understand how we do teach it. And some of us are a little bit of hopeless romantics and we want people just to kind of grab our culture and understand what it is and like, oh, they just get it. They're only going to get it if you teach it, okay? And so I want to give you a couple of things. So there's a paper that I had when I was doing some research on a couple of things that I found. It's on this QR scanner. And it was an Australian company, and they had somebody come in and do a culture evaluation. Inside of this paper, I found some really cool kind of substructured definitions for certain types of culture. And I want to share those guys with you right now. But again, if you scan that, you can get the paper, and you'll have it right there in front of you. What did I do with that clicker? That's what I did. I'm a doofus. Clicker. So the very first thing that we're going to look at is the clan culture. So inside of the clan culture, leaders are considered mentors that concentrates on internal maintenance and flexibility, concern for people and sensitivity for customers, that emphasizes human relations and adopts flexible operation procedures focusing on internal relationships. Their core values include cooperation, consideration, agreement, fairness, and social equality. And it's a really friendly and sharing space. So that's kind of the idea behind a clan culture. The next one is going to be the hierarchical culture. So when you look at this, it focuses on the internal maintenance and strives for stability and control through clear task setting and enforcement of strict rules, tends to adopt a formal approach of relationships where the leaders are coordinators, organizers, and want people to toe the party line. It's a high value on economy, formality, rationality, order, and obedience. The next one is an adhocracy culture, and it concentrates on the external positioning of a high degree of flexibility and individuality that is supported by open systems that promote willingness to act, dynamic entrepreneurial and creative place to work, where people stick their necks out to take risks. Leaders are usually considered visionaries, innovative, and success is on the unique and original products. And it values creativity, risk, and autonomy. And then the last one is going to be your market culture. And the idea behind market culture is that it creates a clear, rational goals that are achieved through high productivity and economical operations, results-oriented and getting the job done, member They value competitiveness, diligence, perfectionism, aggressiveness, and personal initiative. Leaders are inclined to be hard-driving producers, intent on outperforming competitors and being on the forefront of their field to take control. We can't really teach what we don't understand. And until we get to the space where we start becoming students of culture and what we want to create, it's going to be difficult for us to really establish it at a high level. And so, again, I'm going to encourage you guys, like at the end, I'll put the QR up again. There's a lot of resources that I have for you guys. But when you look at it, if you wanted to start with this idea of, okay, what do I teach and how do I teach it, you're more than likely going to find your culture in one of these spaces holistically, or you're going to take a couple pieces here and there from them. But the idea behind all of it is that it is going to be you as the leader teaching it, and you're going to teach it mostly with your actions. Coming back to that idea of institutionalization, when we create our culture, we've got to make sure that it senses this kind of Pavlovian experience, that like when we ring a bell, they need to be able to salivate. We need to be able to create it in a space that when people see me and they see me acting in culture, and then I see the emulation of that, I have to be able to reward it. So that then, again, when I ring that bell, will they continue to be and act and personify the culture that I have created? Does this make sense? And so we have to be able to then take our behavior that we want, and we have to put rewards on top of that. Now I want to talk about rewards because unfortunately we as leaders do have some challenges with the reward side of things. And so you have to be able to reward it. The very first thing is you got to be consistent, right? So here's the thing. When you are creating an award, consistency is absolutely the most important piece to the puzzle. If you're going to write a letter, you better have a shit ton of stationery. If you're going to give away a trinket, you better bulk order it. If you're going to do some sort of trip, you better put the money in the bank and be ready to take them on the trip. Often we sit there and we wait to do anything when we have this commitment to reward people. We wait and we pump our brakes a little bit because we don't know what to expect out of our people, and we don't want to put the risk in like, oh, I'm not going to spend all the money in this because, I mean, what if they don't actually perform? Get into the mentality that your people will perform for you if you set the pace for that performance. Your people will perform for you if you set that pace for their performance, because they're going to love working for you, because you're aligned in their values, because you've created a mission statement that gives them fuel for every single day, that you've got this vision that they can see themselves underneath the umbrella of who you are for a really damn long time. And so we've got to get into the same space that when we reward with the expectation that they're going to get it, they're going to understand it, and they're going to move towards it. But consistency is key. When I was a kid, my mom had this boyfriend, and they were kind of on again, off again, right? There's this one time when my younger brother, it was his birthday, and so her boyfriend gave these really great gifts, right? He was always like, went over the top for birthdays. Well, Travis's birthday was on one of those on again moments. My birthday, unfortunately, being the middle child, seems that would happen, was on one of those off again moments. So we had all the festivities of the day, got to the end of the day, and I was just sitting there and I was like, crying, just bawling. I was just so sad. I was like, I had missed out on an opportunity to get a gift. It mattered to me that I missed out on an opportunity to get a gift. If we fail to be consistent in the way we reward our people, there's going to be this moment where they start to wonder, well, am I good enough? Because you missed an opportunity. Do they care about me? Because I missed an opportunity. Our rewards have to be consistent. They have to fall in line. The same way that little 8-year-old boy was bawling at the end of the party because he didn't get his gift. When your people are left out, they not may be crying in their cubicle, but I guarantee you they feel the moment that you were inconsistent in rewarding the things that you wanted and the things that you expected. Okay? Second thing, you got to be methodical about rewarding. We miss this mark all the time. We are not methodical. And if it's okay, I'm going to pick on us as leaders. We often tend to pick the reward that's the easiest. Like, how many of y'all have actually gone like, oh, I reward people all the time, but yet you bulk order something out of a catalog. You don't actually think about the things that the people love, like, or do. You see, when I think about all of this stuff that we're doing inside of this, if I were looking at rewarding my world, I want to reward it based off of the expectations I have for them to live up to my culture, right? So if it's a fun culture, it's a real happy, it's a go-get, that kind of thing, my reward should then follow suit. I should be methodical in helping my reward follow suit for the expectations of the behaviors that I want to see. If my culture is going to be a little bit more, a little bit more formal, a little bit more into that kind of market culture idea, well, I think it would be fine to reward things based off of performance and things like that. But if I'm going to be in that reward space, don't just do what is easiest. Don't just get a bunch of gift cards or a pizza party. You will look foolish when you show up without putting thought into the way you reward your people. You will look foolish if you don't put thought into the way you reward your people. I find that one of the easiest things is when you pay attention to people, their positive responses will usually come from when I've slowed down and I've taken the time to understand them a little bit or to show them some care. The beautiful thing about it is it doesn't have to be over the top, but your reward has to be methodical. I'm going to leave you with this last thought. So here's the deal. We are all human, okay? So you're going to mess some things up. And then people are going to get hurt. And then people are going to get in a tizzy, if you will. My call to you is to slow down long enough and listen to when people have complaints about your world. It's where culture usually breaks down. When people have a complaint about the world that you're creating, slow down to listen. Most of the time they're speaking from a fear somewhere, and you're looking at them as a person, but you're not actually talking to a person when there's this massive thing happening. You're not doing that. You're talking to an emotion that has somehow rooted itself out based off of fear. You see, we as leaders, a lot of times we think that we're better than, okay? And that's not a dig, but I guarantee you everybody in this room thinks we're better than when we have somebody who works for us comes in and they begin to complain about something that's happening inside of our world. Now, the truth is you probably are better than, because we spend a lot more time figuring people out. We read more books, we listen to more TED Talks, we watch more videos, we do everything we can to understand people. And so when somebody comes into our world, it probably is true that your understanding of where they're coming from is right. But if we don't slow down long enough to allow people to give their voice into their space, then we've just chalked them off and they're already going to leave you because they don't think you're with them. And so we've got to take a little bit of a back seat, right? We've got to slow down long enough to take a back seat when we hear these complaints, that we don't destroy our culture because we're going to pass it off as like, well, I know what the real underlying challenge is, or you never participate in the things that I'm creating in this endeavor. We've got to be in the seat of humility so that we can listen to the people and they can express themselves in their heart. Kids teach us things all the time, and I kind of jumped the gun a little bit because I don't understand this clicker, but this is my oldest son. So when you look at my world, I will tell you, as a father, I'm a bit of the guy who raises my voice to correct behavior. I just feel as if you speak louder, maybe people understand it better. And so this is Adam. Adam knows that I'm his dad. He knows that I love him. He knows that I would do anything in the world for them. He knows that I will 100% take care of him. There's nothing that this kid will not ever have. I love him to death. He's brilliant. Somebody gave him a book called The Energy Bus for kids. Y'all probably read The Energy Bus. They make one for kids. It's awesome. And so he's flipping through the book, and there's a page on bullies. And he was flipping through that page, and he looked at the bully section, and he goes, one day I'm raising my voice because I've got to prove my point that you should follow my rules. 6-year-old child, 39-year-old man, it sounds about right. So I raise my voice to him, and he walks up, and the way a child can, and he just puts his hand on my face, and he says, "Dad, you're being a bully." You see, sometimes when we get into our world, we're wrong. Sometimes we're right. Oh, I had every right as the dad, as the proprietor of the rules of my home, as the keeper of all that is sacred in the rules, to raise my voice and let him know exactly what was going on. But it sucked to be the dad that a child called a bully. And so he and I, right then and there, we set the rules for engagement that would help me to become a better dad. And I allowed him the space to be heard. You see, in our world, again, there's sometimes we're wrong, and there's sometimes we're right, but our people, they don't need us to be right. They need us to be the people who will listen to them. They need us to be the leaders who will understand where they're coming from and give them their voice that they deserve. Thank you. Here's a word picture for you guys for all of this. There's a movie that I saw this picture in. It was I didn't see this picture, but the idea of tulip fields. Have you all seen pictures of tulip fields? When we get to this part of creating these cultures, right, we want it to have this organic thing. You know, we want it to feel cool. We want it to like, no, Randy, it's just going to happen, man. It's just going to be good. That's just not true. You have to be able to put your practice into creating a culture. Even though these tulip farms, guys, they are highly cultivated, like they're monotonous. There are people who every day do the same thing over and over and over and over again to make sure that they're thriving. And yet look how beautiful they are. That's the same thing with the culture that you're creating inside of your world. Your business deserves you coming in, creating that beautiful moment with your mission, vision, values, establishing a culture that you are cultivating so that this is what your world looks like every single day. I believe that this room has the ability to do that. I believe that this room has the ability to change the ways that we do things so that when we go back into our spaces, our people love to be with us. And they won't leave us because what we've created, you never want to break up with. Profitability for me and in the world and the business that I have created has only ever come at the other end of the people who have chosen to be with me. It's the people that matter the most. And so I want you to take this, and here's the deal. There's that QR scanner again. Like everything I do, like I just don't show up to talk, even though I do love to listen to myself talk. I do everything so that then like who you guys are, just take it, steal it, use it, bring it back into your worlds, because I would much rather you take this and make it your own than to have talked and then let these four walls be the echo that happened. That would be pointless. But for you to be able to grab this and move it into your space is awesome. I went way over my time and I didn't even realize it until I just looked at this clock. But y'all are brilliant. Thank you so much for listening to me. This is something I'm very passionate about. If I could help any one of you guys ever, please find me. I'm actually writing a book right now on all of this because it is that important to me. Which, by the way, hiring a book coach, if you've never done it and you want to write a book, do it. It's really freaking expensive, but it makes all of the difference in the world. So thank you guys so much for letting me come and be with you.
Thank you, Randy.
You're welcome.
All right, everyone, it's time for a short break so we can proceed next door for just about 15 minutes for tea and refreshments. We'll see you soon. Hello, everyone. Welcome back. I hope you're all feeling refreshed and ready for the last panel session, which I think is a highly anticipated one. The emergence of crowdfunding opportunities in real estate has proved to be a goldmine for investors who want to diversify their portfolios and acquire residential and commercial property holdings. Will this change the face of real estate investing as we know it? To answer this important question, we have a few leading minds from the industry with us today. Please join me in welcoming the moderator, Scott Crone, who will introduce everyone and take the proceedings forward.
Thanks for today and this opportunity. We have an exciting panel up here. We have a wide range. If the panel would like to join us up here, that'd be great. We have from construction to multifamily to lending to blockchain and the technology behind that. And we represent East Coast, Midwest, Texas, California, and the lending is in 45 states. So I'm really excited about the diversity and the breadth of the industries that we have within commercial real estate and residential real estate. So everyone like to have a seat. And Greg, would you like to start and just tell us a little about yourself and your company?
All right, everybody. Hi, how are you? Good to be here. My name is Greg Simakowski. I'm with Templeview Capital. We are a private money lending firm based in Bethesda, Maryland. I am the regional sales director for the West Coast. I'm based in Los Angeles. So we specialize in hard money, private money product. We deal with fix and flip residential programs. We do long-term rental and short-term rental programs, DSCR loans, as well as ground-up construction development and your regular bridge loans for purchases and refinances. Templeview was actually originally a company that dealt in distressed property, MCM Capital, and which developed in 2014 developed a need to fund all of these distressed properties that they were acquiring. The clients that were wanting to get more information, they wanted to see if they had a means of financing them, and so they opened up Templeview Capital, the partners did, and so we've grown exponentially since really during the time of COVID. We were one of the only lenders that did not close their doors, that kept lending throughout this whole period. And we went from being a $20 million a month lender to now we're upwards of $80 million a month, and we are seeing growth, every month from then on. So that's a little bit about us.
Sam, how about yourself? What does your company do?
Hi, my name is Sam Sells. We are a commercial real estate investment firm that syndicates a lot of our investments. We're focused in multifamily, so we buy large apartment complexes, primarily distressed assets in some sort or fashion. There's lots of definitions of distress, what that means. But to help you understand, so our vision is to change lives, build communities, and grow well. So we're really focused where we can create a big difference in the community as well as to the property itself. We're not afraid of heavy lifting. We're not afraid if we walk in and the place is a little bit of a mess. As my partner and brother Jesse can attest, showed up on the first day that we closed on a last comp 180 unit in Dallas, and the SWAT team was there.
Is that a good sign?
It's a good sign for us because we can get it at a discount. So we did buy that property $2 million under market value. We did it with an institutional partner, so one single check writer. And then we put in, 90-10, 10% ours. But we also syndicate a lot of our deals as well. We've syndicated 9 or 10 so far, which is like crowdsourcing, but it falls under a different regulation within the Securities Exchange Commission. And so we'll do friends and family or all accredited investors, and happy to discuss more about what that looks like. But we are really focused on two main things when we look at properties, on market, off market, wherever they are, is can we make a difference, and can we make money doing it? So if there's no mission, if there's no margin, there's no mission, right? If we can't make money doing it, then we can't change people's lives, we can't make the community better, we can't grow wealth for our investors. And we love doing that for our retail investors, our average everyday person who wants to get into owning an apartment complex, but they don't have $10 million to put down on the complex. So we'll pull together those investor funds, work with other syndicators a lot of times, and we'll close on that deal. And then our company specifically is the owner-operator. We also have, we're vertically integrated, so we have our own development company, our own dedicated crews that are usually working on 3 or 4 complexes at once. For example, we did 53 units in the past 3 months just at one apartment complex, so we're really getting after it. And we also have our own property management company with 40 or 50 employees spread across our 6 states that we're operating, owning and operating in. So,
thank you. Maria, how about yourself? What does your company do?
Hi, my name is Maria Konkretova, and I'm CPO and co-owner of Super LLC. So we are located and working in Philadelphia metro area that expands from Trenton, New Jersey to Baltimore, Maryland, and covers like 6 million population there. We are primarily focused right now in residential home improvement and remodeling business. And this is a really rewarding business in terms of profits and in terms of customer gratification, gratitude, because it's the real reward when you see how the life of the customer changes and how he's like really happy and happy with what we have done. That is like the emotional part. We are working right now also to expand our business in Florida, in Miami-Dade County, like Miami-Dade metro area. And I'm primarily occupied with internal controls, financial part, and compliance.
Very good. Jinwei, how about yourself? Can you tell us a little bit about what you do?
Hi, my name is Jing Wei. I'm the CEO of SleekFin. So our company is an integrated real estate transaction platform. So you can buy and sell real estate, get a mortgage, and close it all together on that platform. And our background technology is blockchain. We built the whole transaction platform on the blockchain technology. And we currently have our beta app and everything ready, and we are planning to launch in India soon. And just because that's a very big market and have a lot of less regulation, so we will be able to do an integrated platform for real estate transaction, which so far is not really allowed in US yet. But our vision for this company is we are going to start a platform for global real estate transaction, which there haven't been a platform be able to do that. And there were many problems between regulations and currency and everything. And we believe the future is going to be the blockchain. The future is going to be crypto. And so we believe this is going to be a future of a real estate transaction.
I asked her to join us because I'm really excited about the direction of where this is going. And so we're going to touch on with her what she's doing a little bit later. My company, I have 3 companies. One is Coded Design Build. We're a design build firm. We do both residential and commercial. And then we have Coded Management Group, which is our investment portfolio, where we've been developing a portfolio of self-storage facilities across the Midwest, from Illinois and Wisconsin all the way over to Maine. And then we recently, during the pandemic, started one-stop self-storage to better manage our portfolio of our assets. And so I completely liquidated our multifamily to focus specifically on the self-storage arena. So with that, why don't we get into it? Sam, why don't we begin with you? Last few years have altered the real estate market. How was your business impacted?
Great question. Pre-COVID, we were doing a lot of not apartment communities, but mobile home parks at the time. So we'd buy very distressed manufactured home communities, do a lot of work there, and we were able to get new homes or take old homes or renovate them or whatever the strategy was for that particular place. And so we had purchased, just in the year before, we bought 9 or 10 mobile home parks, and going right into COVID, all of a sudden, lending stopped we had, I think, 7 or 8 in refinance process. So lending stopped, and it became very, very difficult to complete refinances. And then the supply chain crunches happened, and that hit the manufacturing of brand new mobile homes particularly hard. And as a smaller group, we didn't have the leverage to put down on, so we had numerous homes ordered, supposed to come off the lot in a couple of months, COVID hit, and everything else, and everything got tangled up. So what we did was we shifted to apartment communities. We found that we had, our integrated system that we had already built was easily applied to apartments, and we had access and everything else. So we've changed not only our asset class, as well as how we conduct operations, very focused on becoming more and more autonomous, decentralized. Our team is spread out quite a bit in the country. You come to our office, you're like, oh, you're a very small company. Like, we probably have 100-something employees across the machine. But if you come to the office, there may be one person who shows up. There may be 20 who show up one day, it seems like, and we got 6 offices, so everyone's sitting not in each other's laps, that's inappropriate, but next to each other. And so it's just, we have a lot of fun. We have a small team, and we really get after it. But COVID's really changed the landscape quite a bit. Not to mention cap rate compression and prices and lending changes and everything else that have happened.
Maria, how about yourself?
Actually, what COVID really changed about my company, that there was a shift in the customer relationship management, because there is a lot of customers that are probably boomers here, who are more accustomed to the paperwork, hard copies, checks, and personal meeting, brick-and-mortar style of business management. With the COVID, they had to also adapt to the new culture of digital world, all these Zoom meetings, DocuSign, and instant payment options here. And we had to educate them sometimes about the security of transactions, for sure, about the security of their data and whatever. As for our internal operations, not so much significantly changed, because we were, from the very beginning, we were working on the digitalization of our company internally. And I'm very glad that all this, due to pandemic, but I'm very sorry about the price, but due to the pandemic, the whole society has shifted to the technological way of building the business and building the relationship. Yeah, that is. So regarding the profits, we actually duplicated that year, the profits, so nothing changed for us. There were...
I'm sorry, I have to switch your mic. Yeah. That was not working.
They just can't hear you.
I'm sorry.
It's on.
Hi. What I mentioned before, I don't know how much you've heard, that the pandemic actually made a great shift regarding our business in the clients' relationship management. So we had to educate our customers to use Zoom, to use DocuSign, whatever. Regarding the internal operations, it did not manage, and it did not shift so much, because we were from the very beginning digital. And I'm very glad that this changed with overall society, that overall society made this learning curve regarding the technologies. I'm very sorry about the pandemic price, but it's okay. I mean, that how the learning actually in our history comes. And regarding their profits, they duplicated during that time, so we haven't lost anything. So yeah, there were some crunches for sure in logistics support, in the supply chain, but overall this business was good.
Greg, how about yourself? You said that you had a unique experience.
Yes. So with our model, and when I think probably this applies to every company that was working during COVID, and we all realized that we don't have to necessarily spend so much money on leasing properties and office buildings, right? We can work a lot more efficiently, and that there is a way to do it remotely. So I think everybody was able to save some costs in regards to that. Now, the way that our capital stack is structured, every transaction that we fund is then securitized into a bond, right? After the securitization occurs, it allows us to keep, we're not dependent upon every transaction selling after we fund it to get our money back into to get it off the books. So we were able to continue putting money into our securitization bond during the COVID period, when other lenders that are our competitors were dependent upon selling all of their notes and assigning them to the secondary market, which was not really buying anything at that time. So that was a huge plus for us, because we were able to capture a lot of market share, capture a lot of our competitors' clients, and we were able to expand and grow our monthly funding capabilities pretty significantly. Also, with that, we were able to grow our teams. So, like I said, I'm the director of the West Coast regional team. I'm located in Los Angeles. We have guys now in San Francisco, in San Diego. We have loan officers all over the country. We lend in 45 states, so it's expanded our horizons and it's expanded our capability to originate by being able to work remotely. So, we're constantly holding of course, Zoom meetings. Our clients are able to upload all their documents using all our new technologies that we're using, new loan origination software that's been kind of integrated to this situation, right, to keep business going. So that was probably one of the main things that we learned during COVID, was that we were able to sustain and grow, actually. And in 2020, 2021, for the mortgage lending industry, as many of you guys will probably know, was the record years for a lot of companies, because people had money to spend, the rates were low, people were buying homes, and we're seeing a little bit of the consequences of how much money was printed during that time right now with the inflation rates. So, that's a whole other topic that I think we might touch on, and maybe, but so we didn't minimize, but we actually expanded. So I think, needless to say, that COVID, as much bad and harm and damage that it did to our society, and as many lives that it took, as specific industries were able to sustain and maintain growth. And if you were able to at least keep your doors open, then that's a huge plus. But especially if you were able to actually, get out of it in a positive, and see the positive effects of it, and the cup is always half full. So that was what we were able to gain from that.
For us, we opened up 4 facilities, close to 500,000 square feet of buildings and lockers. And so at first, we were under third-party management, which meant that we had someone else managing our facilities, and they immediately wanted to shut down our operations. And it was my role to look into each state's statute. We were in Wisconsin, Illinois, Ohio at that point in time, and moving into Louisville and Kentucky. And so I began researching, and I had to research the fact that we were actually designated emergency. We were, not first responders, but we were considered essential is the better word for it. We were deemed essential. So part of that was a lot of people did not want to work because of the fear of the pandemic, but I had to create the culture, and I really appreciated what Randy was talking about in the last session, that there's 2 types. We're either going to run away from the situation, or we're going to be running into the situation. And I saw it as our responsibility, our role for our company to support the people. Think about all the college kids that were immediately displaced, that they needed a place for storage, businesses with supply chain issues needing locations to store inventory, which they weren't expecting to have to stockpile, all these different issues. And so the self-storage industry actually thrived and grew during the pandemic, but we had to learn how to adapt in that climate, not only to make sure that our staff felt safe and protected, but also for our customers. It was really easy when we, open up a brand new facility that's 80,000 square feet, and we say, your locker can be 6 feet from another locker without any problem, because we didn't have anybody renting at that point in time. So we were able to, figure out ways to market it differently to give people the comfort to use the services that we were offering. So with that, I would like to touch base a little bit about the next question. And this will all come back to the blockchain issue, and not just blockchain, but crowdsourcing and funding and all that. But where do you see the challenges for your companies facing as we move forward into the coming year in terms of, call it the next 12 months? Greg, why don't you start?
I think that right now we're going to start seeing a lot of defaults and foreclosures. We are going to start seeing a slowdown of the number of originations and mortgages that we originate in the debt service coverage loans that we do. So for the long-term and short-term rentals, because of the rate increases that the Fed has just done. I mean, I just got an email yesterday. This is the third time that we've increased rates in the past 3 weeks, now to 6.25 being our base rate for our long-term and short-term rental product. So I see our numbers kind of not going down, but maybe plateauing at kind of where they are at right now. I don't see the level of growth that we have seen in the past, the past year and a half. But I think we all need to be careful and definitely tread carefully in terms of, values, home values, because our products are based directly off of the value of the property, right? Because as private money lenders and hard money lenders, we're looking more at the collateral. So we're looking at the equity in the property. We want to make sure that appraisers are doing their job correctly, that they're not over inflating prices. We want to make sure that they're not, undervaluing them at the same time. I think there's definitely going to be some supply issues. Right now, we're still in a seller's market, right? We're in a buyer's market because of the prices, right? I mean, because of the availability of homes right now in the market. But the biggest thing is the fear of loans defaulting. And what we've been able to do, and what we've been able to actually put into place, is for all of our retail bridge loans on purchases, on refinances, we actually collect 12 months of interest before we close the loan. So we make sure that no defaults occur, and that's what we're doing to safeguard that possibility of happening. On any fix and flip product or any ground up construction product, we are taking 4 months of prepaid interest to making sure that if we don't put that loan and securitize it into our bond, and we do end up selling it to the secondary market, then we're going to have to buy that loan back if there's any default within the first 3 to 4 months. So we want to make sure that that doesn't happen. Also on the rental side, I believe the eviction moratoriums are in some states and some counties, they may still be in play. I know in Los Angeles, I think it's just March 30th was the last dates that they can actually start evicting tenants that haven't been paying. So we might be seeing some properties that are going to be coming up available in the market, or we're going to be seeing more clients who want to either refinance out of their properties, out of their loans, get tenants out, get new tenants, remodel those properties. I mean, that's really the only change I see. I mean, I can't say that there's going to be some, a big crash or a big recession, but I do see signs of lenders needing to be a little bit more cautious when underwriting our loans. So we're going to have to change a little bit of our underwriting policies and guidelines, and just be prepared to see, as we're seeing already, rate increases. The Fed has printed so much money in the past year and a half that it's caused huge inflation rates, and also the situation in Ukraine and Russia and the energy crisis that's happening. It's also having an effect on those prices. So we're all interconnected in that economy. So it's all a big part of one big system. So that's what we're going to have to kind of all be an understanding of that.
Maria, would you like to touch base with that?
Yes, absolutely. So specific to crowdfunding, we've seen some specific crowdfunding platforms fail in the sense of trying to acquire properties and not be able to raise the capital needed to get the deals done. And so we've seen a lot of brokers back off of, hey, are you a crowdfunder? You know, you're not gonna get this contract no matter what you offer on the multifamily apartments in particular. And so syndication has really risen up as a great opportunity for people to get on LinkedIn, social media, and raise money. We've seen people do it very, very wrong and very concerned about their future. Hope the jail cell is nice, or you're going to get penalized. You probably want to start working with somebody who knows what they're doing. And so as competition continues to heat up and money floods and floods and floods into the real estate market, we're seeing a lot of these syndicators who work, you know, by gathering up small investor funds, piling them together and buying these properties. We're seeing them team up with larger operators who have the balance sheet to buy these properties and to get them under contract. We see a ton of major corporations buying up assets, large multifamily assets, and when we go through the underwriting and we look at the rate changes, as Greg just mentioned, it's getting really, really hard to pencil out a property. In fact, a lot of these, we're seeing them trade at prices, and you're just thinking the Blackstone, BlackRocks, the other huge institutions who are buying these assets up, they're okay with a very, very small margin because their hold period is very long. And so that hold period will erase the small margins, or they are self-lending. So they're lending at their base rate, and so they're cutting 2 points out of that needed margin that we have because we're getting bank rate loans so that they are the bank. And so they're finding ways to still keep it profitable at a price that other people can't compete with. So as that continues to happen, I think you're just going to see, like we're seeing with single family homes, more and more the ownership structures are going to go away from, and they are, from, you know, hey, I've saved up $1 million, I'm going to go buy an apartment complex for my family and I, and we're going to own this. This is going to be a retirement forever. Those folks can't do it anymore. Or they can only buy a very small multifamily property. And so as we continue to get into this cap rate compression, these prices that are just skyrocketing, you're going to see more and more, I think, crowdfunders in the sense, or syndicators who are working together in groups to take down these deals, and the rate of return is continually marching downward. So when we started years ago, we said, oh, we won't buy any property that's not at least a 9 cap. I'll never look at anything below an 8, right? Unless it's really distressed, and then the cap rate doesn't matter because you're coming in and doubling the value in a year or 2 years. Now we buy stuff at 5 caps and 4 caps because we're looking at the value creation that we know we can execute on, but we're looking at every single way along that value stream of how do we reduce costs here, 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 and maybe it's only $10 per unit per month. That's fantastic. On 300 units, 500 units, that's great, right? On a 50 unit, you do that, and you're like, great, I saved $300 this year off of that, and that's not going to pay for anything. So as this stuff goes up, you're going to see more and more institutionalized investors getting involved. That's why we took on an institutional partner on our last deal, and the margins were tighter, but the projected return over 10 years is fantastic. It's just you have to get where the equity is very inexpensive. And so as a regular investor, you can go invest in a REIT, and get your 6, 8, 10% max you can do, or you can go work with a syndication, and you're going to see, right now, 10, 15, 18%, 20% projected IRRs. As the markets continue, those numbers are going to keep coming down. We beat those because we do heavy value adds. There's more risk, higher return. Those deals are getting harder and harder to find too, because we buy them and then we sell them to institutions to operate on thin margins. And
What happens if there's a default in those, though? Sorry, budget, but there's a default in those crowdfunded deals, right? And those people that put in the money, and that asset, right, is no longer able to maintain, or the beneficiary is not able to make the payment. What happens to all this, all the individual's money? Because that's where I see a huge disadvantage to just the crowdfunding platforms. That's being the biggest risk that I've seen, especially like lenders like Peer Street getting their money back.
Right. How did I make it through flipping homes in 2008? Well, I was buying them at 50 grand and selling them at 130. But during 2008, 2009, now we can only sell them at 100. We were still making a profit. So it's really about basis. And the problem is this basis has gotten so crazy out of hand that I fully expect to start seeing defaults in this market. And we still, we scrub the deal, and if the basis is too high, we just don't touch it. Our last one was $2 million under the appraised value. We're like, man, I can't trust appraisals.
Tightening up the underwriting, pretty much.
You have to tighten up the underwriting, and appraisals only matter if they're lower than what you paid for it. If they're over what you paid for it, then it doesn't really matter, and nobody pays attention to it. Oh, it's good. So we have to be very, very careful as an industry, or we're going to be like in 2008. If a crash comes, when the crash comes, that our basis is too high, you can no longer gain the access. So those investors, if those companies did not budget or underwrite sufficiently to cover the debt, they have no capability to last, right? They can't hold on to the asset.
I think Sam's touching on a point here that is maybe a little bit underscored, is the fact that the cap rates are now going to be below the interest rates. So that's the first time. Usually there's a gap between the cap rate and the interest rate for the investors to make their yield, to protect what Greg is saying for the institutional investor or the CrowdStreet investor or the syndicated investor. With that invert, it's putting more and more downward pressure, so the underwriting becomes extremely more important in terms of how to assess whether the deal is going to be sustainable. But I want to get into a little bit about the technology, because this is where I think not only commercial real estate is going, but I think residential. I know that we have a vast amount of residential people here, and the technology that is being introduced, and if you're not familiar with blockchain, perhaps you can take a little bit of time to explain the whole concept of a blockchain and how it ties into coins. But the reality is the way in which we do business is going to vastly change very dramatically, and I think that growth curve is very fast coming, and it also impacts the whole concept of crowdfunding or syndication, because it's going to open up a lot more doors in terms of the real estate investing world. So can you take a moment to explain, for those who might not be aware of how the blockchain works and how it's tied to a coin? We hear about Bitcoin, we hear about Ethereum, but what do those things mean and how are they combined?
I don't know how much people know about the crypto world. The blockchain is basically a technology behind the crypto world. So what the idea of blockchain is, it's basically a chain of blocks, which each single of the block have a kind of a storage of information. And to verify this information or add this block onto the chain, and this block basically go talk to other block, which is already on the chain, to verify this block can be added. So the blockchain technology is like the backbone of the crypto. And everybody heard about the Bitcoin. Probably a lot of people still thinking Bitcoin probably is still a scam. And but what's the value of it? It's not a currency being used. But be honest, Bitcoin was not designed to be used as a currency. And currently, we consider it as a digital gold, like something holds the value. And not so many transactions going on the chain use Bitcoin. And most Bitcoin owners, they just hold it. And Ethereum, on the other hand, is kind of a different layer of technologies, a newer technology on this chain, and the people being used it develop a lot of different things on it. And so the crypto, and you can consider this is more like how you use your Visa card or your MasterCard. And did you really transfer real money? It's just basically a number in your bank account. And the crypto world and have a lot of those stable coin, which is acting like a US dollar on the chain. And they've been transferred on the chain, like most payment are through the stable coins, which are tied to one to the US dollar. And those coins being exchanged on the chain for people to make a payment throughout, like a cross-border and just for individual company payments, because they are so much cheaper than you do a wire transfer through the bank, and so much faster. And so those being used. And with all those technology, what can be done is the crowdfunding, what you were just talking about. And that's one thing about the blockchain is anything right on it, a done deal. You can't really change it. It's transparent and people can verify it, you can look at it, and you can't really change it. So that can definitely be used in the future to crowdfunding all the real estate transactions, because you can kind of put your rent into tokens. You can put your dividend into tokens. You can put your investment into tokens, and you can sell a portion of the real estate you own and buy tokens. And so then you can sell your real estate partial by partial instead of an entire transaction and through the tokens. And those will be all transparent. So it can be a completely new ecosystem that you get to pay rent through crypto, and you get to pay dividend through crypto. You pay for your maintenance through crypto, and the whole payroll and everything will be automatically sent back to your investors through the whatever you write on the chain. And so that increases the trust of investors, especially like small investors, to say, you know, I don't have anything to say about how the dividend is going to come out, what if they're going to change the rule. And then once this system is created, you can't go back to change the rule how the dividend is paid out, because it's already pre-written on the chain. So you have a much more confident that what you're going to get back for return. So with all those things said, those things are just a technology. And it's nothing unless we have a real case to work with it. And the real estate is a perfect example, can connect the digital world to something tangible. And that's how I look at it, because every single property is unique, and that can be written in its own way, and every single transaction is unique, and you actually have a real asset back behind all those tokens. And you have the real case to connect something you don't quite understand, you cannot touch, you cannot see, into something real you can touch and see.
Thank you for that thorough explanation. So I'm an architect by training. I got my master's in architecture. So I'm a visual person. So let me put a little visual up here together, what that transaction might look like. Maria is the investor, she's the developer. Sam is the one looking to go out and buy the asset, and Greg is the lender, and Jinhui is the title company or the blockchain. So Maria has the money to invest, Sam has the property, Greg is the lender, but none of this transaction is going to happen until everything is verified, and it's all going to happen in Jinhui's blockchain. So it's going to be outside the title company, it's going to be outside any other form, but none of that transaction can occur until every item has been checked off, and then that's a locked contract. So everything will happen within that locked contract. Now, if you think about this, if there's recessionary pressure on apartments in multifamily homes, those sorts of things, the federal government has changed the regulations on accredited investors. So now if you classify yourself originally as a sophisticated investor, but you take a test, or you check the boxes, you have the education, you become an accredited investor. There's more opportunity for accredited investors. There's also opportunity for offshore investors because of the fact that the regulations are outside of this in terms of being able to invest in a blockchain. There's going to be a lot more sources for funding and capital in a distressed market that is coming down the pipeline. There's going to be international investors. So if you think about that and the impact on the real estate world, how is that going to impact your company? Greg, can you touch base on that?
I think blockchain is actually, I mean, it's the forefront of, a forefront of the technology of where our industry is going, and not just real estate, but I mean, the whole banking system as we know it is, I mean, effectively, it's already starting to change. I mean, there's huge funds being developed. You know, there's new, so you have Ethereum, right, that can process transactions for, you know, X amount of dollars, but then you have Solana, for example, which is another similar a blockchain that is processing hundreds and thousands of transactions at a much lower cost. So when you think of the mechanics, right, and the logistics of how the transaction occurs, it just makes more sense to switch over to that type of system. Not only because of the fact that it's a lot quicker, but because of the security. We have a lot of real estate fraud that can occur. We have a lot of things that can happen. You know, I'm sure somebody at one point in time has received wire instructions from a title company that's been intercepted by a hacker and been sent emails and been sent improper wire instructions, and then the money that you wire is gone, right? Because you opened up something that was effectively hacked. So that decreases a lot of fraud. You know, there's a lot of cybersecurity issues as well that the blockchain is going to, I think, resolve. And I think it'll really just kind of put everything all under one umbrella and make the whole process much more streamlined and effective. I can see us gathering more funds, being able to have access to more markets, more capital, as long as the government is able to put in place some type of regulations, if the SEC can make sure that they agree, and which it looks like they're on the path of doing that. I don't know, you know, too much about that, but from what I've read is that they are starting to look more into it. They're getting more comfortable with these types of assets. They're getting more and more creative with what they're doing, and I think as a hard money lender, as a private money lender, what we're doing now, the way that we're gathering funds, it's essentially going to be similar, but it will just open us up to a much quicker funding process and a much more vast market, a more availability of funds that we're going to have access to, assuming that we can implement this.
Sam, would you like to touch base?
Yeah, absolutely. So this is something that we talk about all the time. We've looked at various entities that can help us do that. But as investors, as real estate agents, brokers, this is what I think, my personal opinion, is going to happen in the future. So once that securitization of real estate really takes hold in America, it's already taken place or has become popular, and from what I understand, talking to other people who do this a lot, say Thailand, Malaysia, other places like that, have already gone this way quite a bit. And so what's going to happen is, okay, now anyone in the world can buy a coin that is tied to this piece of real estate. And so let's say these buildings here, now this place here can be bought by anyone in the world. So probably go around the room, how many people have been to, let's say, N'Djamena, Chad? So, okay, I'm the only guy, right? So if you've ever been in sub-Saharan Africa and, you know, plug it in and they can get their little Wi-Fi point wherever they walk to, or in the city. So now that person can go online and buy at a very, very small fraction interest in real estate in the U.S. because everyone loves America, okay? No matter what you see on YouTube or in the news, you go anywhere around the world and people are interested in America, they want to invest in America. And so think about the pressure that's going to put on prices, cap rates, and other things, because now people, crowdfunders, syndicators, whoever, can put together these deals, get them into a blockchain. Those blocks or those that securitized token offering can go out and people can buy it from anywhere around the world. Think about the pressures, right? So we're already seeing large corporations buy up massive amounts. Think about what's going to happen from there.
Cosmos just got hit their Juno account for a blockchain deal where somebody sent over 400 to their contracts. So they had to shut down the whole system. It's been 24 hours now. So I think we have to also realize that the banking system isn't going to go away. I mean, even though it's not perfect in how we're doing our system now, we have to embrace. I play in the crypto world as well, but it's still got its challenges. And just as we said, crowdfunding has an issue where people aren't getting their money back. With an opportunity for a computer and somebody to jump in, that opportunity is always going to be there. So I think we need to make sure everybody's clear on that.
Absolutely, this is a long process for sure. This is not going to happen.
Can you touch base on that?
I think bank system is not going away anytime soon. You're still going to use your Visa card for a period of time. But, if you don't have a Coinbase account, maybe you should open one or some other, exchange platform because they haven't been trying to become a bank themselves. They sometimes issue credit card, bank card, they give you loans, and they give you a very, very high return. So if you are looking at 0.25% in your, maybe that's even high in your saving account. I don't really know what's my saving account interest now. Then I think a while back, I think Germany gave 8% in their stable coin. And now they dropped to about 6 something because recently the crypto market is going a little bit going downhill. But still, you cannot beat that. So the exchange platform are trying to become a bank. And if the bank doesn't want to change, and in the distant future, and they're going to disappear, they're going to be like a lot of the used to be Fortune 500 company disappeared through the stock market. They're going to be the next Sears or some of those, big marketplace file bankruptcy. It will happen. And even Fed thinking about the issue a US dollar coin on the blockchain just to replace the right now everybody have like a different place have a different US dollar coin. And if Fed are going to issue this own coin, and that might change a little bit the stable coin market. But the whole blockchain world it's still based on the value of a US dollar. So it's very relevant to our real life. So it doesn't matter how Bitcoin price goes, but the transaction on the chain are not done by Bitcoin. It doesn't matter. So it doesn't matter. So it's still going to happen. I can say there's something need to be worked out, but that's a trend that you cannot stop.
I would love to add something. So I think this ecosystem, cryptocurrency ecosystem will develop anyway. So let's make a parallel with the advertising. We still get a lot of newspapers with coupons, all these, Clipper local magazines. And we get also MailChimp campaigns from the companies, advertising some sort of service. And we still have some other ecosystem for advertising where we get the leads. That is the same. So I think that the bank, the development of Bitcoin's ecosystem won't crush the bank. The bank will still survive. The government will still survive, and the IRS will still exist. But the Bitcoin ecosystem will be there already and developing. And then I think that to implement it broadly, we need legislation base, and then there are some principle base that should be implemented also in order to take it on in the companies, the same accounting principles, general accounting principles. The principles will be developed for this ecosystem to provide the security, to provide even the security, legislation base for this everything. So, but we need already to educate ourselves right now, just to be ready when it boom.
Well, right now I think there's a lot of rules already put in place for crypto investment. For example, they treat crypto investment a little bit like a stock market, and you pay your income, you pay your long-term capital gain, short-term capital gain. So it's pretty much legalized in the way in the U.S. system at the moment. But I mean, the bank gonna evolve, gonna change to something else. There will be new bank come up, and some older bank will close. So we still need a system somehow acting as bank, and but the future is probably gonna be more like the crypto exchange might replace the couple big banks now in the volume, like Bank of America and Chase. Like Chase is not very into change their standard. Like I have a crypto company which does build a facility for crypto mining. The Chase just closed my bank account because I'm crypto related. They don't do it. I'm like, fine, okay, I'm gonna open a different bank account from somebody else. You know, have $1 million transaction there, and they's like, I gotta do business with you because you're a crypto company. And I mean, they will be out of they will be out of market if they don't embrace this. That's just my opinion.
Yeah, I don't think it's going to replace the banking system. I think it's going to be an additional capital source within the capital stack. And ultimately, I mean, what we're doing is we're looking at how to combine all these technologies so that we can fund the transactions faster, so the speed of implementation. So the bank loan will be part of the blockchain, the equity investment will be part of the blockchain, and all those things have to come together. You had a question?
Yeah, sorry, we're down to 1 minute.
Okay, you can ask your question really quickly.
Yes, regarding comparison between a traditional banking system and the cryptocurrency blockchain, I'll give a good example. Like two leaders banking in Israel just start trading and start accepting the payments in cryptocurrency. Like Bank Leumi is national bank and Hapolim. So I believe that what's going to happen with the commercial banks, they're going to be converted to the blockchain and accept the payments and transactions as well. That's how I see the just prosperity of transition between commercial bank with fiat to the cryptocurrency. And they're going to use the blockchain technology in the future. What do you think about this?
I think, let's say, so far we've been using SWIFT, and I think everybody heard on the news that recently they're going to kick Russia out of SWIFT, so they're going to have a big dent on that, and then they are turning into blockchain to look into like a digital ruble or something like for the transaction. But at this moment, it's not very matured yet for Russian to do all the transaction on blockchain. And there's still a way to block money on blockchain because everything is trackable. Everything on the blockchain is trackable. The only problem is we track this transaction from the chain to a real person. That's kind of the missing connection right there. But every transaction is trackable. Even this whole system change between international bank into like get rid of the whole SWIFT system because the SWIFT system is really expensive and it's really long. So you take a couple days to, you know, it's not an instant transaction over between international banks, which is a disadvantage for international trading or any other things. But eventually, when this thing gets replaced by the blockchain, and I don't think there will be a problem of money cannot be trackable. If we want to put pressure on Russia, we can still figure out a way to block all the transactions, which belongs to part of the chain. I think every part of the thing can be done, and the technology will get in there. So, you know, so. To answer your question, I think the future is still coming up this way, and between these two international banks, that can also going to happen.
Thank you for your time. Thank you for your questions.
Thank you, everybody.
Thank you for the panel.
Okay, a big thank you to all the panelists. Now, please join us in honoring leading minds in the real estate and construction industry. These are individuals and organizations who have stood out from thousands of others for their commitment to excellence, creativity, and their drive to succeed. To present the awards, I'd like to call Don Ruttenberg onto the stage. Please give him a round of applause. Okay, so the first Outstanding Leadership Award goes to Aditya Badu.
Good evening, everyone. I'm very happy to be here this evening, and I thank Realty 2.0 for recognizing me and giving me this opportunity. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Great job. Thanks.
Alfredo Puyol.
Good evening. On behalf of the Remodel Place number and all the team, composed of Angel, Jonathan, Samuel, maybe not Samuel because we don't like him anymore, but well, no, we like you, Samuel. We want to thank everyone over here for being honored with this award, and thank all the leaders that I look up to. My wife, her parents, my parents that look me down from heaven, my sister Caro, and the bosses that I had on my career that actually I always look up for too. I have to thank Alejandro Lagos, who was the best boss and leader that I've ever met in my life, and also my taekwondo instructor, Osvaldo Rojas. Thank you very much.
Joseph Caracciolo.
Hi, Joe Caracciolo from New York City. I met a lot of people. Thank you very much. I've been against the tide for 2016 in a vision that I have for the mentally disabled and physical disabled and ADA compliancy in New York City. And my vision is been expressed by a lot of people here, and I really appreciate the support. And thank you very much.
Congrats. Great job.
Thank you.
Bill Truex.
This is a team award, and it goes to the 12 members of my team back home and my wife who let me do this kind of stuff and go around and travel and learn more from other people in the profession. I'm in construction. I have a remodeling and new construction business. We do everything from little jobs to multi-million-dollar projects. And the last couple of years with COVID has been, I hate to say it, it's been a blessing. We have seen growth. Last year we closed more projects And then we closed the 3 previous years. And so coming here the last time we had this, I got to learn from some folks and have implemented new things. So I highly recommend that you continue to enjoy this event and learn from people and continue to reach out to them to continue growth, because it's all about growth and learning. Thank you.
Thanks, congrats. Thank you, good job.
Randy Olive.
I mean, most of you already heard me say more words than you need to. Leadership awards are awesome, and yet I do have to give credit where credit is due. Like, it is lonely to do leadership. A lot of times, y'all get this. It sucks sometimes just to be by yourself. And yet, I have 2 brilliant people who are always with me. So, Macy and Crystal, this is kind of our award, not just mine. So, thank you guys. Y'all are awesome.
Thanks, congrats. Good job.
Candy Bowen.
Yes, I did prepare. Actually have notes. Oh my God. Okay. I wanted to leave a piece of inspiration. It is okay to have a mixed bag of skills weighted differently. It's okay to be good at something and not good at other things. I graduated high school a star athlete, a superstar, going places. People loved me, right? But I barely graduated. I had a 1.7 grade point average because nobody thought to tell me that I was smart, because I was talented at sports. But guess what, people? I was also acting. Right? Isn't that crazy? We called those people weirdos, and I'm just sitting there doing all 3. Like, making examples, right? So, also, I left the state parks when I felt my baby move inside of me. I'm sorry, I'm taking 1 minute, but it's important. So, we want to sell our house and move to a smaller house. We sold my retirement so I can get into real estate. So I literally had to risk it all myself, so I bought it. And I want to thank Cardi B for being an example of being what she wants to be. You know, people are hating and whatever, but listen to the words. Yeah. So, basically, I want to inspire as many people, no matter where you are. It's not too late. You can still dream. So, thank you.
Thank you, great job.
A Best Companies Award for AccuTitle LLC.
Well, thanks. This is our second year here, and thanks to Realty 2.0. And most importantly, this award is for our entire team. So I want to thank everybody in the family of AccuTitle, and again, thanks to Realty 2.0.
Thank you. Great job.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Samuel Kayun Kim.
Well, really, thank you for this honor. We're a landscape architect, and we do design, build, and make in Los Angeles area. And I would really like to thank our team and Realty 2.0 platform. Thank you very much.
Great job.
And the last award goes to German Simakovsky.
All right, guys, thank you so much. Actually, I wanted to, I'm not going to say any words about myself or about our company or about anybody else, but really about Ukraine. My wife standing right there, she just came out of Ukraine. Her parents, my in-laws just got across the border. I just want to make sure that everybody understands what's going on in the country. If anybody, if you see what's happening on the news, or you know any organizations that you feel compelled to help out with, please do so, because they're in great need right now. It's really just like a genocide of the people. It's a complete war crimes. I mean, I'm sure we've all seen it on the news. So I just want to say Slava Ukraini, which means I don't know how to translate it in English, but glory to Ukraine. And we're gonna kick their ass. So all right.
All right, a big congratulations to all the awardees. Well, we had a wonderful day 2 here at the Realty 2.0 conference. Lots of discussions around the past, present, and future of real estate and construction. We hope to continue this tomorrow on the final day of the conference. Now we'll have refreshments and the networking next door in the exhibition hall, so I hope you enjoy, and I'll see you tomorrow. You too. All right, you too.